Chapter 5014. Gu Fei's martial body was the infinite martial body. Although his cultivation was suppressed by this world, he was still far from recovering his infinite prime cultivation. But even so, Lingtian Palace Master could not kill him. At this moment, everyone stared at the countless droplets of blood that were like divine suns falling from the sky. Every single droplet of blood exploded with an unimaginably powerful aura of life. The entire world was filled with endless vitality. Withered trees sprouted, and withered flowers bloomed again. Even the rocks had sprouted blades of grass. Everyone nearby felt that their blood and qi had become more vigorous. The speed of their yuan qi circulation was also much faster than usual. This is peerless blood. One drop can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. This is more useful than any divine medicine. All the experts were shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei's blood was actually such a peerless blood. It was too unbelievable. However, the precious blood in everyone's eyes suddenly flew back to Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's body. The bloody hole on his left shoulder that was pierced by Lingtian Palace Master also healed at a visible speed. When Gu Fei's blood was retracted, the extremely powerful vitality in the world instantly disappeared. Everyone looked at Gu Fei as if they were hungry wolves that had seen a piece of fat meat, and they wished for nothing more than to skin him alive. Humph! Facing the countless hungry wolf-like gazes, Gu Fei only sneered. A shocking aura immediately exploded from his body. It was like a supreme god had appeared in the world and was looking down on the common people. Everyone felt an extremely powerful pressure pressing down on them, causing them to almost be unable to straighten their backs. "Do you still want to fight?" Lingtian Palace Master's heavenly voice sounded. "Hee, how can I fight? You can't kill me, and I can't do anything to you." Gu Fei shrugged and said, "Yes, that's really the case. Your physical body cannot be destroyed by the heavens and buried by the earth. If anyone wants to kill you, they will have to do it." Palace Master Lingtian muttered, "Who are those people?" Gu Fei was a little curious, but he could vaguely guess who the people Lingtian Palace Master was talking about were. "What do you think?" Palace Master Lingtian did not say it clearly. "Return." At this moment, the Lingtian Palace Master let out a soft cry. Her 5 clones that were fighting with Gu Fei flew back to the Lingtian Palace Master and entered her body. "Do what you want, but don't disturb my cultivation." As Lingtian Palace Master spoke, he turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, instantly disappearing from the world. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. If even Lingtian Palace Master couldn't deal with Gu Fei, then who else in this world could deal with Gu Fei? "We are willing to submit." One powerful figure after another walked over from the distance and knelt in front of Gu Fei. These were the vassal kings who were still watching. This time, there were 9 vassal kings who came out, which shocked everyone who saw this scene, including Fierce Tiger King and North Garrison King, who had submitted to Gu Fei. There were a total of 11 vassal kings who had submitted to Gu Fei. These were 11 vassal kings. Everyone knew what this meant. This was equivalent to more than half of South China falling into the hands of Gu Fei. Only East King and the Sorcerer Tribe had not expressed their stance. Among the Sorcerer Tribe, one of the candidates for the Saintess, the Heaven Shaman Priest, had some friendship with Gu Fei. They seemed to be engaged. Of course, Gu Fei did not have any thoughts about the Sorcerer Tribe, because fighting for hegemony was not his real goal. Fighting for hegemony was just a means to achieve his goal. This kind of scheming was not suitable for him. As long as he had enough power, all kinds of schemes and tricks were useless. Moreover, Gu Fei did not have any concerns in this world. He had only accepted 2 disciples. A person who had no concerns was the most terrifying because no one could use his family and friends to threaten him. In the mortal world, Gu Fei had his weaknesses. His weaknesses were his wife, daughter, brothers, and disciples. But in the mortal world, Gu Fei had no weaknesses. He had no weaknesses. At this time, East King had already retreated quietly. Gu Fei brought the vassal kings and old ancestor Tianhong back to the South China royal capital. However, there were still some vassal kings who were still watching. Relying on Ling Tian Palace seemed to be an option. After all, Ling Tian Palace Master was an existence that could suppress Gu Fei. Wasn't East King the representative of Ling Tian Palace in South China? Even Ling Tian Palace Master couldn't kill Gu Fei. What should we do? In the main hall of East King's mansion, Man Yu's angry and unwilling roar resounded. The result of the battle between Ling Tian Palace Master and Gu Fei had already reached Man Yu's ears. Man Yu was naturally dumbfounded. The one who attacked was Ling Tian Palace Master, the publicly acknowledged #1 person in the world. Even such an existence couldn't kill Gu Fei. Didn't that mean that no one in the world was a match for Gu Fei? Second Master, have you forgotten about that place? East King smiled. What place? You mean, Man Yu's face was suddenly filled with fear. Only the existence of that place can kill Gu Fei. East King continued. Extreme Devil Cave? Man Yu squeezed out these 3 words with difficulty. Rumble. When Man Yu said these 3 words, a thunderclap resounded above East King Mansion. These 3 words seemed to have angered the heavens. This is the only way to kill Gu Fei. East King's face turned sinister. How could Southern Man fall into the hands of Gu Fei? Man Yu looked at East King with flickering eyes. He knew that East King wasn't a good person. Barbarian Emperor once told him that East King was very ambitious and shouldn't be too close to him. But now that Barbarian Emperor was killed by Gu Fei, Man Yu could only rely on East King. East King wanted to use Man Yu's influence to gather the remaining forces of Barbarian Emperor and strengthen himself. Both of them took what they needed, and each had their own ulterior motives. Second Master, don't hesitate. Don't you want to take revenge for your father's death? East King said coldly. All right. Man Yu nodded heavily. He decided to head to Extreme Devil Cave. Second Master, if you don't be ruthless to yourself, how can you be ruthless to your enemies? This king will send people to escort you to Extreme Devil Cave. As East King spoke, he immediately summoned the experts under him. Soon, one powerful figure after another walked into the hall from outside. Man Yu was shocked to discover that the weakest among them was a peak god king. There were also 3 peerless experts at the half-step emperor realm. Man Yu had been in the Eastern King Mansion for so long, but he had never seen these people before. Chapter 50:15. The East King's ambition could no longer be hidden because he had been preparing for 1,000 years. It had to be said that the East King really had the strength to dominate the southern wilderness. Behind him was the Ling Tian Palace, with the Ling Tian Palace's name. Who would dare to touch him? Moreover, he had gathered a lot of experts. Whether it was threats or promises, or taking in those vicious fellows, his strength had increased greatly. At this time, Gu Fei was like the sun in the sky. He was unstoppable. 11 of the 19 vassal kings of the southern wilderness had pledged their allegiance to Gu Fei. Although the remaining vassal kings were still observing, they didn't have much time left. If they didn't choose a side now, they wouldn't have to, although Gu Fei had fought with the Ling Tian Palace Master. This battle didn't change the power structure of the southern wilderness. The entire southern wilderness was still in a tripartite situation. The witch race, the East King, and Gu Fei still controlled the entire southern wilderness. The external forces of the southern wilderness also seemed to be restless. However, the Eastern Wasteland demon race and the West Sea dragon race had failed to invade the southern wilderness. This was a lesson learned. However, the strength of the Middle Heaven was much stronger than the Eastern Wasteland demon race and the West Sea dragon race. Both the Buddha race and the heavenly race had Emperor Realm existences. Moreover, these two forces had more than one Emperor Realm expert. This was the confidence of the Middle Heaven Buddha bead and the heavenly race. The ghost Emperor of the North Ruins didn't move either. No one knew what he was planning. However, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of anyone. At this time, Manyu was heading to the extreme Devil Cave under the protection of the 10 experts sent by the East King. Among the 10 experts sent by the East King, 3 were half-step Emperor Realm existences, and 7 were peak Divine Kings. These 10 experts said that they were protecting Manyu, but they were actually monitoring him. The extreme Devil Cave was located in the Middle Heaven. The place Gu Fei wanted to go to was also in the Middle Heaven. The Land of Void Beginning was also in the Middle Heaven. The mysterious heavenly race was the protector of the Land of Void Beginning. The extreme Devil Cave was in the territory of the Buddha race. The Buddha race had shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the extreme Devil Cave for countless years. The entire Void realm could be in chaos, except for the Land of Void Beginning and the extreme Demon Cave. This was because the empty Beginning Land and the extreme Demon Cave were forbidden areas. No one could easily enter these two places because they were related to the safety of the entire Void realm. At this moment, Manyu placed his last hope on extreme Demon Cave. Just when Manyu was being protected by the 10 experts of East King and quietly leaving southern barbaric land, Gu Fei went into seclusion again. He directly threw everything to his subordinates. He wanted to increase his cultivation again, and then prepare to go to the empty beginning land to find a way to leave this world. He could not stay in the empty world forever. If he stayed in the Void realm, he might be able to unify the 5 great regions and become the world lord of the Void realm. However, to him, the Void realm was too small. His stage was in the Limitless realm. Limitless was his goal. Southern barbaric royal capital, in the underground dragon vein. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. This place was not dark because there was a huge dragon of unknown length emitting a bright divine light. This huge dragon was not a real dragon, but a huge dragon condensed from the essence of the earth. The essence of the earth in the entire southern barbaric land was gathering towards this huge dragon. The southern barbaric royal capital was actually built on the ancestral dragon vein of southern barbaric land because all the dragon veins of southern barbaric land originated from here. Gu Fei wanted to use the ancestral dragon vein of southern barbaric land to break through the shackles of his current cultivation. He wanted to recover his 9 paths of cultivation and then go to the Land of Void Beginning. The Land of Void Beginning was mysterious. For countless years, no one knew the truth of the Land of Void Beginning. Moreover, the Land of Void Beginning was guarded by the Heaven race. Even peerless experts of the Emperor realm couldn't enter. At this time, even the Heaven race and the Buddha race would never have thought that someone would dare to have designs on the Land of Void Beginning and the extreme Demon Cave. Let's begin. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancestral vein of southern barbaric land, circulated his mysterious technique. The dense earth spirit energy in the surroundings immediately gathered towards him. Soon, Gu Fei was enveloped by a ball of divine light. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a huge cocoon, waiting for the moment to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Master actually went into seclusion at this time. This is too casual. In the palace hall of the southern barbaric royal capital, Long Xiaozhou sat on the dragon throne with his legs crossed. He was eating a thumb-sized spirit fruit that the maid handed him. "Junior sister, You are Master's disciple. You represent Master's face. You have to pay attention to your image." Xiaoya, who was standing at the side, said in an old-fashioned manner, "Why are you like an old man, little fellow?" Long Xiaozhou glanced at Xiaoya and said disapprovingly. Xiaoya was speechless. This junior sister of hers was really different. She was the princess of the Western Sea Dragon clan, but she didn't have any of the noble aura that a princess should have. Instead, she was a little devil who caused trouble everywhere. At this moment, there were 11 extremely powerful figures standing in the hall. Every single one of them had an extremely powerful aura. Although they were standing there quietly, they were like towering mountains that stood between the heavens and the earth. 11 vassal kings. When the 11 of them stood together, the aura they formed was something that even ordinary godly kings couldn't withstand. "Your Highness, look," the old high priest, who had been following Xiaoya, said respectfully to her. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The old high priest's cultivation was really pitifully low, but he had a talisman on him. With this talisman, he could completely ignore the shocking aura of the vassal kings. "What are you looking at? All of you go back and guard your current territories. Wait for Master to come out of seclusion." Xiaoya glanced at the vassal kings in the hall and said, "Your Highness, the Witch Clan and East King are eyeing us covetously. If Master doesn't show himself, how are we going to deal with them?" The fierce Tiger King said, as he stood up, "Just guard your territory. When Master comes out of seclusion, he'll kill all those disobedient people. The Sorcerer Tribe, East King, they're all useless. Are they stronger than Palace Masterling Tian?" Xiaoya said coldly. He, little senior sister, is right. Since Master is in seclusion, it's only natural for him to break through to the next realm. When Master comes out, his cultivation base will definitely improve greatly. At that time, I'm afraid that even Palace Master Ling Tian will not be a match for Master. Long Xiaozhou chuckled. The vassal kings in the hall couldn't help but be shocked when they heard that. If Gu Fei's cultivation could really improve, then the Witch Clan and East King wouldn't be a threat at all. One had to know that Gu Fei could already fight against an invincible existence like Palace Lord Ling Tian. "Yes, we will take our leave." The fierce Tiger King and the others hurriedly cupped their hands at Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou before leaving the hall. Chapter 5016. Middle Heaven was one of the 5 regions of the Void Realm. It was also the central region of the Void Realm. Among the 5 regions, Middle Heaven was the most prosperous region. Eastern Wasteland, Western Sea, Southern Barbarian, and North Ruins added together couldn't compare to Middle Heaven. This was because the Buddha race and the heavenly race had more than one Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, besides the Buddha race and the heavenly race, Middle Heaven also had other powerful sects and cultivation clans. For example, the Battle Sect, the Heavenly Tao Sect, and the Iron Blood Heavenly Wolf Gang. These were the top forces in Middle Heaven besides the Buddha race and the heavenly race. Under the protection of the 10 experts sent by East King, Manu entered the territory of Middle Sky and rushed to Extreme Devil Cave. Middle Heaven was vast, but no one could unify it and become its overlord. The major forces fought each other for territory and cultivation resources. The whole of Middle Heaven was not peaceful. Barbarian, you came from the south and entered the southern part of the central sky. This place was the territory of the Battle Sect. The headquarters of the Battle Sect was located in Battle City. If one wanted to go to Extreme Devil Cave, the shortest route was to pass through Battle City. If they took a detour, it would take them a few more days to reach Extreme Devil Cave. Manu, who was eager for revenge, couldn't wait any longer. He wanted nothing more than to quickly obtain invincible power and go back to take revenge on Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was in the ancestral earth vein below the southern barbarian royal capital. He was using the endless earth spirit energy to attack his cultivation shackles. The endless essence of the earth constantly gathered towards the light cocoon that Gu Fei had transformed into. 9 types of Tao patterns kept appearing on the large cocoon. The aura of the 9 great Taoists surged out of the cocoon. The inside of the cocoon seemed to be nurturing a world. The 9 great Taoists collided and intertwined inside the cocoon. The power of the great Taoists was vast. Gu Fei wanted to condense the 9 great Taoists again and recover his eternal realm cultivation. In the void realm, the Emperor realm was publicly recognized as the strongest cultivation realm. Realms above the Emperor realm only existed in legends. However, if Gu Fei were to successfully condense the power of the 9 Taoists and restore his eternal realm cultivation, then his cultivation would definitely be above the Emperor realm. Gu Fei's seclusion was originally a very secret matter, but very quickly, the news of Gu Fei's seclusion spread throughout the southern barbarian royal capital. This infuriated Xiaoya. She immediately summoned the fierce Tiger King and the North Vanquishing King and asked them to investigate who had leaked the information. This was because only Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, the old high priest, and the 11 vassal kings knew that Gu Fei was in seclusion. It was impossible for anyone else to know that Gu Fei was in seclusion. Very soon, the fierce Tiger King and the North Vanquishing King took action, and the atmosphere of the entire southern man's royal capital immediately became tense. Gu Fei actually went into seclusion at this time. In one of the palaces of the witch race in the southern barbarian royal capital, the Grand Witch King summoned the other Witch Kings. Currently, there were only 7 Witch Kings left in the witch race. This was because the Witch King, Wu Ying, had been killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei had killed Wu Ying, but the witch race did not punish him. This made the other forces of southern barbarian very surprised. The witch race actually admitted defeat in front of Gu Fei. This is a good opportunity. The Witch King, Wu Zhao, said, "Good my ass. Have you forgotten how Wu Ying died?" Wu Fong sneered. When the Witch Kings heard this, their expressions changed. This Gu Fei was a ruthless person. He even dared to wave his fist at the Lingtian Palace master. If they angered him, the consequences would be very serious. Wu Ying was a good example. We don't have to go against Gu Fei, but we can give them a little pressure. Wu Zhao said with a gloomy face, "Give them a little pressure?" The other Witch Kings looked at Wu Zhao curiously. "How?" Wu Fong asked. "The army is here, but we don't do anything." Wu Zhao said with a solemn face, "What, just for show?" All the Witch Kings were stunned. "That's right, just for show. Pretend that we will attack fierce Tiger King, and the rest at any time. If they can't take it anymore and attack us first, then we will give them a head-on blow." Wu Zhao said with his teeth clenched. His gaze became extremely sharp. When the Witch Kings heard this, their eyes lit up. This is a good idea. No matter how strong Gu Fei is, he can't be unreasonable. When that time comes, he can't blame us. All the Witch Kings nodded in agreement, because there was no risk in doing so. If the other party became overly nervous and attacked them first, it would definitely be a rare opportunity for the sorcerer tribe. It would be a legitimate opportunity for them to deal a heavy blow to Gu Fei's forces. Soon, the army of the witch race took action. In particular, Wu Zhao's army directly gathered in a city less than 500 miles away from fierce Tiger King's residence. They set up camp there and built fortifications. Wu Zhao's action really frightened the fierce Tiger King, because Wu Zhao put on a formation to attack fierce Tiger King at any time. No one knew if this Witch King Wu Zhao really wanted to attack fierce Tiger King. Fierce Tiger King directly sent the most elite Fierce Tiger Army to Flying Tiger City to confront Black Wolf City, where Wu Zhao was. The unusual action of the witch race immediately attracted the attention of all parties. One must know that at this sensitive time, any unusual action of the three major forces of southern China would attract attention. The news of Gu Fei's seclusion had already spread throughout southern China. Even the forces of other regions had received this news. Everyone was puzzled as to why Gu Fei didn't take the opportunity to expand his territory, but chose to seclusion. Could it be that he really wanted to fight with Ling Tian Palace Master? Some people guessed that the reason why Gu Fei went into seclusion was to make a breakthrough in his cultivation and then fight with Ling Tian Palace Master. Of course, no matter what the reason for Gu Fei's seclusion was, it made the major forces eager to make a move. One must know that after Gu Fei killed Barbarian Sovereign, he left behind a lot of territories that he didn't have time to control. Now, these places had become ownerless, and all the forces wanted a piece of the pie. As a result, the entire southern China became turbulent again. Fierce Tiger King and Witch King Wu Zhao were confronting each other. For a moment, the atmosphere between Flying Tiger City and Black Wolf City was extremely tense. A storm was brewing. The major forces had a show to watch again. Dong Wang also took action. He directly sent troops to take over 3 cities. These 3 cities were controlled by the remaining forces of Barbarian Sovereign. Xiao Yu originally wanted to send people to take over these 3 cities, but who would have thought that Dong Wang would beat her to it? This made Xiao Yu furious, but she couldn't do anything about it. Gu Fei was in seclusion. No one could do anything to Dong Wang, because Dong Wang was an expert. Dong Wang actually dared to snatch Gu Fei's food. When Gu Fei comes out of seclusion, there will be a good show to watch. Chapter 5017. After Gu Fei went into seclusion, only goddess Xiao Yu came forward to manage everything. However, Xiao Yu was too young, and her cultivation level was only at the god realm. She couldn't convince the masses at all. However, Xiao Yu was Gu Fei's disciple after all. Therefore, the 11 vassal lords who sided with Gu Fei didn't dare to be disloyal. As for Tian Hong, who was originally the array formation ancestor of Ling Tian Palace, he was planted with a restrictive spell by Gu Fei, so he didn't dare to betray Gu Fei. With the 11 vassal lords and ancestor Tian Hong holding down the fort, the other forces couldn't do anything for the time being. Moreover, Gu Fei's other disciple was the little princess of the West Sea Dragon clan, Long Xiaozhou. Therefore, the West Sea Dragon clan naturally stood on Gu Fei's side. The West Sea Dragon clan was an extremely powerful clan. Even in the entire Void Realm, no force dared to look down on the West Sea Dragon clan. At this time, Long Xiaozhou was cultivating the array formation Dao taught by Gu Fei in the cultivation room of Southman Royal Capital. The situation in Southman Royal Capital was unstable. The West Sea Dragon clan naturally wouldn't let their little princess fall into danger. They sent many experts into Southman Royal Capital. Xiao Yu allowed the experts of the West Sea Dragon clan to enter and leave Southman Royal Capital freely. At this time, Gu Fei's seclusion had reached the most critical juncture. In the dragon vein deep under Southman Royal Capital, there was a huge cocoon of light floating in front of the dragon-shaped ancestral vein. Countless Dao patterns were intertwined. However, among the countless Dao patterns, there were 9 Dao patterns that were incomparably bright. The other Dao patterns were gradually devoured by these 9 Dao patterns. Inside the cocoon of light, Gu Fei was re-evolving the 9 Dao patterns, and the progress was smooth. The power of the 9 great Dao was gradually recovering in his body. His power was just suppressed. As long as the laws of heaven and earth recognized him, his power would be awakened. Just a little bit more. Gu Fei, who was enveloped by the endless divine light of the great Tao, emitted an unparalleled might. It was as if a terrifying ancient beast had awakened from its slumber. Time flowed by. Man Yu and the others arrived at the headquarters of the battle sect near Battle City. Man Yu stood on a mountain several miles away from the city and gazed at Battle City. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The scale of this huge city was almost comparable to the southern barbarian royal capital. This Battle City was not only a large city, it was also very prosperous. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages in the city, and it was extremely lively. There was a large trading market here, and every day there would be countless cultivators exchanging for cultivation resources. If one was lucky, they might even be able to pick up some scraps. In addition, auctions were frequently held here, and there would often be powerful existences appearing in Battle City. The sect master of the Battle Gate was an existence with 1 foot in the Emperor realm. What a huge city! Man Yu exclaimed. To a certain extent, this place is even more prosperous than the southern barbarian capital. Things that can't be found in the southern barbarian capital can often be found here. A hunchbacked old man beside Man Yu looked at the huge city ahead with a complicated gaze. This person was called Mu Tianfeng, and he was the leader of the 10 experts sent by the East King. He was also the strongest among them. In the cultivation world, appearance, origin, and so on weren't important. The most important thing was cultivation and combat strength. Only those with powerful cultivation and combat strength could be the boss. This hunchbacked old man looked unprepossessing, but no one dared to underestimate him. Even Man Yu was polite to him, not daring to show any disrespect. "Let's go, enter the city." Man Yu waved his hand and walked down the mountain with large strides. The 10 experts sent by the East King exchanged glances and hurriedly chased after Man Yu. "Sect Master, the target has appeared." Battle City, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, a middle-aged man reported to the sect master. "Very good, continue to watch." The famous sect master of the Battle Gate sat on the throne in the middle of the main hall. "Yes." After the middle-aged man received the order, he directly left the main hall. "Sect master, since that person is here, why don't we capture him and sell a favor to that person from the West Sea?" A black-bearded old man sitting on the left side of the throne looked at the Battle Gate master in confusion. "Let's wait and see first," the Battle Gate master said in a deep voice. "The implications of making a move on that guy are too great." The higher-ups of the Battle Gate were very clear about this point. Man Yu was too arrogant. He actually swaggered into Battle City without any intention of hiding his identity. He was now a big shot, the only son of Man Emperor among the 3 sons of Man Emperor. The major forces in Middle Sky were also paying attention to the situation in South Man Emperor. Because Man Yu was the only son of Man Emperor, his portrait had already spread throughout the major forces in the Void Realm. Naturally, the Battle Gate also had a portrait of Man Emperor. As soon as Man Yu entered the city, the eyes of the Battle Gate were on him. Soon, Mu Tianfeng, who was beside Man Yu, felt that something was wrong. They were being watched, and there were many people watching them. They were really unhappy. If Man Yu had disguised himself, would there have been so much trouble? Mu Tianfeng's heart suddenly stirred. Could Man Yu be doing this on purpose? One must know that although East King was polite to the son of Man Emperor on the surface, the son of Man Emperor was just a puppet. Everyone was well aware of this. Man Yu was also very clear of his situation. East King wanted to use Man Yu's identity as the son of Man Emperor to strengthen his own forces. Although East King had sent 10 experts to escort Man Yu to Extreme Devil Cave, Mu Tianfeng, and the others were actually monitoring Man Yu. "Senior Mu, why don't we find an inn and stay for a night before leaving?" Man Yu walked on the street and looked around. He seemed to be very interested in the things around him. Second Master, we are already being watched. I think we should leave the city quickly. Mu Tianfeng said expressionlessly. What? We are being watched? Man Yu was shocked when he heard that. He looked a little flustered. When Mu Tianfeng saw Man Yu's expression, he was even more certain that his guess was right. Man Yu was doing this on purpose. He sneered in his heart. Continue acting. I reckon that you won't be able to escape my grasp. As one of the top experts under East King, Mu Tianfeng naturally had the confidence to be arrogant. He didn't put those people who were watching them in the dark in his eyes. Even if the sect master of the battle gate, Wang Dozhan, acted personally, he wouldn't be afraid. And let's leave the city quickly. Don't complicate matters. Mu Tianfeng said coldly. Man Yu wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. The group walked along the street and passed through the city, heading towards the north gate. What are these guys rushing to do? When Wang Dozhan received the news, he couldn't help but frown. Keep an eye on those guys. Don't act rashly. Wang Dozhan ordered. Very soon, a large number of disciples of the battle gate moved. Chapter 50:18. The south of culmination was the world of the battle sect. The sect master of the battle sect, Wang Dozhan, was a powerful existence at the half-step emperor realm. If Wang Dozhan's cultivation could break through to the emperor realm, then the battle sect could become a super sect that could contend with the Buddha clan and the Sky clan. If the Buddha clan and the Sky clan were first-rate forces, then the battle sect was a second-rate force. Although it was a second-rate force, the strength of the battle sect couldn't be underestimated. Man Yu's appearance made Wang Dozhan very nervous. One had to know that Man Yu was the second son of the barbarian emperor, and the only one among the 3 sons of the barbarian emperor who was still alive. The barbarian emperor used to be the overlord of southern barbarian, one of the 5 overlords. After the once invincible barbarian emperor was killed by Gu Fei, he left behind quite a number of barbarian emperor survivors. As long as Man Yu is still alive, these barbarian emperor survivors will still have hope and will always go against Gu Fei. And Wang wanted to use Man Yu's identity as the son of the barbarian emperor to recruit troops. In fact, many of the barbarian emperor survivors had already submitted to Wang. Now, Wang sent Mu Tianfeng, one of the top 10 experts, to protect Man Yu and head to Extreme Devil Cave to find the ultimate power of this world to deal with Gu Fei. After Man Yu and the others left Southern Barbarian, they were a little relaxed. Perhaps they thought that they didn't need to hide their identities and could move freely. However, after Man Yu and the others entered Battle City in the south of Culmination, they found that they were being watched. Man Yu appeared in Battle City. In the Nanman imperial capital, a golden divine eagle rushed over from the distant sky like a bolt of lightning and directly landed in the imperial palace of the imperial capital. Long Xiaozhou walked out of the palace hall with a golden divine, hawk perched on her left shoulder. Someone had sent her a message telling her about Man Yu's whereabouts. Of course, although the golden eagle was fast, it couldn't fly from Battle City to southern barbarian royal capital in a short period of time. This was because the distance between Battle City and southern barbarian royal capital was too far. However, there were teleportation platforms in the huge cities in the Void Realm. Through the teleportation platforms, long-distance teleportation could save a lot of time. Princess, do you want to go to Battle City? A figure hidden in the darkness suddenly said. This person stood in the darkness, as if he had become one with the surrounding darkness. If he had not spoken, no one would have noticed his existence. That's right. I've just comprehended some of the true meaning of Array Dao. I'm looking for someone to practice with. Long Xiaozhou revealed an incomparably cold smile. This little princess of the West Sea Dragon clan was very talented in the Tao of formations. Princess, that Manu was easy to deal with, but that Mu Tianfeng by his side, the mysterious shadow wanted to say something but hesitated. Are you scared? Long Xiaozhou raised his eyebrows. Hey Sha, have never known how to write the word fear. The black shadow said in a deep voice, If you're not afraid, why should I be? Long Xiaozhou shrugged, and then he shot into the sky and vanished beneath the veil of the night. Where is she going this time? On the balcony of a pavilion in the imperial palace, Xiao happened to see Long Xiaozhou leave. She couldn't control this junior sister. Moreover, she also knew that Long Xiaozhou couldn't stay idle. How many days had he been in seclusion? He couldn't help but run out to play again. Your Highness, the old priest stood behind Xiaoya with a worried expression. Let her be. Don't look at how playful she is. Usually, she knows her limits. As Xiaoya spoke, she turned and walked into the pavilion. Sigh. The old priest sighed, shook his head, and followed her in. Soon, at the teleportation array of the southern barbarian royal capital, a divine light shot into the sky and instantly disappeared into the horizon. Someone used the teleportation array. Many experts in the royal capital looked up into the sky and were indescribably shocked, because it was a critical period now. Xiaoya had already ordered that the teleportation array couldn't be used easily. Now, there were only 3 people who were qualified to use the teleportation array. One was Xiaoya, the other was Long Xiaozhou, and the third was old ancestor Tianhong. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were Gu Fei's disciples, who would dare to stop them if they wanted to use the teleportation array. As for old ancestor Tianhong, he was the array formation ancestor of the towering Heaven Palace. His cultivation and combat power were above the 11 southern barbarian feudal lords who had submitted to Gu Fei. Moreover, he had been restricted by Gu Fei. As long as he wanted to live, he would never betray Gu Fei. Therefore, he could naturally use the teleportation array for the absolutely loyal old ancestor, Tianhong. Hence, some people guessed which of the 3 of them, Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, or ancestor Tianhong, had left the southern man capital. All the forces were guessing what Xiaoya and the others were planning. No one thought that Long Xiaozhou left the southern barbarian capital to deal with Manu. Soon, Long Xiaozhou appeared in the battle city. Little junior sister is here? Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? You could have let me prepare myself. Long Xiaozhou's arrival immediately made Wang Dozhan's nerves tense up. He had some connections with the West Sea Dragon clan. He was an in-name disciple of the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor. It was also because of this identity that Wang Dozhan would send people to keep an eye on Manu. Long Xiaozhou used the teleportation array to come, which directly alerted Wang Dozhan. She had yet to step off the teleportation array when Wang Dozhan had already arrived. Senior brother Wang, how have you been? Long Xiaozhou smiled and said to Wang Dozhan, Haha, if I was unwell, how could I still come and pick you up? Wang Dozhan laughed loudly. How is master? Wang Dozhan put away his smile and said with a solemn expression, That father of mine is very well. He often talks about you with me. Long Xiaozhou said, as she looked around, Is that so? It's rare that master still remembers me, this disciple. I haven't gone to the West Sea to pay a visit to him for many years. I've let master down. Wang Dozhan sighed. Senior brother, you've developed well these years. There are many experts in the battle sect. Long Xiaozhou suddenly smiled, slyly. Wang Dozhan was a little confused. At this time, the higher-ups of the battle sect in battle sect had all arrived. On the ground and on the roofs, there were many powerful figures. It's all right, Wang Dozhan said casually. Senior brother, this time I'm here because I have something to trouble senior brother. Long Xiaozhou's expression became solemn. Ha! You and I are senior brother and junior sister. If there's anything junior sister can just tell me. Wang Dozhan laughed loudly. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony. Senior brother, do you know where Manyu is? Long Xiaozhou said directly. Manyu? Wang Dozhan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. Little junior sister actually came for Manyu. However, he then understood that little junior sister had already become Gu Quangren's disciple. Chapter 5019. Gu Quangren, Gu Fei. In the eyes of the elites from the top forces of the 5 great domains, he was so arrogant that he did not even take the Ling Tian Palace Lord seriously and dared to challenge him. That was the Ling Tian Palace Lord, the publicly acknowledged #1 elite in the Void Realm, who dared to challenge the Ling Tian Palace Lord. Even the West Sea Elder Dragon Emperor, who had lived for countless years, did not dare to challenge him. However, Gu Fei did not hesitate to challenge him. The battle between Gu Fei and the Ling Tian Palace Lord had shaken the entire Void Realm, and Gu Fei's name had also spread throughout the Void Realm. Everyone knew that the madman Gu Fei had killed the Barbarian Emperor, now that the Barbarian Emperor's son, Manyu, had appeared in Battle City in the southern Midheaven domain, and Long Xiaozhou had also rushed to Battle City. It seemed that Battle City was going to be very lively. At this time, Long Xiaozhou had already been welcomed into the city hall by Wang Dozhan. Now, Long Xiaozhou was not only the West Sea Elder Dragon Emperor's favorite daughter, she also had another identity, and that was Gu Quangren's disciple. Wang Dozhan immediately sent out countless spies to keep an eye on Manyu. However, Manyu did not stay in Battle City, but instead headed straight for the north gate of Battle City. He wanted to travel under the cover of the night. However, it was unknown if Manyu was doing this on purpose or not, but it took him a full hour to arrive at the north gate. At this time, there was an army gathered at the north gate. This army was blocking the city gate. At this time, the city gate was tightly shut. A strand of cold light flashed in Manyu's eyes when he saw this. Kill! Without any hesitation, Mu Tianfeng charged forward. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The battle sex army at the north gate immediately dispersed, and a general charged towards Mu Tianfeng, the spear in his hand piercing towards Mu Tianfeng like a poisonous dragon. Humph! You're courting death! Mu Tianfeng let out a cold laugh. With a wave of his left sleeve, he directly knocked the spear that was piercing towards him to the side. He clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand and punched the general's chest with lightning speed. Bam! Kacha! The sound of impact and bones breaking rang out from the general's body at the same time. In the next moment, the general was sent flying backwards by Mu Tianfeng's punch, continuously coughing up blood. This battle general smashed into the group of battle soldiers behind him, knocking over a dozen battle soldiers before collapsing to the ground. He had already breathed his last. The battle soldiers that were smashed by this general were either dead or injured. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers were scared out of their wits. This guy was too powerful. He had actually killed their Lord Zhongjun with a single punch. Seeing how mighty and powerful Mu Tianfeng was, those soldiers immediately hid far away. Go! Mu Tianfeng took the lead and directly rushed towards the city gate. Then, with a furious roar, he fiercely punched the tightly shut city gate. Boom! With a loud sound, the thick and heavy city gate that was wrapped in iron was actually blasted open by Mu Tianfeng's extremely powerful punch. How dare you cause trouble in Battle City? A loud shout rang out. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful pressure appeared between heaven and earth. A black shadow rushed towards Mu Tianfeng like a black bolt of lightning. Trouble! Mu Tianfeng frowned. The person who came was incomparably powerful. He directly threw a punch towards Mu Tianfeng. The fist had not yet arrived, but the wind from the punch had already arrived. The wind from the punch was like a sharp blade that slashed across Mu Tianfeng's face, causing his skin to feel a faint pain. Humph! Mu Tianfeng sneered. His body sank, and his feet firmly stood on the ground like wooden stakes. His right fist, however, shot out like lightning. The two fists instantly collided. In that instant, the surrounding sound suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, an incomparably shocking explosion rang out, and the two figures flew backwards. Senior Mu, seeing this scene, Manu was also shocked. The person who came could actually fight against Mu Tianfeng. Could this guy be the sect leader of Battlegate? Wang Dozhan? Their figures flashed, and the two half-step emperor realm experts rushed towards the man in black. Both of them exploded with the powerful aura of half-step emperor realm. Other than Mu Tianfeng, there were two other half-step emperor realm experts among the 10 experts sent by East King. One of them was a hunchbacked old man named Tuo Xiong. Of course, this name was not his real name. Perhaps only East King knew his true origin. The other half-step emperor realm expert was called Mr. Qiushui. This Mr. Qiushui was a sword cultivator. He was dressed in white and carried an ancient sword on his back. His long beard hung down to his chest, and he looked like an otherworldly expert. You want to gang up on me? I, Lei Ao, am more than happy to do so. The man in black was tall and mighty. His battle intent was like a rainbow. He glanced at Tuo Xiong and Mr. Qiushui with a disdainful expression. You are the vice sect leader of Battlegate, Lei Ao. Tuo Xiong and Mr. Qiushui were shocked when they heard this. Battlegate was a second-rate sect in Middle Sky. However, even a second-rate sect was very powerful. The sect leader, Wang Dozhan, was undoubtedly the strongest in the Battlegate in terms of cultivation and battle strength. Lei Ao was the second strongest person in the Battlegate. His cultivation and battle strength were only slightly weaker than Wang Dozhan. You guys protect Second Master and leave first. Mu Tianfeng walked towards Lei Ao step by step. A powerful aura exploded from his body. The surrounding soldiers felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, and they almost couldn't stand up straight. Everyone retreated far away in fear. Even Manu and the others felt the pressure increase. The 7 divine kings protected Manu as they walked towards the city gate. Want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? At this moment, a voice rang out. Then, a red figure descended from the sky and landed on a pavilion beside the city gate. The newcomer's red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was covered. She was looking at Manu and the others. Who are you? Manu sneered. How dare you be disrespectful to my junior sister? Be careful that I don't chop you up and feed you to the dogs. A figure appeared beside the lady in red and roared at Manu. Haha, I'm right here. Come and chop me up. Manu laughed in disdain. Good fellow, you have guts. It has been many years since someone dared to be impudent in front of me, Wang Dozhan. The man's gaze sharpened. He is Wang Dozhan. The 7 godly kings around Man, you were shocked when they heard this. Wang Dozhan was the sect leader of Battlegate. Manu's forehead was covered in sweat. He didn't expect Wang Dozhan to personally make a move. Wang Dozhan's cultivation and combat strength were very powerful. What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you escorting Second Master out of the city? Mu Tianfeng roared at the 7 divine kings. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 50-20. Long Xiaozhou's identity was extremely noble. Not only was she the most beloved daughter of the West Sea Dragon Emperor, but she was also the disciple of Gu Quangren, who had recently turned the entire South Barbarian upside down. Ever since Gu Fei fought with the mysterious palace lord of Ling Tian Palace, no one dared to look down on Gu Fei in the Void Realm. After all, who dared to fight with the mysterious palace lord of Ling Tian Palace? Even if Gu Fei couldn't defeat the palace lord of Ling Tian Palace, he was still known as the second strongest expert in the world. As Gu Fei's disciple, who dared to slight Long Xiaozhou, Wang Dozhan didn't dare to slight her either. In order to help Long Xiaozhou capture Manyu, he personally came to the North Gate. At this moment, in Zhongtian, the North Gate of Battle City was filled with cold, murderous intent. Long Xiaozhou stood on a pavilion beside the city gate and looked coldly at Manyu, the second son of Barbarian Emperor, who was protected by the 7 divine kings. The second son of Barbarian Emperor actually needs someone to protect him. Long Xiaozhou sneered. Long Xiaozhou, I have no enmity with you in the past. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? At this moment, Manyu already knew Long Xiaozhou's identity. Don't talk nonsense. It's impossible for me to let you go. Long Xiaozhou said coldly, Second Master, hurry up and leave. One of the 7 divine kings said anxiously, Leave? Where can I go? Wang Dozhan, who was standing beside Long Xiaozhou, leaped up and flew towards Manyu. A powerful pressure erupted from his body, and the spiritual energy in the void immediately gathered towards him. I'll deal with Lao. The 2 of you go and protect Second Master. As Mu Tianfeng spoke, he sent a punch towards Lao. A powerful fist force burst out from his fist, causing the void to tremble. Tuo Xiong and Mr. Qiushui didn't say anything and charged towards Wang Dozhan, who was pouncing towards Manyu. Tuo Xiong flipped his right hand, and a long black whip appeared in his hand. With a shake of his right hand, the long whip coiled around Wang Dozhan like a black snake. At the same time, a sword hum sounded. The ancient sword on Mr. Qiushui's back was unsheathed. With a flash of cold light, a sharp sword ray pierced through Wang Dozhan's body. A chilling sword chi spread out, and the temperature of the world dropped rapidly. Battle God Fist. Wang Dozhan roared and threw a punch at the sword light. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand and grabbed the long whip that was coming at him. Clang! When Wang Dozhan's fist collided with the sword light, a metallic clang rang out. The incomparably sharp sword light was unable to touch him at all. What? Master Qiushui was shocked when he saw this. Could it be that this guy had cultivated to the invincible Vajra level? At this moment, Wang Dozhan pulled hard with his left hand. Only then did Manyu slowly retract his fist. On his fist, between his fingers, there was actually an incomparably sharp black thorn. God-slaying thorn? When Wang Dozhan saw the black thorn between Manyu's fingers, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Wang Dozhan, go to hell! Tuo Xiong roared and directly rushed over. He clenched his right fist and ruthlessly punched Wang Dozhan's head, causing Wang Dozhan to fly out. Boom! Wang Dozhan directly smashed through a house and fell in. What? When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. Senior brother, when Long Xiaozhou saw this, she couldn't help but be furious. This man, you was really too despicable. She directly jumped down from the pavilion and grabbed the void with her right hand. An inconspicuous long saber immediately appeared in her hand. Buzz! When Long Xiaozhou poured her strength into the saber in her hand, a dragon's roar immediately came out from the saber. The shadow of a dragon emerged from the saber. Emperor Beheading Saber? When Manyu saw the saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand, his eyes instantly widened. This emperor beheading saber belonged to his father, Man Huang. Now, it actually fell into Long Xiaozhou's hands. It seemed that Gu Fei really treated his disciple very well. Roar. At this moment, Lei Ao roared continuously. He wanted to rush over to see how Wang Dozhan was doing, but he was stopped by Mu Tianfeng. Even Mu Tianfeng didn't expect Man Yu to have this move. Chapter 5021. Before Gu Fei went into seclusion, he gave monarch beheading saber to Long Xiaozhou. In Gu Fei's eyes, monarch beheading saber, which was known as the #1 saber in the south, wasn't the strongest Dao weapon. After he gave monarch beheading saber to Long Xiaozhou, he gave the complete golden armor he got from barbarian emperor to Xiaoya. The power of the golden armor should be above monarch beheading saber. It was just that barbarian emperor hadn't been able to unleash the true power of the golden armor. Man Yu was stunned when he saw monarch beheading saber. This was monarch beheading saber, the #1 saber in the south. No one knew the power of this saber better than Man Yu. Buzz! Long Xiaozhou shook the monarch beheading saber in her hand and swept it horizontally. A domineering arc of saber light rushed out from the saber and slashed towards Tuo Xiong and Mr. Qiu Shui. The monarch executioner saber was a divine weapon renowned throughout the world. Even half-step emperor realm cultivators like Tuo Xiong and Mr. Qiu Shui were shocked when they saw the blade light coming at them. They immediately dodged it without a second thought. Man Yu immediately ran away when he saw Long Xiaozhou's saber. Long Xiaozhou forced these guys back with one slash and immediately turned around to rush into the wall that Wang Dozhan had crashed through. Senior brother, Long Xiaozhou immediately saw Wang Dozhan lying in the rubble. She was shocked when she saw Wang Dozhan's appearance. Wang Dozhan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Moreover, Wang Dozhan's current condition was very bad. He was poisoned, and it wasn't an ordinary poison. This kind of poison could definitely kill a half-step emperor realm expert. Little junior sister, Wang Dozhan couldn't even speak properly. Got slaying thorns poison? Long Xiaozhou was extremely shocked. One had to know that Wang Dozhan was an expert among half-step emperor realm experts. He was actually poisoned to this extent and was on the verge of death. She didn't dare to be negligent and quickly took out a pill and stuffed it into Wang Dozhan's mouth. This was her life-saving divine pill that could cure all poisons in the world, whether it was the god-slaying thorns poison or other strange poisons that made people pale at the mention of it. It could cure all of them. This was because Gu Fei had given it to Long Xiaozhou and little yet to save their lives. Gu Fei did not want his disciple to die in the hands of those despicable and shameless people. Long Xiaozhou originally thought that Wang Dozhan was poisoned too deeply and was beyond saving, but who would have thought that after he took the divine pill, the black gas on his face would actually recede at a speed visible to the naked eye? This Long Xiaozhou was surprised and overjoyed. His master did not lie to him. This divine elixir could even cure the poison of the god-slaying thorn. He had to ask his master for a few more of these divine elixirs. If Gu Fei knew what Long Xiaozhou was thinking, he would probably go crazy. Asking for a few more? Even refining a single divine pill like this was extremely difficult. Most importantly, he needed a drop of his blood to refine this divine pill. Who would be stupid enough to bleed themselves for no reason? Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and the entire house suddenly collapsed. Countless bricks and stones smashed towards Long Xiaozhou. Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, you dare to attack me? Long Xiaozhou smiled. She had the monarch executioner in her hand. Even if she wasn't a half-step emperor realm, she would still dare to fight against a half-step emperor realm cultivator. Roar! Long Xiaozhou roared angrily and slashed upwards with the monarch executioner. The falling roof was directly split in half, and she rushed out. Whoosh! As soon as Long Xiaozhou rushed out, a black shadow immediately wrapped around her body like a poisonous snake. It was a black whip, and countless sharp blades suddenly emerged from the whip that was wrapped around Long Xiaozhou. "Ha, go to hell!" Tuo Xiong laughed loudly and pulled hard. The whip wrapped around Long Xiaozhou's body immediately tightened, wanting to tear her apart at the waist. However, the sharp blades on the whip only managed to cut through Long Xiaozhou's outer clothes. They couldn't cut through the soft armor beneath her clothes at all. This was a famous protective armor of the West Sea, known as the Thousand Dragon Armor. This Thousand Dragon Armor was forged from the dragon scales and dragon skin of the fallen dragon tribe of the West Sea. Ordinary Dao weapons could not break through the Thousand Dragon Armor's defense at all. Seeing that his whip couldn't hurt Long Xiaozhou, Tuo Xiong's expression changed. In the next moment, he wanted to retract his whip, but it was too late. The monarch executioner in Long Xiaozhou's hand had already moved. With a flash of the blade, the whip wrapped around her body was directly cut in half. Tuo Xiong felt extremely pained. This was the Dao weapon that he had refined his entire life. It was destroyed just like that. This made his heart bleed. At this moment, a sword light shot towards Long Xiaozhou. However, Mr. Qiushui was also shocked when he saw that Long Xiaozhou cut Tuo Xiong's whip in one move. Long Xiaozhou was holding the number 1 saber of the South Barbarians, the monarch executioner. Mr. Qiushui hurriedly recalled his flying sword. At the same time, Lei Ao roared and rushed over. Mu Tianfeng took the opportunity to rush towards Man Yu. He grabbed Man Yu's shoulder and soared into the sky, directly flying out of Battle City. At this moment, the garrison troops in and outside the city had already fought their way to the north gate. Countless arrows pierced through the air and shot towards Mu Tianfeng and Man Yu. "Humph!" Mu Tianfeng sneered. With a wave of his right sleeve, all the arrows that were shot towards him were sent flying away. Many of the arrows were even shot towards the army of the battle gate below. When the arrows fell, screams immediately sounded. Many of the cavalrymen of the battle sect were hit and fell off their horses. The cavalrymen outside the battle sect were instantly in chaos. "Retreat!" Mu Tianfeng roared towards Tuo Xiong, Mr. Qiushui, and the others who were still inside the north gate. Then, without turning his head, he grabbed Man Yu and fled. Mu Tianfeng was so powerful, but he actually wanted to escape. That was because he sensed Wang Dozhan's aura. Boom! At the same time, there was a loud sound. Broken bricks instantly flew in all directions. A figure walked out from the smoke and dust. This person was Wang Dozhan. His aura was like a rainbow, and his body was filled with vast and mighty energy. His eyes were extremely sharp as he looked in the direction that Mu Tianfeng escaped. "Want to escape?" Wang Dozhan's right foot stepped on the ground. His entire body turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky. In an instant, he pierced through the sky and chased after Mu Tianfeng. Seeing that their boss had retreated, Tuo Xiong and Mr. Qiushui did not want to continue fighting and also wanted to escape. However, Lei Ao exploded and directly faced Tuo Xiong. "This is not a place where you can come and go as you please." Lei Ao roared angrily. He punched out again and again. Every time he punched out, there would be a dazzling electric light exploding from his fist, illuminating the night sky. Tuo Xiong was incomparably depressed. "This guy bullied me because my Dao tool was destroyed. Is he easy to bully?" Lei Ao's Heaven's Thunder Fist was incomparably domineering. The destructive fist force was vast and mighty, forcing him to continuously dodge. "Ha! "Hunchbacked old man, I'll be leaving first." Mr. Chioshui laughed loudly. He became one with his sword and soared into the sky. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 5022. Battle City, North Gate. The moon was dark, and the wind was strong. The lights were brightly lit. At this moment, the Battle Sex army had already surrounded the entire North Gate. Even a bird wouldn't be able to fly out of the North Gate at this moment. Old Fart Chioshui, Old Thief Mu, Yu, Tuo Xiong, who was blocked by Lao and Long Xiaozhou at the North Gate, had already cursed Mu Tianfeng and Mr. Chioshui's ancestors. These two bastards actually abandoned him and escaped. Like Tuo Xiong, the 7 godly kings were also blocked at the North Gate. Kill! The 7 godly kings roared angrily as they flew towards the North Gate. However, just as they rushed into the sky, countless flying arrows were shot at them from all directions. However, these 7 fellas were all godly king existences. A ball of divine light appeared on the 7 of them. All the arrows that were shot towards them were repelled by the divine light. This kind of attack couldn't hurt these godly kings at all. Swoosh! At this moment, there was a flash of blood. A godly king in the sky suddenly fell from the sky. A faint, almost invisible black shadow moved quickly in the void like a shadow. With a flash, another godly king fell from the sky. What? Who is it? Before a godly king could finish his sentence, he covered his throat. His eyes bulged out, and he also fell from the sky. When the other godly kings saw this, they were scared half to death. They immediately scattered in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, 3 godly king experts were killed by the mysterious shadow. This shocked Lao, the battle sex vice sect leader. Although these godly kings were like ants in Lao's eyes to ordinary cultivators, they were high and mighty godly kings. To be able to kill godly kings in a second, the abilities of this mysterious expert were imaginable. Don't let any of them off. Long Xiaozhou said in a deep voice. Yes, master. A cold voice resounded in the void. Long Xiaozhou was staring at Tuo Xiong. You are dead. Long Xiaozhou coldly said to Tuo Xiong. TSK, you only have the Emperor Beheading Saber in your hand. If you don't use the Emperor Beheading Saber, I can stab you to death with 1 finger. Do you believe me? Tuo Xiong stared at Long Xiaozhou disdainfully and said, I believe you, but I won't give you the chance. Long Xiaozhou said calmly. She was well aware of the Dragon Slayer Saber's power. With her current cultivation level and Monarch Executioner, she could even put up a fight against a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. However, without Monarch Executioner, she was no match for Tuo Xiong at all. Cut the crap and die. Lao didn't want to waste time with this guy. He threw a punch at Tuo Xiong. His Thunder Fist force was incomparably domineering. Before his fist even reached Tuo Xiong, more than 10 bolts of lightning had already blasted towards him. Each bolt of lightning was incomparably dazzling, as if it was tearing the void apart. People who cultivated this kind of lightning cultivation method had a fiery temper. Since Tuo Xiong dared to cause trouble in his territory, he would directly send him to the next world. How would Tuo Xiong dare to fight with Lao now? He immediately rushed into the sky and fled. However, a saber was already slashing towards his head. Damn it! Tuo Xiong roared angrily. He instantly moved a few feet to the side, dodging the saber and Lao's fist. However, in the next moment, Tuo Xiong's body was already surrounded by the saber shadows of Monarch Executioner. It was as if there were countless Monarch Executioner saber slashing towards him. Without any suspense, Tuo Xiong still wanted to struggle on his deathbed. However, countless saber shadows fell instantly, and Tuo Xiong was instantly dismembered. A half-step Emperor realm cultivator died, under Long Xiaozhou's saber just like that. Even Tuo Xiong himself probably didn't expect to die in Battle City. Monarch Executioner indeed lives up to its name. When Lei Ao saw this scene, he was stunned. Tuo Xiong's cultivation level and combat strength were not low. If he were to fight with his life on the line, he might be able to kill Tuo Xiong. However, he would definitely be severely injured. However, Long Xiaozhou actually killed Tuo Xiong with just 2 slashes. He relied on the Monarch Executioner saber in his hand. The power of the Monarch Executioner saber made Lei Ao's heart palpitate. Humph! This Monarch Executioner saber is imbued with my master's power. Not to mention a half-step Emperor Realm Cultivator. Even a true Emperor Realm Cultivator might not be able to take 1 slash from me. Long Xiaozhou said proudly. What? Lei Ao was even more shocked when he heard this. Master, the mission is completed. Leave no one alive. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Long Xiaozhou like a shadow. Very good. Long Xiaozhou nodded his head. Lead the way, Long Xiaozhou said. Yes. The shadow directly shot up into the sky and flew out of the city. Countless soldiers outside actually didn't see this mysterious shadow. Long Xiaozhou also shot up into the sky. In the next moment, the rain of arrows appeared again. Countless flying arrows were shot towards Long Xiaozhou. Stop! King stop! Lei Ao roared angrily. He was extremely nervous as he also rushed forward. If Long Xiaozhou was injured, the battle sect would be finished. One should know that Long Xiaozhou was the most beloved daughter of the West Sea Elder Dragon Emperor. The West Sea Elder Dragon Emperor was the longest living emperor in the Void Dimension. This was because the mysterious palace lord of Lingtian Palace had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Moreover, the West Sea Elder Dragon Emperor was the master of their battle sect leader, Wang Dozhan. Most importantly, Long Xiaozhou was the disciple of Gu Fei. Who was Gu Fei? He was an existence even more powerful than the West Sea Elder Dragon Emperor. Who would dare to touch the disciple of the ruthless Gu Fei? The people from the battle army didn't know who Long Xiaozhou was. However, after hearing Lei Ao's roar, they stopped. Very quickly, Long Xiaozhou's figure disappeared under the night sky. These ordinary flying arrows couldn't hurt her at all. All of you, go back to your encampment. In the sky, Lei Ao roared at the battle army outside the north gate. Yes, yes. The generals of the battle army hurriedly took the order and led their troops back to their encampment. Lei Ao also turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared under the night sky. Long Xiaozhou's target was Man Yu. Even though she killed the 7 divine kings and the half-step emperor realm Tuo Xiong, she didn't kill Man Yu. Naturally, she wouldn't let it go. However, Mu Tianfeng was really strong. Even though he was escaping with 1 person, he still left Wang Dozhan far behind. Very quickly, Mu Tianfeng got rid of Wang Dozhan. Damn it! Wang Dozhan, who could no longer sense Mu Tianfeng's aura, angrily smashed a small hill beside him. I don't believe that you can escape from my 5 Fingers Mountain. Wang Dozhan gritted his teeth. He hated Man Yu to the core. This guy actually dared to sneak attack him, causing him to almost die from the poison of the god-slaying spike. Chapter 5023. Battle City regained its peace. Outside Battle City, a chase was still going on. Lei Ao, you bastard, we have no enmity in the past. Why are you staring at me? Sword light streaked across the sky, tearing through the dark night. Behind the sword light, a dazzling lightning chased after it. A destructive aura spread out. Cut the crap. Fight me if you have the guts. Lei Ao sneered. Fight you? Fight my ass. Mr. Choshue's voice resounded. He became one with the sword, turning into a resplendent sword light and instantly leaving. But the battle sect master Lei Ao's lightning escape technique was also incomparably fast. It was definitely not easy for Mr. Qiushui to shake him off. And at this moment, Long Xiaozhou was led by the shadow, chasing after Mu Tianfeng. Long Xiaozhou's shadow protector was not only proficient in assassination techniques, he was also proficient in tracking techniques. It wasn't easy for Mu Tianfeng to shake them off. At this moment, Mu Tianfeng really wanted to slap Man Yu to death. If it wasn't for this guy being so high profile, why would they be in such a sorry state? No one knew what happened to the others. Although the battle sect wasn't the strongest power in Sky Center, they couldn't be underestimated. There were many experts in the battle sect. Mr. Qiushui and Tuo Xiong might be able to escape, but the 7 divine kings might be in danger. They might all die in Battle City. Mu Tianfeng's guess was really accurate. The 7 divine kings sent by Dong Wang really all died in Battle City. Even Tuo Xiong was killed by Long Xiaozhou. This was something Mu Tianfeng didn't expect. Tuo Xiong was a half-step emperor. Even if Mu Tianfeng made a move, it wouldn't be easy to kill Tuo Xiong. Why? Can we catch up? In a forest under a hill, Long Xiaozhou asked the shadow-like mysterious figure beside him. Master, they won't be able to escape. The shadow replied, Good, then continue to chase. Long Xiaozhou's face was terrifyingly cold. She knew Man Yu's purpose in coming to Sky Center. That guy definitely wouldn't come to Sky Center for no reason. It would be best to capture Man Yu. If Man Yu captured Man Yu and brought him back to the southern barbarian royal capital, his master would definitely be happy. Maybe his master would be happy and impart a few ultimate moves to him. When Long Xiaozhou was chasing after Man Yu, Gu Fei was still in seclusion in the earth ancestral vein deep under the southern barbarian royal capital. At this time, Gu Fei condensed the spiritual energy of the earth around him. In the void of the ancestral vein, a cocoon of light emitted endless divine light. Re-enter the eternal realm. I am supreme. An extremely dignified voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral vein. In the next moment, the endless spiritual energy gathered in the ancestral vein was devoured by Gu Fei. Just how much spiritual energy was this? And yet, it was sucked dry by Gu Fei in an instant. Of course, this was only the ancestral vein. The spiritual energy in this huge space had been sucked dry by Gu Fei. The huge dragon-shaped ancestral vein was still emitting extremely pure spiritual energy. A figure appeared in the void. I finally succeeded. Gu Fei stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He sensed the powerful power in his body, but there wasn't a trace of surprise on his face. Instead, he was very calm. This was equivalent to him cultivating all over again. In the void realm, the eternal realm should be the legendary realm that surpassed the Emperor realm. However, in the void realm, there was no such thing as the eternal realm. Instead, there was a realm called the Transcendent Emperor realm. Right now, Gu Fei was in the Transcendent Emperor realm. With a thought, 9 doubt patterns appeared on his body. They were faintly discernible around him, emitting the aura of 9 great Daos. Very quickly, the 9 Dao patterns vanished into his body. It's time to go out. With just a thought, Gu Fei disappeared into the void without a trace. At this time, the pure spiritual energy from the dragon-shaped ancestral vein filled the huge space again. In the palace hall of the Nanman royal capital, Xiaoyu was faced with a series of thorny issues. She really didn't know what to do. Fierce Tiger King had been in a stalemate with the Witch King Wu Zhao in Black Wolf City for many days. Fierce Tiger King finally fell into the trap and attacked Wu Zhao in Black Wolf City first. This was a war that directly ignited the whole Nanman War. Fierce Tiger King's attack on Black Wolf City was exactly what the sorcerer race wanted, so the sorcerer race had an excuse to fight back. After East King received the news, he directly sent troops to attack from the east. The vanguard headed straight for the Nanman royal capital. The whole Nanman kingdom was shaken, and all the southern barbarian vassal kings couldn't sit still. Among the 10 vassal kings who had pledged their allegiance to Gu Fei, only North King sent troops. The other vassal kings were watching. However, North King could not put out a nearby fire. By the time he led his troops to the Nanman royal capital, it would be too late. Since they had pledged their allegiance to Gu Fei, they should send troops. However, the 9 great vassal kings were actually watching. This angered Lilia. However, Lilia couldn't control the situation at all, let alone these vassal kings. This made her feel very helpless. Powerful cultivation and combat power were the most practical. Lilia was still too young. Those vassal kings were all arrogant and unruly people. How could they be willing to listen to a little girl? East King was indeed the most powerful vassal king in Nanman. He personally led a 1,000,000-strong army and charged towards the Nanman royal capital with irresistible force. Everywhere they passed, Gu Fei's army couldn't stop the advance of East King's army. This was mainly because the 9 great vassal kings were watching. These guys, Ancestor Tianhong, had no choice but to take action. He actually fought against East King's army alone. It had to be said that this guy's array Dao cultivation was not bad. He had set up layers of killing arrays along the route that East King's army had to pass through. He had even taken out his trump cards. Then East King's 1,000,000-strong army was blocked by Ancestor Tianhong. This guy had no choice but to risk his life because his life was in Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei could kill him with just a thought. Tianhong. In East King's main tent, East King directly smashed his cup. Ancestor Tianhong was once the Array Dao Patriarch of Towering Heaven Palace. He was known as the world's #1 Array Dao expert. His Array Dao was really amazing. If he hadn't met Gu Fei, who in the entire Void Realm could surpass Ancestor Tianhong in terms of Array Dao cultivation. My lord, what do we do now? In the main tent, a group of generals looked at East King, who was sitting on the throne. Military advisor Su, what do you think? East King asked a middle-aged man holding a feather fan, who was standing at the side. The middle-aged man pondered for a while and said, My lord, there is someone who can compete with Ancestor Tianhong in terms of Array Dao. However, this person has a strange temperament. If you want to invite this person, I'm afraid you have to come personally. There is someone in this world who can compete with Ancestor Tianhong. Chapter 5024. The Void Realm was huge, but it was still too small for Gu Fei. After he came out of the ancestral vein deep under the Nanman royal capital, he immediately went to find Lilia. When Xiaoya saw her master suddenly appear, she was pleasantly surprised. The matter that had caused her so much trouble was no longer a problem with the appearance of her master. Gu Fei learned about the current situation of Nanman from Xiaoya. Very good. I've only been in seclusion for a few days. Those guys can't stand it anymore. Gu Fei didn't make a move because he wanted to watch the show. Don't tell anyone that I'm out of seclusion. Gu Fei said to Xiaoya. Yes, master. Xiaoya accepted the order. The matter of Gu Fei coming out of seclusion, only Xiaoya alone knew. Xiaoya walked out of the palace hall. No one knew that a powerful person who could change the situation in the south had come out of seclusion. Haha, what East King? What sorcerer tribe? What's the use even if you jump into the sky? Xiaoya was in a good mood. At this time, the 9 great vassal kings were still watching from the sidelines. They were gathering their troops to protect themselves. They were the typical fence-sitters. However, they seemed to have forgotten about Gu Fei's methods. Fence-sitters would not have a good ending with Gu Fei. At that moment, both the East King and the sorcerer tribe were still walking on the path of death. In Lilia's eyes, they were really too stupid. The death of the Witch King, Wu Ying, was still not enough to deter these ambitious people. East King's million-strong army was stopped in front of the Sky Scorpion Mountain by the layers of killing arrays set up by Patriarch Tianhong. This Sky Scorpion mountain range was crisscrossed with mountain ridges, like a huge scorpion lying on the ground. This was an important passageway from the eastern region of southern barbaric land to the southern barbaric imperial capital. However, at this time, the killing intent of the entire Sky Scorpion mountain range soared to the heavens. The sky above the Sky Scorpion mountain range was covered in the color of blood. It was terrifying. Ancestor Tianhong made use of the mountain terrain here to set up a Sky Scorpion killing array. This was an array within an array formed by countless killing arrays. East King's vanguard rushed in recklessly and suffered heavy casualties. Even the East King did not dare to barge into the array. One had to know that forefather Tianhong was known as the world's #1 formation expert. Moreover, he was a half-step Emperor realm expert himself. Coupled with the support of the array Dao, Patriarch Tianhong would definitely be able to compete with the East King. At that moment, East King's strategist, Su Qingyun, gave him an idea. He wanted him to invite an existence that could compete with Patriarch Tianhong in terms of array Dao. However, even the East King was shocked by Su Qingyun's words. One had to know that Ancestor Tianhong was recognized as the #1 array Dao expert in the entire Void Realm. In this world, other than that freak Gufei, was there anyone else who could surpass Elder Tianhong in terms of array skills? Mr. Su, are you kidding me? Dong Wang looked at Su Qingyun suspiciously. My lord, I still dare to joke with you at a time like this. Su Qingyun said with a solemn expression. However, as far as I know, who else other than Gu Fei can compete with Patriarch Tianhong in terms of array skills? Dong Wang looked at Su Qingyun curiously. The others also looked at their military advisor curiously. Sky Meteor Mountain. Su Qingyun pretended to be mysterious and said, What, didn't that person fall 800 years ago? That person is still alive. Not only were all the generals in the tent shocked, but even Dong Wang was shocked. If that person from Sky Meteor Mountain was still alive, there would be a good show to watch. It's absolutely true. If Dong Wang is willing to part with something, you can definitely invite that person to come and help. At that time, let alone Patriarch Tianhong. Even if that Gu Fei comes out of seclusion, we won't have to fear him. Su Qingyun said coldly. What is it? Mr. Su, tell us quickly. Even Dong Wang was anxious. At this time, what could be more important than him dominating South China and becoming the Lord of South China? Immortal fruit, Chu Qingyun said indifferently. What? Dong Wang was stunned. Immortal fruit. He had risked his life to obtain it. If a person ate the immortal fruit, they would immediately become immortal. If a cultivator ate it, not only would they become immortal, but they would also improve their cultivation. Moreover, immortality was only one of the effects of the immortal fruit. The most important thing about the immortal fruit was the word immortality. The immortal fruit could not only make Dong Wang immortal, but it could also give him an immortal body. Of course, an immortal body was actually relative. Even the eternal ones who claimed to be immortal would fall, let alone an immortal body. Dong Wang really couldn't bear to give the immortal fruit to that person. King Lord, we can't hesitate at this time. Su Qingyun said anxiously. At this time, they had to kill their way to South China's capital and teach that Gu Fei a lesson. If they could invite that person to come out, they wouldn't have to wait for Man Yu to come back from Extreme Demon Cave. Moreover, Extreme Demon Cave was extremely dangerous. It was hard to say if Man Yu could come back alive. Even if Man Yu could come back alive, he might not be able to defeat Gu Fei. Dong Wang's expression changed several times. Then he gritted his teeth. All right. Dong Wang threw caution to the wind. he could only help him achieve hegemony. So, what if it was the immortal fruit? In that case, King Lord, let's leave for Mount Sky Meteor immediately. Su Qingyun was surprised and happy. Actually, he wasn't very confident that he could convince Dong Wang. There was no time to lose. If Gu Fei came out of seclusion, then everything they had planned would be for naught. With Gu Fei's temperament, they would definitely die. They never thought that Gu Fei had already come out of seclusion and was hiding in the dark to watch the show. Very soon, Dong Wang left the military camp with Su Qingyun and another confidant without anyone noticing and headed straight for the Sky Meteor Mountain. Mount Sky Meteor was located at the border of South Barbarian and North Ruins. It was quite far from the eastern region of South Barbarian. Even an existence like Dong Wang would need a few days to reach Mount Sky Meteor. Mount Sky Meteor was a barren land. Everywhere they looked was scorched black. The whole mountain was made up of bare rocks. Not even a blade of grass could be seen, let alone flowers and trees. This is the blessed land of heavenly abode from 10,000 years ago. Dong Wang and the others were shocked when they arrived at Mount Sky Meteor. It should be known that 10,000 years ago, this was a rare treasure land. But now, it had become a wasteland. No one knew what had happened back then. No one knew why the myriad transformations heavenly sect, which had flourished for a time, had disappeared overnight. No one knew why this place had become a wasteland. Is that person really still alive? Dong Wang looked at Su Qingyun and said with an ugly expression, "King Lord, don't worry. That person is on the mountain." Su Qingyun said confidently, "That's good. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Su to lead the way." Dong Wang said, Chapter 5025. The Sky Meteor Mountain was huge, but there were traces of a great battle everywhere. Huge pits could be seen everywhere, and the 1,000-foot-long ravine coiled around the mountain. No one knew how intense that battle had been, and no one knew why it had broken out. 10,000 years ago, this was the ancestral land of the Myriad Transformations Heaven Sect. The Myriad Transformations Heaven Sect was a colossus, and its sect master, the Myriad Transformations ancestor, was a monarch. In the Void Realm, sects with emperors overseeing them were all first-rate factions, and the Myriad Transformation Heaven Sect was even more so a first-rate faction. It was truly unimaginable that someone could destroy this sect that had existed for countless years in a single night. In fact, everyone guessed that it was the Ling Tian Palace who had destroyed the 1,000 Transformations Heaven Sect. After all, the entire Void Realm could destroy the 1,000 Transformations Heaven Sect in a single night. Other than the Ling Tian Palace, which other force in the Void Realm had such ability? However, no one from Ling Tian Palace came out to say anything. This matter was complicated and confusing. It was still a secret to this day. This is a great battle between emperors. The moment Dong Wang and the others ascended the mountain, they sensed that something was amiss. The sovereign's aura had yet to dissipate. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to withstand the aura of the mountain, let alone ascending the mountain. Mr. Su, would there still be people in this kind of place? Dong Wang's confidant was very suspicious. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was very thin. It was not a place for cultivators to stay. Brother Mu, you'll know soon enough. Su Qingyun said mysteriously. The East King's trusted aide was actually Mu Tianfeng's second brother, Mu Gaofeng. The Mu brothers were the East King's trusted aides. This time, the East King had brought no one but Mu Gaofeng to the Sky Meteor Mountain. Mu Gaofeng said nothing more. Very quickly, under Su Qingyun's lead, they ascended the Sky Meteor Mountain. Then they saw that the mountain was small and there was nothing there. Seeing this, Dong Wang's expression didn't look so good. However, he did not act up immediately. Mr. Su, this Dong Wang didn't say anything, but Mu Gaofeng couldn't hold it in any longer. Su Qingyun did not say anything. Instead, he leaped down from the mountain peak and instantly disappeared into the void. What? Dong Wang and Mu Gaofeng were shocked when they saw this. What was this guy doing? King Lord, come down. While Dong Wang and Mu Gaofeng were bewildered, a voice came from the bottom of the cliff. Dong Wang hesitated for a moment before he also leaped down the cliff and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Mu Gaofeng had no choice but to choose even if he wanted to. He could only bite the bullet and jump down. The moment Mu Gaofeng jumped off the cliff, he knew that this cliff in front of him was an illusion. It was as if he had passed through a curtain of water, and then his eyes brightened. What appeared in front of him was a valley surrounded by celestial qi, like a paradise. There were many pavilions in the valley. At this moment, Mu Gaofeng saw Dong Wang and Su Qingyun standing on a large rock. He quickly rushed over. Senior Myriad Transformations, Junior Su Qingyun requests an audience. Su Qingyun respectfully cupped his hands towards the valley. Dong Wang and Mu Gaofeng were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Could it be that the person Su Qingyun brought them to find was actually the legendary Myriad Transformations ancestor? The Myriad Transformations ancestor was still alive. Dong Wang and Mu Gaofeng's hearts were already in turmoil. Scram! An incomparably old voice came from the depths of the valley. Senior, you don't want the immortal fruit anymore. Su Qingyun smiled. What? The person in the depths of the valley was clearly shocked by Su Qingyun's words. Immortal fruit? You actually have the immortal fruit. The old voice began to tremble. It's not me. Su Qingyun was still smiling. You dare to fool me? The person in the depths of the valley was instantly enraged. The next moment, the entire valley darkened, and the entire sky seemed to press down. Even Dong Wang, who had the highest cultivation among the three of them, felt incomparably suppressed. Senior Myriad Transformations, don't be angry. Su Qingyun was fearless. Humph, if you don't hand over the immortal fruit today, all of you will die here. The old voice sounded, and then a shocking, murderous aura spread from the depths of the valley. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. Senior, although I don't have the immortal fruit, my master does. Su Qingyun said, indifferently with his hands behind his back. Your master? Since when did the Su family become someone else's slave? The person in the valley sneered. When Su Qingyun heard that, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. Senior, I was kind enough to find the immortal fruit for you. Since you don't want it, let's go. Su Qingyun's tone also changed. It turned out that the Su family wasn't a small family in the Void Realm. However, this family was almost annihilated by the barbarian sovereign of Southern Barbarian. Only a few members of the Su family survived. The reason why Su Qingyun sided with Dong Wang was that he wanted revenge. But now, the barbarian sovereign was dead, and the entire Southern Barbarian was divided into 3 factions. He had no choice but to help Dong Wang fight for hegemony in Southern Barbarian. If it wasn't for Dong Wang, Su Qingyun, would have died. Now, Su Qingyun was repaying a debt of gratitude. Moreover, he wanted to personally kill Man Yu. However, it was hard to say if Man Yu could return from the extreme devil cave. Do you think you can leave after entering my Myriad Transformations Immortal Valley? The person in the depths of the valley sneered. The next moment, countless formation runes appeared in the void, enveloping the entire valley. Even Dong Wang couldn't remain calm when he saw this. He seriously suspected that the person in the depths of the valley was the legendary Myriad Transformations ancestor. Su Qingyun actually brought him to the myriad transformations ancestor. No wonder Su Qingyun said that this person could compete with the Array Dao ancestor of the towering Heaven Palace, the Array Dao ancestor. Back then, only the founding ancestor of the myriad transformations immortal sect, the myriad transformations ancestor, had the same cultivation base as the Array Dao ancestor. The two of them were known as the Array Dao duo. Senior myriad transformations, if we weren't prepared, why would we come to find you so easily? Su Qingyun was still calm. The person in the depths of the valley was silent. Ha! After a while, a burst of laughter came from the depths of the valley. Good, the people of the Su family really have guts. Come on in. The person in the depths of the valley laughed. Su Qingyun didn't hesitate. He jumped down from the boulder and walked along the small path into the depths of the valley. Dong Wang followed closely behind. As for Mu Gaofeng, he brought up the rear. They walked all the way into the valley. The spirit qi in the valley was extremely abundant. It was the complete opposite of the outside world that had lost all signs of life. They even saw immortal birds flying in the sky and immortal beasts drinking by the lake. It was peaceful here. Chapter 5026. Master, the scouts have reported that East King has secretly left the military camp. We don't know where he went. In a hall in the palace of the Nanman royal capital, Xiaoyu reported to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. At this time, only Gu Fei and Xiaoyu were in the hall. Now, only Xiaoyu knew that Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. Everyone else thought that Gu Fei was still in seclusion. He went to ask for reinforcements. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, East King's million-strong army was blocked outside the Sky Scorpion Mountain by Ancestor Tianhong's Sky Scorpion Array. All the forces in Nanman were attracted to East King. In the area where Flying Tiger City and Black Wolf City were located, the battle between Fierce Tiger King and Wu Zhao broke out. Fierce Tiger King fell into the trap and attacked Wu Zhao first. This gave Wu Zhao an excuse to fight back. Fierce Tiger King and Wu Zhao fought for a while, and both sides suffered casualties. At this time, in the area between Flying Tiger City and Black Wolf City, weapons and corpses were scattered everywhere. There were traces of battle everywhere, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. In the sky, countless ferocious birds were circling. From time to time, ferocious birds swooped down from the sky. When they flew back up, these ferocious birds had a big piece of meat in their mouths. To these ferocious birds, the battlefield was a feast. The smell of blood attracted countless ferocious birds. At this time, Fierce Tiger King and Wu Zhao had already withdrawn their troops and returned to their respective cities. However, this battle did not end because of this. How could the sorcerer tribe let go of an excuse to send troops so easily? Wu Zhao, this bastard, how dare he scheme against me? Night fell. In the Flying Tiger City's city lord residence, Fierce Tiger King was so angry that he smashed the table in front of him. The dishes on the table fell to the ground. Your Majesty, what should we do now? All the generals present were taken aback. What else can we do? I will fight to the death, with Wu Zhao this time. The Fierce Tiger King was enraged. He was about to go crazy. All the warriors were speechless. At this time, Xiaoyu told Gu Fei about the Sorcerer Tribe's movements. It seems like the lesson that the Sorcerer Tribe has received is not enough, Gu Fei said calmly. However, it was only Shamaning who had died. He had not truly hurt the Sorcerer Tribe. It seemed that he could no longer be merciful to the Sorcerer Tribe. Last time, it was for the sake of the Shaman Emperor and the Heaven Shaman Priest. Li Kuang only killed Wu Ying, and then asked everyone in the Shaman tribe to get out of the southern barbarian royal capital. To the Sorcerer Tribe, This kind of punishment was nothing. Master, the sorcerer tribe has gone too far. What do you think? Xiao Ye's childish face was filled with murderous intent. She was not a little girl, but the reincarnation of a powerful god. Now, her memory had almost recovered. You've lived 2 lives, yet you're still so impatient. Gu Fei shook his head and let out a sigh. Xiao Ye was speechless and didn't dare to speak anymore. She stood obediently at the side. It turned out that Master just wanted to watch the show. Let them jump around first. Gu Fei pondered for a while before saying, he also wanted to know who gave East King and the sorcerer tribe the courage to provoke him. At this time, in the middle sky, the territory of the battle sect, all the disciples of the battle sect were in action. They were searching for 3 people. The first was Man Yu, the second was Mu Tianfeng, and the third was Mr. Autumn Water. The portraits of these 3 people were all over the streets and alleys of the countless cities under the control of the battle sect. The battle sect offered a sky-high reward. Anyone who could provide information about these 3 people would be rewarded handsomely. Countless people who wanted to achieve meteoric success were all incomparably excited. One must know that the reward offered by the battle sect was really incomparably enviable. The unusual actions of the battle sect surprised the other forces in the middle sky. However, everyone knew that the battle sect would not put out a bounty for these 3 people for no reason. There must be some inside information that they didn't know. Hence, all the major forces in the middle sky sent their spies into the territory of the battle sect. Very soon, all the major forces in the middle sky knew why the battle sect wanted to kill these 3 people. These 3 people were actually the remnants of the barbarian emperor. The identity of the most wanted criminal of the battle sect was even more shocking. That person was actually the only remaining son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yu. This guy actually didn't die, and even escaped to the middle sky. What did this guy want to do in the middle sky? Man Yu was Gu Fei's enemy. The battle between Gu Fei and the Ling Tian Palace Master had shocked the world. How could the major forces in the middle sky not know of Gu Fei's name? This Man Yu was now a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. All the major forces in the middle sky finally understood why the battle sect wanted to put out a bounty for Man Yu and the other 2 people. One must know that Gu Fei was an amazing person who could go against the Ling Tian Palace Master. If they captured Man Yu and sent him to Gu Fei, there would be a lot of benefits. No one was willing to miss this good opportunity to make friends with Gu Fei. Therefore, all the major forces in the middle sky had the thought of capturing Man Yu alive. In this way, Man Yu and the others would find it difficult to move an inch in the middle sky. Of course, those major figures in the middle sky guessed wrongly this time. The reason why Wang Dozhan wanted to capture Man Yu wasn't because he wanted to make friends with Gu Fei, but because of Long Xiaozhou. Long Xiaozhou personally asked Wang Dozhan to capture Man Yu, so how could Wang Dozhan dare to say no? One must know that the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor was Wang Dozhan's master. This junior sister was the apple of the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor's eye. At this time, in a deep mountain forest, Mr. Qiu Shui and the battle sect's vice sect master Liao were still fighting. They fought as they moved, destroying everything in their path. This was a battle between half-step emperors. Long Xiaozhou and her shadow were still chasing after Mu Tianfeng and Man Yu. However, Mu Tianfeng was very cunning. He left very few traces along the way. If it wasn't for her shadow being proficient in tracking techniques, Mu Tianfeng and Man Yu would have long escaped without a trace. However, Long Xiaozhou and the others still didn't see Mu Tianfeng and Man Yu's shadow. These 2 fellows are too cunning. Long Xiaozhou was filled with hatred. Actually, Gu Fei didn't put these clowns in his eyes. He even dared to kill the Ling Tian Palace master without hesitation, let alone the others. In the entire Void Realm, the only person who could truly threaten Gu Fei was the Ling Tian Palace master. In the Sky Meteor Mountain, Su Qingyun, Dong Wang, and the others finally saw the mysterious person in the depths of the valley. When they saw this person, they were dumbfounded. This person was like a dried corpse sitting in a pavilion. His emaciated appearance made people's hearts palpitate. He was already extremely weak, as though he could stop breathing at any time. You are the myriad transformations ancestor. Chapter 5027. Who would become the true overlord of Nanman in the end? The three major forces were competing for hegemony in Nanman. War broke out again. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, East King personally led 1 million troops to attack Nanman capital. Who gave East King the courage to do so? Wu Zhao, the Witch King of the Sorcerer tribe, also fought with Fierce Tiger King. The area between Flying Tiger City and Black Wolf City became a battlefield. Battles of all sizes kept erupting, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. North Garrison King couldn't sit still any longer. He led his elite troops to attack the eastern region. However, North Garrison King's territory was in the north of Nanman. North Garrison King's army wouldn't be able to reach the eastern region anytime soon. Yet, Patriarch Tianhong's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. He had used the Sky Scorpion mountain range as a natural stronghold to set up a killing array and block East King's 1 million troops. The power of the array Dao shocked everyone once again. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with any of this. These clowns weren't qualified for him to deal with them personally. There weren't many people in the entire Void Realm who were worthy of him dealing with them personally. However, East King and Witch King Wu Zhao were all trash in his eyes. At this time, East King brought Mu Gaofeng to Sky Meteor Mountain under the guidance of military advisor Su Qingyun. They entered a sealed area in the back mountain. No one knew that the back mountain of the heavenly Meteor Mountain in the middle of nowhere actually hid a fairyland-like paradise. In the depths of this valley, there lived an existence with a great background. It was the legendary Myriad Transformation Patriarch, an expert of the Array Dao 10,000 years ago. Back then, Myriad Transformation Patriarch and Tianhong, the Array Dao Patriarch of the Towering Heaven Palace, were known as the Array Dao Duo. They were publicly recognized as the two strongest existences in the Array Dao. However, when East King and the others saw the legendary person in a pavilion deep in the valley, they were dumbfounded. This legendary person was actually an old man who was so skinny that he was only skin and bones, sitting on a rattan chair. The old man's eyes were lifeless, and his breathing was weak. He seemed to be dying. "Why? Are you disappointed?" That old voice rang out as the old man looked at Dong Wang and the rest mockingly. "Old Senior, you, Su Qingyun in particular, was already mentally prepared, but when he saw the state the old man was in, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His meridians are all broken, and he's poisoned. It's already good that he's not dead." The old man on the rattan chair said indifferently, "Su Junjun, you actually brought us to find a cripple?" When Mu Gaofeng heard this, he immediately collapsed, his face full of displeasure. So, what if this guy was the legendary Myriad Transformations ancestor? His meridians were all broken, and he seemed to have been poisoned. Such a cripple could not be more crippled. What was the use of finding such a useless person? Who are you calling a cripple? The old man suddenly raised his eyes and glared at Mu Gaofeng. 2 rays of cold light shot out of his eyes towards Mu Gaofeng. It wasn't a gaze, it was just a look. However, Mu Gaofeng felt like his guts were about to explode from the elder's glare. He was quite frightened. This Mu Gaofeng was shocked to the extreme. He was actually scared by a look from this trash. Only then did he realize that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Even Dong Wang's heart trembled. This guy wasn't simple. Even if he was really crippled, he was still incredible. Ha! Old senior, my friend misspoke. I apologize on his behalf. Su Qingyun smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Scram! This little guy actually dared to call me trash. Kowtow and apologize, or else I'll kill you. The old man roared with a sinister expression. TCH, a piece of trash like you can still kill me? Mu Gaofeng mocked. He was a dignified peak divine king expert, but he was actually scared by a look from a cripple. This made him extremely unhappy. Preposterous! The old man flew into a rage. In the next moment, the entire valley suddenly darkened. Streaks of glaring lightning that made people's hearts palpitate suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. The sky had been clear a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was covered in dark clouds. This was clearly the old man's doing. Formation, at this moment, Dong Wang suddenly woke up. If this old man really was the legendary myriad transformations ancestor, then this valley definitely had an incomparably powerful formation. No wonder this guy was still so strong, even though he was crippled. Before Mu Gaofeng could react, he was struck by a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky. His hair became like a broom, his face was charred black, and his body was emitting black smoke. He was completely dumbfounded. This Dong Wang and Su Qingyun, who were at the side, were shocked. In my eyes, you guys are the trash. Otherwise, why are you guys looking for me? The old man swept a cold glance at Dong Wang, and the others with a look of disdain. Hearing the old man's words, Dong Wang and Chu Qingyun were displeased. However, when Dong Wang thought about how he could break old ancestor Sky Rainbow's formation if he could get this fellow to help him, Dong Wang suppressed his anger. Old senior, don't you want the fruit of immortality? Su Qingyun still had a calm expression. Humph, after killing you guys, the fruit of immortality will still be mine. The old man sneered. He was determined to eat these guys up, because these guys were in his valley, in his territory. If he wanted them to live, they could live. If he wanted them dead, they wouldn't be able to live. Ha! What if we destroy the fruit of immortality? Dong Wang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, You guys dare? The old man immediately glared at Dong Wang. Why wouldn't we dare? Dong Wang looked at the old man coldly. The two of them glared at each other. After a while, the old man suddenly laughed. He laughed so happily that tears came out of his eyes. Very good. You have the look of a hero. You must be the master of these two trash. The old man stopped smiling and stared at Dong Wang with a serious expression. No matter how good Su Qingyun and Mu Gaofeng's temperament was, they were still angry after being called trash. Dong Wang stood with his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. Hand over the fruit of immortality. I can do one thing for you guys. The old man suddenly grinned and said such words. Two things. Dong Wang said indifferently, Don't push your luck. The old man stopped smiling and said coldly, Since we can't come to an agreement, let's not talk anymore. Dong Wang's face was cold. The old man suddenly straightened his body and stared at Dong Wang. At this time, Mu Gaofeng and Su Qingyun stared nervously at the old man sitting on the rattan chair. Cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads, and their palms were sweaty, especially Su Qingyun, who knew the old man's background. In the old man's territory, no one could stay calm. You have guts. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? The old man sighed and lay back on the rattan chair. Mu Gaofeng and Su Qingyun were overjoyed when they heard this. They also heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 5028. On Heavenly Meteor Mountain, Myriad Transformation Ancestor agreed to Dong Wang's conditions and promised to do two things for him in exchange for the immortal fruit. Tell me, what's the first thing? In a pavilion deep in the valley, Myriad Transformation Ancestor looked at Dong Wang indifferently. The first thing is to submit to me. Dong Wang's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light, directly towards Myriad Transformation Ancestor. However, Myriad Transformation Ancestor ignored Dong Wang's gaze. It was really child's play. When he was dominating the world, these guys were still playing in the mud. Who did he want to scare with a mere gaze? You want me to submit to you? Myriad Transformation Ancestor's eyes also shot out a sharp gaze, and an incomparably domineering power erupted from his body. Mu Gaofeng and Su Qingyun, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, immediately felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them. Although this Myriad Transformation Ancestor was crippled, his power was still there. What can I? Dong Wang was very domineering. No, you don't have the qualifications to make me submit to you. Myriad Transformation Ancestor said coldly. What if I insist? Dong Wang's tone was extremely firm. Then we'll go our separate ways. Myriad Transformation Ancestor stared at Dong Wang, not giving in at all. Who was he? He was the overlord of a generation 10,000 years ago. What ability did this guy have to actually want him to submit to him? This was simply a dream. He could not possibly agree. Just like that, the two of them were in a deadlock. Lord, Su Qingyun tugged at Dong Wang's clothes. Dong Wang actually wanted an old antique like Myriad Transformation Ancestor to submit to him. How could this be possible? How could such a person submit to others? All right, I want to be the master of South China. Can you do it? Dong Wang gritted his teeth and no longer persisted because he was also very clear that it was basically impossible to make Myriad Transformation Ancestor submit. Deal. Myriad Transformation Ancestor nodded. The second thing Myriad Transformation Ancestor asked. Wait until I think of it. Dong Wang stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, All right, hand over the immortal fruit. Myriad Transformation Ancestor directly reached out to Dong Wang. Without hesitation, Dong Wang took out the immortal fruit sealed in a jade box and threw it to Myriad Transformation's patriarch. Myriad Transformation's Ancestor took the immortal fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. Haha, I'm leaving the mountain. The Myriad Transformation's patriarch threw his head back and laughed. His voice grew louder and louder until the entire valley rumbled, causing Dong Wang and the rest's ears to ring. However, the changes in the Myriad Transformation's Ancestor's body caused Dong Wang and the others' eyes to almost fall out of their sockets. The Myriad Transformation's Ancestor, who looked like a bag of bones, swelled up like a ball. The appearance of the Myriad Transformation's Ancestor was rapidly changing. His entire being was transforming towards his peak state, and a powerful wave of energy was recovering from his body. The founder of the Myriad Immortal Transformations sect was indeed powerful. It was just an immortal fruit, but it was enough to revive him, who was extremely weak. Moreover, a layer of black substance seeped out of the Myriad Transformations Ancestor's body. This black substance gave off a strong stench. Mu Gaofeng and Su Qingyun covered their noses and ran out of the pavilion. In the end, even Dong Wang couldn't help but walk out of the pavilion. It couldn't be helped, it was just too smelly. After a few hours, a divine light rushed out of the sky meteor mountain and instantly disappeared into the void. What is that? Could it be that a divine treasure has appeared on the sky meteor mountain? On a short mountain outside the sky meteor mountain, two cultivators happened to see the divine light that disappeared in the blink of an eye. They were extremely excited. It should be known that the sky meteor mountain was where the Myriad Immortal Transformations sect used to be. Over the past thousands of years, divine treasures had been revived on the Sky Meteor Mountain from time to time, and many people had obtained the divine treasures of the Sky Meteor Mountain. The fact that there were divine treasures on the Sky Meteor Mountain was not a secret. However, over the past tens of thousands of years, countless people had turned the entire Sky Meteor Mountain upside down. But no one had found the place where the Myriad Immortal Transformations sect had hidden its treasures. Actually, no one knew that all of this was the doing of the Myriad Transformations sect. The so-called divine treasures of the Sky Meteor Mountain were also released by the Myriad Transformations sect. He would release 1 or 2 divine treasures every once in a while to attract people to the Sky Meteor Mountain. The purpose of doing so was very simple, which was to lure these people into the valley and then capture them. The Myriad Transformations sect had poisoned these people and made them search for the immortality fruit for him. However, tens of thousands of years had passed, and no one could find the immortality fruit for him. And most of the people who were controlled by him were also dead. He had waited for tens of thousands of years and had been trapped in the valley for such a long time. He was about to go crazy. In fact, if the East King had persisted a little longer, perhaps he would have bowed down. In the end, the older the wiser. At this time, in the Sky Scorpion Mountain Range, in the southern barbaric eastern region, murderous aura soared to the sky. The Myriad Transformations sect master were confronting the East King's million-strong army. He blocked the East King's million-strong army with his own strength, shocking the world. And in another region, the fierce Tiger King and the Shaman King were fighting, but after a series of battles, both sides suffered heavy losses. The current situation was very bad for the fierce Tiger King because the armies of the other Shaman Kings had also appeared near the Flying Tiger City. It was naturally not a good thing that the armies of the other Shaman Kings had appeared near the Flying Tiger City. Among the 19 southern barbaric vassal kings, although 11 of them had sided with Gu Fei, the only ones who were willing to contribute were the fierce Tiger King and the North Garrison King. The other vassal kings were fence-sitters and were watching. These vassal kings would not easily send troops to help the fierce Tiger King. The vassal king closest to the fierce Tiger King was the Elephant King. The Elephant King's territory was less than 300 miles away from the Flying Tiger City. If he was willing to send troops, the Shaman King Wu Xiao would have long been defeated. In fact, the military strength of the witch race could not compete with the military strength of the 11 great vassal kings. But now, the Shaman Emperor had come out of seclusion, and Gu Fei was in seclusion. Who would dare to offend the witch race? What should I do? In the main hall of the Flying Tiger City, the fierce Tiger King was having a headache. Once the other Shaman Kings brought troops over with murderous intent, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. He and Wu Xiao had only fought to a draw. If any Shaman King joined forces with Wu Xiao, he, the fierce Tiger King, would definitely lose. Your Majesty, I think we should prepare for the worst. The fierce Tiger King's military advisor said, "That's right." The others in the main hall could not help but nod. This was the safest way. Even if they could not defend the Flying Tiger City, they could still retreat calmly. If the fierce Tiger King was captured by Wu Xiao and the others, it would be a great humiliation. After the North Garrison King judged the current situation, he decisively led his army to attack the Flying Tiger City. He could not just watch the fierce Tiger King be defeated by Wu Xiao. This North Garrison King is not bad. Gu Fei, who had been watching the show from the southern barbaric royal capital, could not help but nod in approval of the North Garrison King's decision after hearing Xiao Ye's report. This North Garrison King was quite capable in the field of military warfare. Chapter 5029. The war in Nanman started again. East King's million-strong army headed west and charged straight to the Sky Scorpion Mountains. However, They were stopped by the killing formations set up by Patriarch Tianhong. As for Wu Zhao of the Sorcerer Tribe, he used a crafty plot to lure the fierce Tiger King into attacking him. Wu Zhao and the fierce Tiger King fought fiercely, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. However, the current situation was very unfavorable for Gu Fei's faction. No one knew that Gu Fei had already come out of seclusion. Therefore, both the East King and the Sorcerer Tribe were somewhat unrestrained. The Sorcerer race had the backing of the Sorcerer Sovereign, while the East King had the backing of the Ling Tian Palace. Hence, they had the confidence to compete with Gu Fei. The Shaman Emperor had been in seclusion for so long, and no one knew what level his cultivation had reached. Because after the Shaman Emperor came out from his seclusion, he very rarely showed himself, and he didn't fight with anyone. Hence, the Shaman Emperor's strength was a mystery. Even those Shaman Kings didn't know exactly what level the Shaman Emperor's strength had reached. The East King had an inextricable relationship with the Ling Tian Palace. With the Ling Tian Palace supporting him, the East King was even more confident than the Sorcerer Tribe. At that moment, the North Conqueror King led his army and charged toward Flying Tiger City. The North Vanquishing King's movement immediately attracted the attention of all the experts in southern wilderness. The Sorcerer Tribe seemed to be mobilizing their troops as well. The Sorcerer Tribe's army appeared less than 50 miles north of Flying Tiger City. The Witch King, Wu Fang, did not approve of provoking Gu Fei. However, at this point in time, they had already provoked him. The 5 parties could only gather their troops and set up camp in the north of Flying Tiger City. However, Wu Fang did not attack Flying Tiger City immediately, which made Wu Zhao very unhappy. This was a great opportunity to eliminate the fierce Tiger King. What was Wu Fang waiting for? Could it be that he was waiting for the Northern Garrison King to arrive and join forces with the fierce Tiger King? At that time, it would be difficult for them to kill the fierce Tiger King and the North Garrison King. Wu Fang, what do you mean? Wu Zhao barged into Wu Fang's camp and rushed into his tent, shouting at Wu Fang. Impudent! This is my territory, yet you're barging around here. You're simply not putting me in your eyes. Wu Fang pointed at Wu Zhao and cursed. I didn't come here to quarrel with you. I've sent people here many times to ask you to send troops. Why are you still not moving? Wu Zhao shouted, Do you think I'll do it just because you tell me to? Who do you think you are? Wu Fang said coldly, What do you mean by this? If you and I join forces, annihilating the ferocious Tiger King is as easy as flipping our hands. What exactly are you worried about? Wu Zhao clenched his teeth and said. He was really angry. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Wu Fang actually ignored it. What was he thinking? Don't you know what I'm worried about? Wu Fang asked. I'll say it again. Are you going to send troops or not? Wu Zhao stared fiercely at Wu Fang and said, If you want me to send out my troops, that's fine too. But only if you bring me the Wizard Emperor's personal decree or the Great Wizard King's token of authority will I send out my troops. Wu Fang looked at Wu Zhao indifferently. You win. Wu Zhao stared at Wu Fang for a while before he roared angrily and turned to leave. If Wu Fang wasn't willing to send out his troops, then he would find someone who was willing to send troops to join forces. He didn't believe it. Was there really no Wizard King who was willing to send troops? Sigh. Seeing Wu Zhao leave, Wu Fang suddenly let out a long sigh. The Sorcerer Tribe and Gu Fei's camp had started a war. If they angered Gu Fei, the consequences would be disastrous. Although Wu Zhao was a little smart, in front of an absolutely powerful person, all schemes and tricks were useless. The shaman's victory was a lesson to learn from. That Wu Ying thought he was smart and wanted to test Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't care whether he tested him or not. He would kill him the moment he appeared. Wu Zhao was playing with his own life now. If Gu Fei came out of seclusion and found Wu Zhao and killed him, who in the sorcerer tribe would dare to say anything? The strong were respected. This was the eternal truth of this world. Your Majesty, the North Garrison King's army will arrive at Flying Tiger City in about 2 days. A general behind Wu Fong, wanted to say something but stopped. Let's wait and see. I'm a little uneasy these few days. It seems that something bad is going to happen. Wu Fong frowned. The lips of the general behind Wu Fong moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Compared to the area around Feihu City that was at daggers drawn, the southern man capital was very calm. However, everyone knew that this was only the calmness on the surface. In the southern man capital, ever since Gu Fei asked all the sorcerer tribe people to get lost, not a single sorcerer tribe person could be seen in the southern man capital. Now, those who controlled the southern man capital were the forces of the vassal kings who had submitted to Gu Fei. The only person these vassal kings were afraid of was Gu Fei. On the surface, they were respectful to Goddess Lilia, but secretly, they didn't care about a little girl at all. The current southern man capital was divided up by the 11 vassal kings, and each had their own sphere of influence. Even the fierce Tiger King and the North Garrison King also had a territory in the southern man capital. Lilia turned a blind eye to these, and let these vassal kings do whatever they wanted. The entire southern man capital was in a foul atmosphere because of these vassal kings. However, no matter what these vassal kings did in the southern man capital, they didn't dare to extend their hands into the imperial palace. This was because the imperial palace was an absolute forbidden place for the vassal kings. Whoever dared to extend their hands into the imperial palace was a traitor. For traitors, Gu Fei's punishment was very simple, and that was to directly slap them to death. Gu Fei even dared to get rid of the wilderness, let alone these vassal kings. Master, those guys in the city are getting more and more impudent. In the inner hall of the Southern Man Imperial Palace, Lilia carefully said to Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the throne, "Let's just treat it as a show." Gu Fei said indifferently. At this time, he was actually thinking about whether or not to refine a suitable weapon, because the Dao artifacts he refined were left for Yen, and his daughter Gu Ling. He currently didn't have a Dao artifact that he refined himself. Although he had the Emperor Beheader's saber and the golden armor and golden spear from the barbarian emperor, these were not his own Dao artifacts. For Gu Fei, the most suitable Dao artifact for himself was the Dao artifact that he refined himself. Previously, his cultivation was not enough to refine powerful Dao artifacts, but now it was different. He had restored his cultivation to the eternal realm, so naturally he could refine an eternal level Dao artifact. However, what kind of Dao artifact to refine and what materials to use to refine, this was a great knowledge that must not be sloppy. Throughout the myriad worlds, the bell, cauldron, and sword were the 3 most common Dao artifacts. He had refined the 9 Heaven Stars sword, but he had not refined the bell and cauldron. Chapter 50-30. While East King and the Sorcerer Tribe were attacking Gu Fei's camp, Gu Fei was thinking about how to forge his own Dao artifact. Only a Dao artifact forged by himself would be the most suitable for him. Gu Fei didn't put East King and the Sorcerer Tribe in his eyes. They were just small fries and weren't qualified for him to make a move. Only an expert at the level of Palace Master Ling Tian would be qualified to be Gu Fei's opponent. Forging a Dao artifact was not an easy task. Forging a Dao artifact required materials. The materials that Gu Fei wanted were definitely not ordinary materials. Next was the place to forge a Dao artifact. To forge an eternal grade Dao artifact, he needed a place where spiritual energy gathered. There was a place to forge a Dao artifact. The Earth Ancestor vein deep under the southern barbarian royal capital was a good place. However, materials were difficult to obtain. In the Void Realm, it was not easy to find a suitable peerless material. "Master, you want to forge a Tao artifact?" Xiaoyu was curious. Her master seemed to know everything. Was her master an omnipotent peerless expert? Just thinking about it, peerless materials are hard to come by. Gu Fei sighed. Hearing this, Xiaoyu directly walked out of the palace hall. Then, she led some people to the palace treasury and searched it inside and out. Obviously, Xiaoyu wasn't able to find any peerless divine materials in the treasure vault of the imperial palace because Man Yu had taken away everything he could before leaving the imperial palace. The things left in the treasury were things that even Man Yu didn't care about. Gu Fei didn't care about this trash at all. Peerless materials could only be found and not sought. Gu Fei had no other choice. Just as Gu Fei was thinking about forging a Tao artifact, Long Xiaozhou was still chasing after Man Yu and Mu Tianfeng. Mr. Qiushui fought with Lei Ao for a few rounds, but Mr. Qiushui escaped. This made the vice sect master of the battle sect furious. Although the battle sect wasn't a first-rate power in Middle Sky, their territory wasn't small. Mu Tianfeng brought Man Yu and fled towards the direction of Extreme Devil Cave. Long Xiaozhou's Tao Protector was a ruthless character who was proficient in stealth and tracking techniques. It would not be easy for Mu Tianfeng to get rid of Long Xiaozhou and the others. They followed the trail all the way to a small town. This small town was located at the border between the Battle Sect and the Nine Mysteries Sect. The Nine Mysteries Gate was a sect of the same level as the Battle Gate. The Nine Mysteries Gate's sect master was a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator, and his subordinates were as many as the clouds in the sky. The Nine Mysteries Gate was located on the Nine Mysteries Mountain, hence its name. Long Xiaozhou entered the small town. Her arrival did not alarm anyone. Along the way, Long Xiaozhou suddenly stopped in front of a shed by the street. There were many people drinking and eating meat in the shed. She walked directly into the shed and arrived in front of an old man and a young man. The old man and the young man stopped and looked up at Long Xiaozhou. "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Long Xiaozhou looked at the old man and the young man and sneered. "Young lady, please don't disturb us grandfather and grandson eating." The old man said coldly, "You still want to eat? Don't tell me you want to die of hunger?" Long Xiaozhou said with a smile. At this time, the other people in the wine shed saw that the situation was not right, so they paid their bills and left. "I don't know what you're talking about," the old man said angrily. "Is that so? Then go to hell." Long Xiaozhou flipped his right hand and a saber immediately appeared in his hand. "Let's go." The old man grabbed the young man beside him and shot into the sky, smashing through the roof and rushing out. "You can go down now." The mysterious and unfathomable shadow made his move. A large net fell from the sky, directly enveloping the old man and the young man. "What?" The old man was shocked. In the next moment, he immediately struck out an incomparably sharp blade of light towards the large net that was falling from the sky. The blade of light struck the large net, but was actually unable to cut it, causing the old man and the young man to be shocked. They could only rush down from the sky, return to the wine shed, and then rush out of the wine shed. However, at this moment, a blade of light directly slashed towards the old man and the young man, and an extremely sharp blade energy immediately erupted. The old man didn't even think and directly grabbed the young man. With a bang, he directly smashed through the wooden wall of the wine shed and rushed out of the wine shed. At this moment, everyone in the wine shed had escaped, and the startled residents of the small town were watching from afar with fear. Still thinking of escaping at this time, Long Xiaozhou slashed the wine shed into two with a single slash and the sharp blade light shot out hundreds of zhang, forcing the old man and the young man to dodge once again. "You're going too far," the old man roared angrily. "Mu Tianfeng, man you won't be able to escape today." Long Xiaozhou grabbed the emperor beheading blade and directly rushed towards the old man. The cold blade energy was vast and mighty, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. It turned out that the old man and the young man were actually Mu Tianfeng and Man Yu in disguise. However, they never would have thought that even though they had already changed their appearances, they were still found by Long Xiaozhou. "Kill!" Mu Tianfeng was furious. He threw Man Yu out, and both his hands quickly danced. Blade of light after blade of light covered the sky and the earth as they slashed towards Long Xiaozhou. However, Long Xiaozhou merely shook the emperor beheading blade in his hand, and a powerful blade energy fluctuation spread out. All of the blade of light that was slashing towards him directly collapsed in the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Tianfeng rushed over, grabbed Man Yu, and fled. Long Xiaozhou's mysterious shadow punched Mu Tianfeng's back. The berserk fist force exploded, and Mu Tianfeng directly pounced forward. He used this fist energy to grab Man Yu, and in an instant he was far away. Long Xiaozhou directly raised his blade and chased after him. However, Mu Tianfeng had already disappeared into the mountains outside the town with Man Yu, and they were nowhere to be seen. Although Man Yu didn't make a move, his ability to escape was not weak. Damn it! Long Xiaozhou was shocked and angry. This Mu Tianfeng really had some ability to actually let them escape like this. However, Long Xiaozhou wasn't worried because her shadow protector was proficient in tracking. She wanted to see where these two fellows could escape to. At this moment, Mr. Qiushui was also in an incomparably sorry state. He was caught up by Liao again. After a great battle, there were a few more wounds on his body. However, compared to Mu Tianfeng and Man Yu, Mr. Qiushui easily got rid of Liao. They were all heading towards the extreme devil cave. This caused Long Xiaozhou to be very shocked. What were these fellows trying to do? To the extreme devil cave? Chapter 5031. Long Xiaozhou was shocked after guessing the reason why Man Yu and the others came to End Sky. Extreme Devil Cave was a forbidden area for all living beings in the Void Realm. Even Emperor Realm existences didn't dare to enter that place. That place had caused many disasters that shook the entire Void Realm. Extreme Devil Cave was definitely one of the most terrifying places in the Void Realm. It was the origin of the Void Realm's devils. All the devils in the Void Realm came from there. If an ordinary creature were to barge into this devil origin land, it would turn into a terrifying monster. If those beings with extremely high cultivations were to barge in, they would turn into demons and bring disaster to the world. Something like this had happened in the Void Realm before. A severely injured and dying emperor had walked into the extreme demon cave in despair. When he came out, he had transformed into a terrifying demon emperor and started a massacre in the Void Realm. When the Devil Emperor came out, he almost turned the Void Realm into a devil land. In the end, Ling Tian Palace joined forces with the 5 emperors to fight against the Devil Emperor. Only then did they manage to kill the Devil Emperor. Could it be that Man Yu borrowed the power of the devil to obtain the power to fight against Gu Fei? However, the power of the Devil Dao was very difficult to control. If one wasn't careful, they would lose themselves and become a devil that only knew how to kill. Long Xiaozhou thought, how could this be? She immediately sent a message to the West Sea and gathered the experts of the Dragon Clan. The West Sea was very far from End Sky, but they could travel between the two places through teleportation formations. After receiving Long Xiaozhou's message, the West Sea Dragon clan immediately sent 10 experts to end Sky. Among the 10 experts was the Black Dragon King, who had once led an army into the southern barbarians. He was a ruthless character. The 10 experts of the West Sea Dragon clan were led by the Black Dragon King to Battle City. Following that, one formidable aura after another appeared within Battle City, causing the cultivators within the city to fall into a state of panic. The Battle Gate's sect master, Wang Dozhan, personally welcomed these experts from the West Sea Dragon clan. The Black Dragon King didn't stop there. He directly left Battle City and rushed to the Extreme Devil Cave. They wanted to wait for their prey. No matter where Mu Gaofeng and Man Yu hid, they would still have to go to the Extreme Devil Cave. Only in Extreme Devil Cave could they obtain great power. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even bird droppings were common. If one wanted to obtain great power, one had to pay the price. Becoming a demon was the price. Wang Dozhan also followed the Black Dragon King and the others towards the Extreme Demon Cave. The depths of the Extreme Devil Mountain Range were shrouded in devil chi all year round. In this mountain range, the most common creatures were devil beasts. These were all beasts that had been infected by devil chi and had been demonized. Of course, there were also demon birds. The Extreme Demon Mountain Range was the only place in the Mirage where magical beasts could be found. Moreover, there were many magical beasts in the mountain range. In the deepest part of the mountain range, there were even magical beast emperors. The Emperor of Magical Beasts was an existence that could contend against human Emperor realm cultivators. The Extreme Devil Mountain Range wasn't small at all. It was at least 4,000 miles wide. The central region of the Extreme Devil Mountain Range was filled with devil chi. There was a huge underground cavern there that constantly emitted devil chi. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time in the Extreme Devil Mountain Range. On the outskirts of the Extreme Devil Mountain Range, there were cities built. There were many cities like this outside the Extreme Devil Mountain Range. On the outskirts of the Extreme Devil Mountain Range, there were many temples. The Extreme Devil Mountain Range was the territory of the Zenith Buddha clan. For countless years, the Zenith Buddha clan had been suppressing the countless demonic beasts in the Extreme Devil Mountain Range for glory. The cities outside the Extreme Devil Mountain Range were also under the control of the Zenith Buddha clan. The Black Dragon King led the West Sea Dragon clan's experts to the Blessed Buddha City outside the Extreme Devil Mountain Range. The Blessed Buddha City was the biggest city among the 17 cities outside the Extreme Devil Mountain Range. It was also the most important city because it was located at the biggest entrance of the Extreme Devil Mountain Range. This was also the place where the demonic beasts in the Extreme Devil Mountain Range attacked the most. Every year, there would be a beast tide in the Extreme Devil Mountain Range, and the Blessed Buddha City was the first to bear the brunt of it. Every year, many people in the Blessed Buddha City died under the claws of the demonic beasts while defending against the beast tide. However, the Blessed Buddha City wasn't the only entrance to the Extreme Devil Mountain Range. No one knew which entrance Man Yu and the others would use to enter the Extreme Devil Mountain Range. The manpower that the Black Dragon King brought was far from enough. Fortunately, Wang Dozhan had mobilized many disciples from the Sect of Battle. Very soon, the people from the Sect of Battle were keeping an eye on the 17 cities. In this way, as long as Man Yu and the others entered the 17 cities, they would be discovered by the Black Dragon King. Just as Long Xiaozhou opened the sack and waited for the demons to come in, the situation in the southern barbarian capital changed again. The fierce Tiger King's army and the North Vanquishing King's army finally met. These two fellows joined hands to attack the Black Wolf City. This shocked the Shaman King, Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao's army couldn't withstand the combined might of the fierce Tiger King and the North Vanquishing King. Very soon, the Black Wolf City was breached by the combined forces of the two vassal kings. Countless soldiers rushed into the Black Wolf City. Wu Zhao had no choice but to give up. He abandoned the city and fled. The other shaman kings of the sorcerer tribe didn't come to his aid. They just let the fierce Tiger King and the North Vanquishing King attack the Black Wolf City. The shaman Fang's army was nearby, but he still chose to stand by and watch. It was obvious that the shaman kings of the sorcerer tribe weren't as united as they seemed on the surface. It couldn't be helped because the shaman emperor didn't care about the affairs of the sorcerer tribe, and the shaman kings didn't respect each other. Wu Zhao was defeated and lost the Black Wolf City. However, on the other side, the East Vanquishing King also made a move. In the sky above the Sky Scorpion Mountain Range, the two ancestors of Array Dao were fighting. Countless Array inscriptions were destroyed in the void, and an extremely terrifying aura filled the sky and the ground. Myriad Transformations' old ghost, you're still alive. Ancestor Tianhong was stunned when he saw the Myriad Transformations ancestor. 10,000 years ago, the Myriad Transformations celestial sect was extremely powerful and had countless disciples. However, the Myriad Transformations celestial sect had become a thing of the past. Tianhong, let's see who's the best in Array Dao today. The Myriad Transformations ancestor sneered. At that moment, the array inscriptions that rushed out from his body intertwined in the void, forming array diagrams that pressed down on the Sky Scorpion Mountain range below. Meanwhile, Ancestor Tianhong controlled the power of Array Dao and was also setting up an array. The high sky became the place where the two ancestors of Array Dao battled. Chapter 5032. Gu Fei didn't seem to care about the situation in Nanman at all. He began to refine his own Dao tool and began to send people to look for peerless divine materials. However, peerless divine materials were not so easy to find. Master, what kind of divine materials do you need to refine? In a courtyard of the Nanman Imperial Palace, Gu Fei sat under a big tree in the courtyard tasting tea, and beside him stood Xiaoya. The morning air was very fresh. Even if it was a mess outside the Imperial Palace, the Nanman Imperial Palace was extremely quiet. Moreover, now, the safest place in the entire Nanman, even the entire Nanman Imperial capital, was definitely the Nanman Imperial Palace because it was a forbidden area. Without Gu Fei's summon, no one could step into the Nanman Imperial Palace. Of course, his two disciples, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou, were exceptions. It's best if it's 9th Heaven Divine Gold, 9 Nether Cold Iron, or the Immortal Divine Iron Bread from the 5 elements of spiritual energy. Gu Fei thought for a moment. When Xiaoya heard this, she immediately sweated on her forehead. She had never heard of these things, let alone seen them. Well, this matter is not urgent. You can do what you have to do, Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes, Master. Then disciple will take his leave. Xiaoya bowed to Gu Fei, then turned and walked out. Boring. Why don't I go to the Land of Void, beginning to have a look? Gu Fei wanted to go out for a walk after a long period of silence. The Land of Void beginning was a forbidden area in the Void realm. Ordinary people couldn't go in at all, because there were people from the Tian clan guarding it. Even the palace master of Ling Tian Palace didn't dare to break into the Land of Void beginning. That girl from Ling Tian Palace is also an outsider. Why don't I go to her to understand the situation first? Gu Fei did as he thought. The next moment, he disappeared in an instant. I'm going out to get some fresh air. If there's anything, crush the protective talisman I gave you. Xiaoya, who had just left the courtyard where Gu Fei was, heard Gu Fei's voice in her head. Xiaoya was shocked. Her master had left. What could she do? Her greatest confidence and reliance was her master. However, no one knew that Master had come out of seclusion, so the people outside did not dare to be too presumptuous. In the entire southern wilderness, even in the entire Void Realm, who didn't know how powerful Gu Fei was? He had killed the barbarian emperor, insulted Ling Tian Palace Master, and dared to fight against him. This was Gu Fei, domineering to the extreme. The Ling Tian Palace was naturally above the 9 heavens, and the Ling Tian Palace's ancestral land was really in the heavens, not on the earth. Above the 9 heavens, there was a mysterious place that seemed to be another world. It was very difficult for an ordinary person, even an Emperor Realm expert, to find the mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace. It could be said that without the guidance of the Ling Tian Palace, even an Emperor Realm expert would not be able to find the mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace. However, Gu Fei was an exception. Not only did he find the location of the Ling Tian Palace's mountain gate easily, but he also punched the opponent's defensive formation. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace. Countless disciples of the Ling Tian Palace were alarmed by this sudden loud noise. Who dares to break into the mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace? An angry roar came from the mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace. Then, a middle-aged man in white appeared in front of Gu Fei. Where did this wild kid come from? How dare you attack the mountain gate formation of the Ling Tian Palace? Are you tired of living? The middle-aged man was high and mighty as he shouted at Gu Fei arrogantly. Ask the palace master of the Ling Tian Palace to come out and see me. Gu Fei didn't put this guy in his eyes at all. What did you say? That person widened his eyes and looked at Gu Fei dumbfoundedly. This guy must be crazy. What? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Gu Fei said impatiently. You want to see our palace master? Who do you think you are? Do you think our palace master is someone you can see whenever you want? The middle-aged man in white had a look of disdain and contempt. Sigh, the Ling Tian Palace. Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. He seemed to have overestimated the Ling Tian Palace. What are you shaking your head for? What are you sighing for? Get lost now. Otherwise, I will send you to reincarnate. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and his face revealed a sinister look. TSK, I am more than happy to let you send me to reincarnate. Come, I am standing right here. Let's see what you are going to use to send me to reincarnate. Gu Fei crossed his arms and said coldly, You are courting death. The middle-aged man roared and threw a punch at Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't have any intention to make a move. Just as the middle-aged man's fist was about to hit Gu Fei still didn't move. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly and increased the strength of his fist by 30%. He really wanted to kill Gu Fei because if Gu Fei was an ordinary godly state expert, he would definitely die. Unfortunately, Gu Fei wasn't in the godly state, but the transcendent emperor realm. Bam! Kacha! A dull sound was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and a scream. The middle-aged man who was guarding the mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace was sent flying. It directly smashed through a door of light on the Great Guardian Formation. Exclamations could be heard from the light door. Soon, a few figures rushed out from the light door. How dare you come to the Ling Tian Palace and behave atrociously? Kill. The leader of the group released his flying sword. An extremely sharp sword radiance turned into a sword rainbow and flew towards Gu Fei. The sword aura was vast and mighty. The temperature of the surrounding void dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword aura. The sword principal expert was only at the peak of the godly king realm. In the eyes of Gu Fei, such an existence was just an ant. Noisy! Gu Fei waved his right hand casually, and the sharp sword radiance shattered in the void. What? The Sword King's body trembled violently, and his face turned completely pale. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Ling Tian Palace who rushed out from the light door were all stunned. This person shattered the Sword Elder's flying sword with a casual wave of his hand. This kind of cultivation was too terrifying. Who exactly are you? A white-haired old man stood out and stared fiercely at Gu Fei. Ask your palace lord to come out and see me. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He didn't care about these people at all. All the disciples of the Ling Tian Palace were stunned. This guy actually wanted to see the palace lord. You want to see our palace lord? You aren't qualified. A young man shouted at Gu Fei. Ha ha, I'm not qualified. Gu Fei laughed. What's going on? Haven't you chased away the guy outside? What a bunch of trash. A figure flashed in the light door. In the next moment, another person walked out from the light door. This guy was actually a big fatty. Greetings, Elder Qian. When the disciples of the Ling Tian Palace saw this person, they hurriedly bowed to this big fatty. Who dares to cause trouble in the Ling Tian Palace? Really gutsy. The person who came was Qian Yishan, the finance elder of the Ling Tian Palace. It's me. You have an opinion. Gu Fei smiled and turned to look at Qian Yishan. Mom. Chapter 50:33. Gu Fei left Southman's capital and went straight to Ling Tian Palace. He specifically asked for the palace master of Ling Tian Palace. This made the elder guarding the mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace unhappy. How could the palace master of the Ling Tian Palace be someone that anyone could meet? Moreover, this guy was not a big shot. He was just an ordinary, godly state lad. How dare he come to Ling Tian Palace and behave atrociously? However, Gu Fei casually shattered the guardian elder's flying sword. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. Ha, little fella, you're dead this time. Elder Qian, it's him. He actually dared to attack the guardian elder's mountain guarding formation and threatened to settle the score with our palace master. When the sword elder saw Qian Yishan, he, who was originally very weak, immediately became spirited. He directly narrated what had happened just now with exaggerated details. However, at this moment, when Qian Yishan, the finance elder of Ling Tian Palace, saw Gu Fei, he was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs turned to jelly. As for what the sword elder said, he did not hear a single word. Elder Qian, what's wrong with you? The sword elder then noticed Qian Yishan's abnormality. He was shocked to see that Qian Yishan seemed to be greatly frightened. Why, even you, damn fatty, think that I'm not qualified to meet your palace master? Gu Fei looked at Qian Yishan with a faint smile. Who do you think you are? Go back to where you came from. The white-robed old man roared at Gu Fei. Go. Who the hell are you asking to go? Qian Yishan roared and slapped the white-clothed old man's face. The slap made the white-clothed old man spin 3 times on the spot and sit on the ground. He was stunned. The elder in white was also a guardian elder. However, compared to Qian Yishan, he was not even qualified to carry shoes. Qian Yishan was an inner elder of Ling Tian Palace and one of the core figures. He was in charge of all the finances of Ling Tian Palace and had great power. Although the white-robed old man looked very old, he had only cultivated for a few hundred years. Qian Yishan and the others had cultivated for at least 10,000 years. Everyone from Ling Tian Palace was dumbfounded. Ha ha, you don't have to joke with these juniors. How could you not be qualified to meet our palace master? Qian Yishan turned around and said to Gu Fei with a smile. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but admire this guy's ability to change faces. He had really reached the realm of perfection, Seeing that their elder Qian was fawning over this young man in black, everyone was shocked. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe that this was true? Qian Yishan was one of the inner court elders of the Ling Tian Palace who had witnessed the battle between Gu Fei and the Ling Tian Palace master in the southern barbarian royal capital. This Gu Fei was a madman that even the Ling Tian Palace master couldn't do anything to. When he saw that the person was Gu Fei, Qian Yishan was already scared out of his wits. If Gu Fei wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. These guys guarding the door actually dared to offend Gu Fei. They must be tired of living. Then you lead the way, Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Please. Qian Yishan quickly stepped aside and made a gesture to invite him in. When Elder Jian and the white-robed old man saw this scene, they were really shocked. What was going on? Elder Qian actually wanted to bring this guy into Ling Tian Palace? Could this guy really have a great background? At this moment, both Elder Jian and the mountain guarding elder were shivering. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei calmly walked into the light gate on the mountain guarding formation. Qian Yishan quickly followed. How dare you barge into my Ling Tian Palace? Die! Gu Fei had just walked into the Ling Tian Palace when a beam of cold light descended from the sky and smashed towards his head. Clang! In the next moment, a giant axe was embedded in Gu Fei's head. Qian Yishan, who was walking behind, saw this scene and was instantly scared out of his wits. Bam! At this moment, a figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The person who came was a huge man who was 10 feet tall. He was incomparably strong and looked like an iron tower. Compared to this big guy, Gu Fei was simply like a child. He only reached the big guy's chest. Seeing that his giant axe was actually embedded in Gu Fei's head, the big guy was also dumbfounded. This guy's head was actually harder than his giant axe. This axe is yours? Gu Fei directly removed the giant axe that was embedded in his head. His head was not injured at all. However, the big guy's giant axe had a head-sized piece. How is this possible? The big guy was dumbfounded. His axe wasn't an ordinary artifact. I'm a very fair person. You hit me with your axe, so I'll return the favor. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly chopped at the big guy with his axe. Elder, please calm down. A voice sounded, and then a figure suddenly appeared between Gu Fei and the big guy. Gu Fei withdrew his giant axe because if he chopped down with his axe, even Qian Yishan, the fatty, would be unlucky. He's the great elder's only son. Qian Yishan lowered his voice and said to Gu Fei, So what? Gu Fei waved his left hand, and Qian Yishan, who was blocking in front of him, flew out like a ball. In the blink of an eye, no one knew where he went. Then he raised his hand and chopped down. There was a flash of blood, followed by a scream. The big guy's left arm was directly chopped off. How dare you hurt my son? You're courting death. An angry roar came from afar. The person instantly came close and punched at Gu Fei. The extremely violent fist force instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Scram! Gu Fei waved his right sleeve, and the person who attacked was immediately sent flying. Boom! A small mountain floating in the void was smashed into pieces. Seeing the scene, everyone in Ling Tian Palace was dumbfounded. How dare you behave atrociously in Ling Tian Palace? The battle elder descended from the sky. However, when he saw Gu Fei's appearance, he shivered and almost knelt on the ground. Master Gu, the elder of the battle hall, stuttered. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to see the dignified elder of the towering Heaven Palace's battle hall acting like a mouse in front of a cat in front of Gu Fei. That was the battle elder of Ling Tian Palace. The other inner elders also rushed over, ready to fight with the intruder. However, when they saw that it was Gu Fei, all of them were terrified. A bunch of cowards. Chapter 5034. Master Gu? When the inner sect elders of Ling Tian Palace saw that the person who broke into the mountain gate was Gu Fei, they were dumbfounded. What was this malefic doing here? No one knew why Gu Fei was here. Little girl from Ling Tian Palace, come out and see me. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and shouted at the largest sacred mountain floating in the void within the Ling Tian Palace's mountain gate. What? The upper echelons of Ling Tian Palace were so shocked by Gu Fei that their legs went soft and they almost fell to the ground. How dare this guy be so presumptuous? You little brat! A voice that sounded like the voice of nature came from the top of the mountain. A figure appeared in front of the Ling Tian Palace Hall at the peak of the mountain. Palace Master, the upper echelons of Ling Tian Palace hurriedly bowed to the figure in front of the hall. Ling Tian Palace Master came out. Do you have time to chat? Gu Fei looked up at the figure on the mountain peak and said indifferently, your cultivation seems to have increased by quite a bit. Sure, let's have a fight first. Ling Tian Palace Master soared into the sky, out of the mountain gate of Ling Tian Palace, and arrived outside the 9 heavens. Ha! As you wish. Gu Fei still stood with his hands behind his back. Then he soared into the sky and chased after Ling Tian Palace Master. The upper echelons of Ling Tian Palace were shocked. Their palace master actually wanted to fight with Gu Fei, and Gu Fei's cultivation had increased. How long had it been? This Gu Fei was simply a monster. The rate at which his cultivation was rising was simply too fast. Open the mountain gate. Open the mountain gate. Hurry up. The fat man, Qian Yishan, shouted at the elder guarding the mountain gate. Yes. The 2 mountain guardian elders hurriedly scrambled towards the mountain guardian formation's formation core. Rumble, the mountain gates of the Ling Tian Palace had opened. It had been 1,000 years since the last time the Ling Tian Palace had opened its mountain gates. Moreover, the Ling Tian Palace had opened its doors to welcome the 5 monarchs who had come to pay their respects to the Ling Tian Palace Master. But now, Ling Tian Palace had opened their doors for Gu Fei alone. This was something that Ling Tian Palace had never done before. At this time, the towering Heavenly Palace's mountain gate had only opened a small gap, but the group of towering Heavenly Palace's higher-ups had already rushed out impatiently. Boom! Just as the towering Heavenly Palace's old-timers rushed out, a thunderous boom rang out above their heads, shaking their souls so much that they almost collapsed. The upper echelons of the Ling Tian Palace turned pale, with fright. At this time, high up in the sky, 2 figures were moving at high speed. Violent energy fluctuations descended from the sky. That pressure landed on the upper echelons of Ling Tian Palace, causing them to almost be unable to straighten their backs. So powerful! Is this the power of surpassing the Emperor realm? The upper echelons of the Ling Tian Palace were shocked. The Ling Tian Palace Master was still as mysterious as ever. Her body was still shrouded in a layer of divine light. But Gu Fei still couldn't see through the Ling Tian Palace Master's appearance. This caused Gu Fei to be shocked. His cultivation had recovered to the Eternal Realm. The Eternal Realm was the legendary Transcendent Emperor realm in the Void Realm. Gu Fei realized that he had underestimated the Ling Tian Palace Master. One punch to break the limit. Gu Fei immediately threw out his strongest punch. This punch shook the entire sky and earth. Gu Fei's fist energy instantly soared to the limit and then broke through it. Breaking the limit meant breaking through the limit. This is interesting. The Ling Tian Palace Master smiled. Gu Fei's progress was really great, but in her eyes, it was still not enough. Just as the Ling Tian Palace Master was speaking, a shield condensed in front of her. Gu Fei's ferocious punch landed heavily on the shield. This shield was formed by the Ling Tian Palace master using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This kind of transformation technique was very common. Even God realm cultivators could do it. However, when the shape-shifting technique was used by Palace Master Ling Tian, it was different. Gu Fei's punch, which was powerful enough to shatter a divine mountain, landed on the shield in front of Ling Tian Palace Master. However, it felt as if it had landed on a ball of cotton, making her feel as if she had not exerted any strength. Gu Fei was shocked. The Ling Tian Palace Master wanted to use such a simple battle technique to neutralize his fist energy? Roar! Gu Fei roared and shook his right fist. An even stronger fist energy exploded from his fist. You're still holding back. The Ling Tian Palace Master could not help but be surprised when she saw this. This guy really exceeded her expectations. As Gu Fei's fist energy exploded, the shield in front of the Ling Tian Palace Master dispersed. In the next moment, Gu Fei's fist landed on the Ling Tian Palace Master's protective light. Gu Fei only felt a warm sensation coming from his right fist. His fist was actually blocked by his opponent's hand, and the force behind his punch was instantly dissipated by his opponent's hand. Afterwards, a great force came from the hand. The force directly pushed Gu Fei away. He could not help but take 6 or 7 steps back. You're an infinite prime? Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. The Ling Tian Palace Master was actually an infinite prime. You know about infinite primes too? Did you come down from above as well? The Ling Tian Palace Master's voice rang out. What did you say? You're from the infinite realm? With Gu Fei's intelligence, he immediately knew where this Palace Master Ling Tian came from. He was truly shocked. This little girl actually came from the limitless realm, the unbounded realm. That was the highest level world that Gu Fei knew of. Little guy, so you're an imposter? The Ling Tian Palace Master smiled. What did you say? Gu Fei said angrily. I know. Something went wrong with your ascension. The Ling Tian Palace Master also immediately guessed why Gu Fei came to the Void Realm. Why? Do you know how to leave this damn place? Gu Fei asked, although he looked calm on the surface. He was extremely nervous in his heart. I know. You came to me to ask about these things, right? The Ling Tian Palace Master guessed correctly again. Gu Fei really could not accept it. How can I leave here? Gu Fei really could not sit still. Even his voice was trembling. The Ling Tian Palace Master was silent. After a while, she said, There's no way. Even I can't enter that place. It's over. Gu Fei was directly dumbfounded. Don't be so pessimistic. I can't do it alone. But with you, we might succeed. The Ling Tian Palace Master continued. Gu Fei was almost driven crazy by the Ling Tian Palace Master. Chapter 50:35. When Gu Fei came to Ling Tian Palace, everyone in Ling Tian Palace was shocked. Everyone knew how powerful Master Gu was. He was someone who could wrestle with Ling Tian Palace Master. Ling Tian Palace Master was recognized as the strongest person in the world. In fact, the Ling Tian Palace was able to stand above the 5 forces, largely because of the Ling Tian Palace's Palace Master. Of course, Ling Tian Palace Master had been famous for countless years. The entire Void Realm was her legend. However, she had not fought for a long time. As time passed, people began to doubt Ling Tian Palace Master's combat strength. Hence, 1,000 years ago, the 5 royal lords paid a visit to Ling Tian Palace at the same time. Back then, this matter shook the world. The 5 royal lords paid a visit to Ling Tian Palace. In fact, everyone knew their goal. They wanted to test Ling Tian Palace's strength. They wanted to see if the legendary Ling Tian Palace Master was truly invincible. In the end, the 5 royal lords were thrown out of Ling Tian Palace by Ling Tian Palace Master. They all scurried away. Those who witnessed this scene outside Ling Tian Palace were dumbfounded. From then on, no one dared to challenge Ling Tian Palace in the past 1,000 years, until Gu Fei appeared out of nowhere. He swept through everything without a single defeat. He even killed one of the 5 royal lords, Barbarian Sovereign. However, the most shocking thing was that Gu Fei dared to fight with Ling Tian Palace Master. It seemed like even Ling Tian Palace Master could not do anything to him. In this way, how would Gu Fei's enemies dare to seek revenge from him? At this moment, Gu Fei was fighting with the Ling Tian Palace Master outside the 9 heavens. He had finally tested out the true strength of the Ling Tian Palace Master. Ling Tian Palace Master was definitely an infinite rank existence. The center of this world might be a super teleportation formation. When Palace Master Ling Tian said those words, Gu Fei was given quite a fright. A trans-realm teleportation formation? Gu Fei exclaimed, "Are you interested in taking a look?" Ling Tian Palace Master smiled. "Of course," Gu Fei said impatiently, "but your current cultivation is not enough. You should go back and practice." Palace Master Ling Tian shook his head. "What? You dare to look down on me? Do you want to fight again?" Gu Fei glared at Ling Tian Palace Master and said, "You don't even have a suitable Dao artifact. How are you going to challenge the array with me? Do you think that place is so easy to enter?" Palace Lord Ling Tian said disapprovingly. Gu Fei was speechless. Even Palace Master Ling Tian was fearful of that place. It seemed that it was truly extraordinary. Could it be that he really had to forge a Dao artifact first? "Do you have divine materials? Give me some." Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Scram! Palace Master Ling Tian waved his sleeves, and Gu Fei disappeared in an instant as though he was riding on a cloud. Ling Tian Palace Master's lass. Just you wait. The higher-ups of the Towering Heaven Palace were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Fei descend from the sky and land in front of the mountain gate of the Towering Heaven Palace. Gu Fei directly fell from the 9 heavens like a meteor. Boom! With a loud sound, he directly smashed into the ground. Rumble, the entire earth was shaking, and a circle of dust that was hundreds of feet high swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, trees were directly swept away, and mountains were instantly shattered. In the mountains, countless living beings suffered. Fortunately, this was a desolate forest with few people. Otherwise, many people would have died. What's going on? Could it be a meteorite falling from the sky? A dozen silhouettes appeared on top of a mountain in the mountain range. All of them looked into the distance in fear. A huge wave of dust was rapidly approaching them. They could all feel the vibration coming from under their feet. However, the yellow dust gradually weakened and stopped when it was still a dozen miles away from the mountain where the group of people were. By now, everything within a radius of 100 miles had been destroyed. A gigantic crater had appeared on the ground, and a figure was climbing out of the crater with much difficulty. "Ling Tian Palace Lass, you win." Gu Fei pointed his middle finger at the sky. Now, Gu Fei was in a sorry state. An unbounded realm monster was indeed powerful. However, Ling Tian Palace Master could not do anything to him because he had a true unbounded realm martial body. Soon, many figures appeared around the crater. "Where is this?" Gu Fei stumbled out of the room. "Ah, there's someone here," someone exclaimed. In the next moment, 3 figures stood in front of Gu Fei. "Fellow Daoist, are you all right?" A young man in green clothes said as he looked at Gu Fei with vigilance. "Do I look all right to you?" Gu Fei said gloomily. His clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. He was in a sorry state, but he was not injured. "Fellow Taoist, you're really lucky." Another young man looked at Gu Fei in shock. "To be able to survive the impact of the meteorite, I'm afraid your cultivation is not low either." The three young cultivators were in disbelief. "Do you know where I can take a bath and change my clothes?" Gu Fei asked. At this moment, he was depressed to find that his cultivation had been sealed by Ling Tian Palace Master. Of course, it would not be sealed for long. "If you don't mind, then come with us." The young cultivator in the lead turned around and walked forward. Gu Fei followed without hesitation. Through the conversation, he found out where these three guys came from. They were disciples from the nearby Sky Star sect. They came here to investigate, but met Gu Fei. The Sky Star sect was just a small sect. In this remote place, those big forces would naturally look down on them. However, those small sects could establish their forces here. Soon, the three disciples from the Sky Star sect brought Gu Fei back to the sect. Gu Fei took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. When he came out, the three disciples from the Sky Star sect were already roasting the thigh of an unknown beast on a bonfire under a big tree. A meaty aroma wafted into Gu Fei's nose. "Brother Gu, this is the thigh of the golden bear that junior sister hunted. It's almost done. Come and have a taste." Feng Chun from the Sky Star sect called out when he saw Gu Fei coming out. Rumble. When Gu Fei smelled the meaty aroma, his stomach immediately started to rumble. "Ha ha, all right." Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony and walked over with a smile. When he came to the bonfire, Gu Fei sat down and flipped his right hand. A jar of wine appeared in his hand. "Ah, you have a storage Dao artifact." Feng Chun was taken aback. "Hee." Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. "How can there be meat without wine?" As Gu Fei spoke, he removed the clay seal, and a sweet and mellow wine fragrance immediately spread out from the wine jar. Feng Chun and the rest swallowed their saliva when they smelled the wine. Chapter 5036. Gu Fei learned from the Sky Star sect's disciple, Feng Chun, that this was the Middle Sky domain, and the Sky Star sect was just a small sect in the Meteorite Mountain Range. Legend had it that the Meteorite Mountain Range was formed by a meteorite that fell here. There were meteorites here, so the various sects in Middle Sky used to mine here. Meteorite iron mines could be seen everywhere here. However, 1,000 years ago, the meteorite iron mines here were all dug out, so the various sects in Middle Sky naturally withdrew. After the major forces retreated, all the meteorite iron mines were abandoned. Then, the Meteorite Mountain Range was occupied by countless small sections. The abandoned mines that the various sects in Middle Sky looked down upon were delicious cakes in the eyes of these small sections. The Sky Star sect was also one of the countless small sects in the Meteorite Mountain Range. Moreover, the Sky Star sect controlled a total of 3 mines, and they were all considered good mines among the abandoned mines. Gu Fei had just arrived at the Sky Star sect and was about to eat and drink with Feng Chun and the others, but at this moment, a battle cry came from outside the mountain gate of the Sky Star sect. He saw black figures rushing into the mountain gate of the Sky Star sect, and these black figures killed their way into the Sky Star sect. Obviously, these people took advantage of the dark night to launch a surprise attack on the Sky Star sect. The Sky Star sect was caught unprepared and retreated in defeat. Soon, the group of black figures had already killed their way to the waist of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, many members of the Sky Star sect appeared. Under the leadership of the Sky Star sect's leader, the members of the Sky Star sect killed their way down the mountain. "Wang Tianxing, come out and die!" A loud shout reverberated through the mountains, and a black shadow suddenly soared into the sky, charging toward the heavenly starry sect master, who was rushing down from the mountain peak. Sujin, it's you? The leader of the Sky Star sect, Wang Tianxing, was shocked and angry when she saw that person. The person who came was Sujin of the Sky Shaking sect. This guy actually dared to bring people to sneak attack me. Damn it! Kill! Sujin directly punched towards Wang Tianxing below. All of you, get out of the way! Wang Tianxing roared. In the next moment, she also punched upwards, and the strong fist force went against the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fist forces collided, and the entire mountain seemed to shake. The people around Wang Tianxing, who could not dodge in time, were directly sent flying by the explosion of power. Divine realm, Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this scene. Since when could a god-state cultivator establish a sect? These bastards from the heaven-shaking sect, Feng Chen, and the others were shocked and angry at the same time. They grabbed their weapons and rushed down the mountain. Gu Fei still didn't move. He had just opened a jar of good wine. Feng Chen and the other two guys had gone to fight with the people from the shaking heaven sect. There was good wine and good meat here. If he didn't eat it, it would be too much of a waste. Gu Fei sat beside the bonfire, then took out a small knife, cut a piece of roasted beast meat, and threw it into his mouth. Not bad, not bad. Gu Fei took a bite. The roasted meat was very tender, and juice flowed from the corner of his mouth. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, Gu Fei grabbed the jar of wine and drank a big mouthful. At this time, the people from the Sky Star sect and the Heaven-Shaking sect had already started fighting. Suddenly, there was a flash of sword light, and blood splattered everywhere. People kept falling. The smell of blood permeated the air. Hey, senior brother, there's a fool here. At this time, 3 black figures suddenly rushed out of the forest. The leader of the 3 black figures was a young man in black with a long sword in his hand. Everyone else is fighting and fighting, but he is here drinking wine and eating meat. The other cultivator looked around vigilantly. Kill! The leader of the group slashed his sword at Gu Fei, who was sitting beside the bonfire. When the sword light was about to fall on Gu Fei's head, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to catch the sword light. When the black-clothed young man saw this, he was really shocked. This guy actually used 2 fingers to clamp his sword. One had to know that the speed of a slash was not slow. To be able to catch a fast-moving sword was not an easy task. The 2 cultivators beside the young man in black were also shocked by this scene. The black-clothed youth wanted to pull back his sword, but it was as if his sword was a part of Gu Fei's hand. Even if he used all his strength, the sword still wouldn't budge. Who are you? The young man in black was sweating profusely, and his voice was trembling. Gu Fei did not care about this guy. He grabbed the jar of wine beside him and took another big mouthful. You are not from the Sky Star sect, right? Could it be that you are an expert invited by the Sky Star sect? The young man in black grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand, but his left hand could not help but wipe the cold sweat. The Sky Star sect is not qualified to invite me, Gu Fei said indifferently. When the young man in black heard this, his expression changed drastically. This time, he was afraid that he had really kicked an iron plate. Since you are not from the Sky Star sect, it is just a misunderstanding between us. We will leave now. The young man in black said, as he let go of the sword in his hand. He did not even want the sword and turned to leave. His 2 junior brothers wished that they could just run away. Scram! Gu Fei said as he waved his right hand. The sword that he had caught was inserted into the ground in front of the young man in black. The entire sword was inserted into the ground. The young man in black did not dare to stay there any longer. He immediately rushed into the forest and escaped down the mountain. How dare the three of you escape in the face of danger? Damn it! A loud shout was heard. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in the forest, and a few screams were heard. The three disciples from the heaven-shaking sect were immediately given a box of food. "Young man, can you buy me a drink?" A tall and fierce-looking middle-aged man with 2 axes walked out of the forest. Divine state. Gu Fei immediately sensed this guy's cultivation. This guy was also a divine state expert. The heaven-shaking sect had produced 2 divine state experts. This might be the reason why the heaven-shaking sect was so confident. "You are not qualified to drink with me," Gu Fei said indifferently. He reached out and cut a piece of roasted meat from the grill and threw it into his mouth. "What did you say?" When the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes instantly shot out 2 rays of cold light. "I, the deputy leader of the heaven-shaking sect, Su Ba, am not qualified to drink with you." The middle-aged man roared angrily. He was a hot-tempered person. "You are not qualified. Scram." Gu Fei said coldly, "How dare you ask me to scram? You are courting death." Su Ba roared and swung his axe at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand again and directly grabbed the giant axe that was chopping down. Su Ba's shock was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand, and Su Ba's giant axe was cut into pieces. How is this possible? Chapter 50:37. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The people of the heaven-shaking sect took advantage of the night to attack the Sky Star sect. A great battle between the heaven-shaking sect and the Sky Star sect broke out. Both sides started a fierce battle in the mountain gate of the Sky Star sect. All of this was for the mine. The meteorite mountain range had nothing else but abandoned meteorite iron mines everywhere. Of course, these mineral veins had almost been completely exploited by the major forces of the Central Prefecture. However, the abandoned mineral veins that the major forces of the Central Prefecture looked down upon had become delicious cakes in the eyes of the small sects like the Heavenly Star sect and the Heaven-Shaking sect. The meteorite iron contained in these ores was very low. It took a lot of time and effort to refine the meteorite iron. In the eyes of the major forces, it was not worth spending so much manpower and resources to refine iron. However, these small forces were different. The meteorite iron was a rare thing. If they could refine it, it would be a profit for them. The Heaven-Shaking sect had been eyeing the 3 mines of the Sky Star sect for a long time. Until tonight, they finally could not help but attack the Sky Star sect. At this time, halfway up the mountain, the leader of the Sky Star sect, Wang Tianxing, and the leader of the Heaven-Shaking sect, Su Zhen, were fighting endlessly. Powerful divine state power erupted, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. The others did not dare to go near at all. After all, this was a battle between divine state experts. Ordinary people could not withstand it at all. Whether it was the people of the Sky Star sect or the Heaven-Shaking sect, once they were affected by this level of battle, they would die immediately. The strength of the Sky Star sect and the Heaven-Shaking sect was actually not much different. It was not easy for these 2 forces to determine a winner. At this time, Gu Fei wanted to eat some meat and drink some wine, but he was disturbed. The deputy leader of the Heaven-Shaking sect, Su Zhen, was really unlucky. He actually encountered Gu Fei. Then, this guy was unlucky. He had no choice but to be unlucky. Su Ba was dumbfounded as he watched his giant axe being crushed by Gu Fei with his bare hands. This guy could not be arrogant anymore. Not only could he not be arrogant, but he was also so scared that he almost peed his pants. Who is this guy? He actually crushed a divine tool with his bare hands. This is a divine tool that I obtained with great difficulty, but it was actually crushed. Who the hell are you? Even Su Zhen's voice was trembling. He was truly frightened. You don't have the right to know who I am. If you want to live, cut your flesh and pour me some wine. Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Su Ba hurried over. He took out a small knife and carefully cut off the roasted meat on the grill piece by piece. He took out a small plate out of nowhere and placed the meat on the plate, then carefully placed it in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the knife in his hand to pick up the roasted meat on the plate and threw it into his mouth. At this time, Su Zhen's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He was extremely nervous. If Gu Fei was unhappy, he would be finished. If others were to see the deputy sect master of the heaven-shaking sect serving Gu Fei like a servant, they would probably be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall off. While Su Ba was serving Gu Fei wine and meat, the people from the Heavenly Star sect and the Heaven-Shaking sect were still locked in a fierce battle. Su Ba, you bastard! Where the hell are you? The sect master of the Heaven-Shaking sect, Su Zhen, was both shocked and angry. What is this guy doing? The reason why the Heaven-Shaking sect dared to attack the Heavenly Star sect was because the deputy sect master, Su Ba, had finally reached the godly state. The Heaven-Shaking sect had 2 godly state experts, which was why they were so confident. As for the Heavenly Star sect, only the sect master, Wang Tianqing, was at the godly state. Su Zhen could fight Wang Tianqing to a draw. If Su Ba, who was at the godly state, joined forces, they would be able to kill Wang Tianqing and destroy the Heavenly Star sect. The 3 minds of the Heavenly Star sect would then belong to the Heaven-Shaking sect. However, Su Zhen would never have imagined that Su Ba was currently waiting on Gu Fei at an inconspicuous place within the Sky Star Sect's mountain gate, drinking wine and eating meat. Deputy Sect Master, the Sect Master is looking for you. At that moment, a few members of the Heaven-Shaking sect finally found Su Ba. However, in the next moment, they were stunned by the scene before them. What's going on? What did I see? The deputy sect master, actually, the members of the Heaven-Shaking sect, were immediately dumbfounded. The vice sect master was actually acting like a servant, carefully pouring wine for a black-clothed youth. Then, he carefully cut off the roasted meat on the grill and carefully placed a small plate in front of the black-clothed youth. The few people from the Heaven-Shaking sect were completely dumbfounded. It couldn't be helped. The scene before them was too unbelievable for the people of the Heaven-Shaking sect. All of you get lost! Su Ba shouted at the people from the Heaven-Shaking sect. The people from the Heaven-Shaking sect were really shocked. Why are you still here? Su Ba's eyes were filled with ferocity, as if he was going to kill these people. Yes, 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 we will get lost immediately. All the disciples from the Heaven-Shaking sect knew that the deputy sect master had a fiery temper. If they angered him, they would end up in a miserable state. The few disciples from the Heaven-Shaking sect were so scared that they scrambled and ran away. Su Ba, you bastard! Soon, Su Zhen's voice came down from the mountain. It seemed that those people had bought him out, which made Su Ba very unhappy. At this moment, the battle between the 2 divine realm experts was gradually moving towards where Gu Fei was. Sai, I want to drink some wine and eat some meat in peace, but I can't. Gu Fei sighed helplessly. This Su Ba, on the other hand, was shocked. Su Ba, what the hell are you doing? Su Zhen came and saw Su Ba standing next to a young man in black, like a servant. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ha ha! When did the deputy sect master of the Heaven-Shaking sect become the servant of a little kid? Wang Tianqing laughed heartily when he saw this scene. Be my servant? He is not qualified. Gu Fei said indifferently. How arrogant! Do you think you are an invincible emperor? Wang Tianxing sneered. Why are you guys not fighting? Gu Fei said. These people actually stopped. Su Ba, come over here. Su Zhen roared at Su Ba. This, big brother, Su Ba was extremely anxious. Once they angered this deity, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Their lives could be taken by this guy at any time. You bastard. You don't even listen to me anymore? Su Zhen really wanted to beat Su Ba up. No, big brother. Su Ba kept winking at Su Zhen, his forehead full of sweat. However, Su Zhen did not know what his brother was doing. Was he afraid of this young man in black? Who are you? Chapter 5038. You don't have the right to know who I am. Gu Fei said calmly. The deputy sect leader of the Shaking Sky sect, the hot-tempered Su Ba, was now as docile as a kitten, carefully serving the young man in black. This scene stunned Su Zhen, the sect leader of the Shaking Sky sect, and Wang Tianxing, the sect leader of the Sky Star sect, as well. This guy was Su Ba. Su Ba was quite famous in the Falling Star Mountain Range because he was vicious, merciless, and incomparably violent. He would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. It was unknown how many people had died to his pair of giant axes. You said that I don't have the right to know who you are? Wang Tianxing was almost driven mad by Gu Fei's words. Do you know who I am? Wang Tianxing glared at Gu Fei and said, I don't care who you are. Get lost now, or else I will throw you down the mountain. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Wang Tianxing was shocked and angry, but he did not leave, nor did he make a move. Second brother, come back now. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Su Zhen roared at Su Ba. Big brother, Su Ba was shocked and scared. He looked at Gu Fei carefully. Continue. Gu Fei said calmly. Yes. Su Ba quickly cut another plate of barbecued meat and brought it to Gu Fei. At this moment, the people of the Sky Star sect and the Sky Shaking sect rushed towards the two sect leaders. While the two sect masters were facing off against each other, there was a bonfire between them, barbecuing meat. A black-clad youngster was leisurely enjoying the service of Heavenly Quake Sect's vice sect master, Su Ba. Su Ba was holding a small plate, respectfully. The young man in black was using a small knife to pick up the barbecued meat and was eating it with relish. The aroma of meat and wine filled the air. The stomachs of the disciples of the Sky Star sect and the Sky Shaking sect were growling. This was especially so for the disciples of the Heaven Shaking sect. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. When did the usually overbearing and arrogant vice sect leader Su Ba change? The tall and ferocious-looking Su Ba, who had a full beard, looked very fierce. Even if he did not attack, just by standing there, he would be able to frighten many people. But now, Su Ba was like a servant trying to please his master. He was nodding and bowing in front of the black-clothed young man, like a slave. Fellow Taoist Gu. At this time, the Heavenly Star sect's disciple, Feng Chen, walked out from the crowd. When he saw this scene, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Come. The meat test is done, and the wine has been unsealed. Come, drink and eat. Why are you fighting? Gu Fei said to Feng Chen. When Feng Chen heard this, he was dumbfounded. The Heavenly Star sect was about to be annihilated. How could he still be in the mood to eat and drink? The others were also speechless. I don't care who you are. This is a grudge between my Heavenly Star sect and the Heaven Shaking sect. I hope you won't interfere. Kill them. The Heavenly Star sect's leader, Wang Tianxing, shouted. With a wave of his right hand, the Heavenly Star sect's cultivators behind him immediately charged towards the people of the Heaven Shaking sect. Kill. The Heaven Shaking sect's leader, Su Zhen, also shouted. He led his disciples and charged towards the Heavenly Star sect's leader. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed. In the next moment, he put down the knife in his right hand and snapped his fingers. Bam! Bam! Two dull sounds were heard. In the next moment, the two sect leaders, Wang Tianxing and Su Zhen, slammed into an invisible wall. Their entire bodies were lying in the void, and then they slid to the ground. Neither of these two fellows expected that there was actually an invisible layer between them. When they bumped into it, their heads immediately started bleeding. The people on both sides could not stop their momentum. Many of them slammed into the wall in the void. Some had their noses broken, while others had their front teeth knocked out. Someone had a huge bump on his forehead. Even Wang Tianxing and Su Zhen cried out in pain. Be it the people from the Heavenly Star sect or the Heaven-Shaking sect, they were all dumbfounded. This Miss Scene, Su Ba, the deputy sect leader of the Heaven-Shaking sect, was so shocked that his hand trembled. The plate in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. I told you to scram, so scram. I don't mind sending anyone else to hell, Gu Fei said calmly. What Wang Tianxing and Su Zhen were shocked. This guy, both of them were shocked to the extreme. Just what was the background of this black-clothed youth? He actually stopped a great battle between them with a casual sound of his whistle. Say, Senior, please forgive us for offending you. Su Zhen finally understood why his second brother was so respectful to this young man in black. It turned out that this inconspicuous young man was actually a super expert. Senior, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please don't take offense. Wang Tianxing could not help but lower his head. His forehead was full of sweat. Scram! Gu Fei roared. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them hurriedly led their disciples away. Wait! The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Gu Fei in fear. Could it be that this senior had changed his mind? Then they were dead meat. The two of them were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Do you have some treasure here? Gu Fei said in a low voice. What treasure? Wang Tianxing and Su Zhen looked at each other. Their eyes flickered. Don't try to lie to me. Otherwise, you will suffer. Gu Fei grabbed the wine jar beside him and took a big gulp. Actually, when he arrived at the Heavenly Star sect, he felt that the aura of the mountain where the Heavenly Star sect was located was not right. This aura was very obscure. Even a divine king would not be able to sense it. However, Gu Fei was not a divine king. He was a legendary transcendent emperor in the void realm. This Su Zhen hesitated. Senior, this is only a legend. No peerless spiritual treasure has ever appeared here. Wang Tianxing said carefully. Legend has it that there is a peerless spiritual treasure here. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Wasn't he looking for divine materials to forge a weapon? If he could obtain the peerless spiritual treasure here, wouldn't he have the materials to forge a weapon? Tell me in detail. Gu Fei said calmly. According to Wang Tianxing, in ancient times, a meteorite fell from the sky. The meteorite landed on the meteorite mountain range. The entire meteorite mountain range was formed from the meteorite that fell from the sky. Legend had it that a nine heavens spiritual treasure fell along with the meteorite. At that time, countless experts from the 5 regions gathered to search for that peerless spiritual treasure. However, countless years had passed. No one had seen any peerless spiritual treasure. There were only legends about it. Interesting. Chapter 5039. The meteorite mountain range was a barren land. Originally, it had some value. Because of the meteorite iron, it had attracted the attention of the major factions in Zhongtian. However, as the meteorite iron in the meteorite mountain range was mined, it became a place abandoned by the major factions. However, to the small factions, the waste ores were the capital to survive. The major factions in Zhongtian looked down on the waste ores. However, the waste ores also contained meteorite iron. Of course, the amount of meteorite iron in the waste ores was very low. Wanting to refine the meteoric iron from these waste ores was a very time-consuming process, and the various large powers of Center Sky would not do such a laborious thing without any benefits. Hence, ever since the major factions in Zhongtian retreated from the meteorite mountain range, it became a paradise for the small factions. There were at least a dozen small factions like the Sky Star sect and the Heaven Shaking sect in the meteorite mountain range. The Sky Star sect and the Heaven Shaking sect were not the strongest factions. In the meteorite mountain range, the strongest faction was the Star sect. At this time, the mountain gate of Starlight sect was ablaze, but the mountain was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone gathered in an inconspicuous place in the mountain gate. The two big sects, which were like fire and water, actually did not fight anymore. The leaders of the two factions were so scared by a young man in black that their faces turned pale. They trembled and almost knelt down. "All right, all of you scram. Feng Chun, you stay. You scram too," Gu Fei said to Su Ba. "Yes, yes, yes. I will scram immediately." Hearing this, Su Ba was overjoyed. After bowing to Gu Fei, he immediately turned around and dashed out of the Sky Star sect. The others quickly retreated as well. They were all afraid of angering the mysterious and powerful young man in black. Even in Feng Chen's wildest dreams, he would have never imagined that the battered youth he met in the meteorite mountain range was actually a peerless expert. Even his sect master, Wang Tianxing, was trembling with fear in front of this youth. As such, Feng Chun and the others were not as open in front of Gu Fei. They were very reserved and spoke very carefully. This made Gu Fei feel a little helpless. Getting to know each other is also fate. These are for you. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Gu Fei threw a small jade bottle to Feng Chun and the others. Then he soared into the sky and disappeared into the night. After seeing that Gu Fei had left, Feng Chun uncorked the bottle and a fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. Pills. Feng Chun was shocked. This medicinal pill was actually an incomparably precious soul-shaping pill. Soul-shaping pill. It was something that countless cultivators in the falling Star Mountain range yearned for even in their dreams. After eating this divine transformation pill, they would have the opportunity to reach the God realm. That was the divine realm, an existence at the level of the sect master. In the meteorite mountain range, a divine realm expert was an absolute master. He was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. Feng Chun and the others were extremely excited. Gu Fei had only given them 3 elixirs. Each of them carefully put away one. I originally wanted to exterminate the Heavenly Star sect, but who would have thought that I would meet such a monster? At this moment, the sect master of the Heavenly Shaking sect led his group of subordinates back to his sect unwillingly. All his plans were ruined by the sudden appearance of a black-robed young man. "Big brother, are you trying to get us killed?" Su Ba looked around in fear. If those words were heard by that pervert, they would be finished. "You coward." Su Zhen was really speechless. He never thought that his usually hot-tempered and overbearing younger brother would be so frightened by a black-robed young man. "Big brother, you are not a coward. You are awesome." "All right," Su Ba scolded. After leaving Gu Fei, he immediately regained his usual temperament. "You still dare to talk back?" Su Zhen stretched out his hand and slapped the back of this guy's head. "Big brother." Su Ba stared at his big brother angrily. Why did he bow and scrape in front of Gu Fei? If he angered that malefic person, they would probably be dead by now. What is the background of that person? Su Zhen's expression was extremely solemn. That person was really too strong. With a snap of his fingers, he had stopped their battle with the Sky Star sect. It was really too terrifying. You ask me? Who should I ask? Suba said, angrily, hurry up and leave. I don't want to come back here for the rest of my life. Suba did not wait for Sujun to speak. He directly soared into the sky and disappeared under the night sky. Sujun was speechless. It seemed like this fearless second brother of his had really been scared out of his wits by that mysterious young man. Actually, the people from the Sky Star sect were the same. Wang Tianqing brought his people back to the sect's main hall at the peak of the Sky Star sect. Wang Tianqing sat on the throne in the middle of the main hall. The main hall was filled with the upper echelons of the Sky Star sect. Who can tell me what exactly happened? Wang Tianqing swept his gaze across the people in the main hall. His expression was extremely ugly. He had never been in such a sorry state before. There was even a huge bump on his forehead. No one in the main hall dared to make a sound. Who knew where that black-robed young man had come from? A bunch of good-for-nothings, Wang Tianqing said angrily. A powerful pressure immediately erupted from his body. The people in the main hall instantly trembled in fear. At this moment, Gu Fei had already arrived high up in the sky. He sat cross-legged in the void and carefully sensed the aura of this part of the world. It can actually leave. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This was because he sensed that the obscure aura had actually changed its position and was no longer in its original position. Could it be that the spiritual treasure has already developed intelligence? When Gu Fei thought of this, he was a little surprised. A spiritual treasure that could develop intelligence would definitely not be weak. However, it was a little difficult to deal with now. This was because his cultivation had been sealed by the girl from the Ling Tian Palace. It would take a few days to completely remove the seal. Gu Fei also knew that the girl from the Ling Tian Palace had sealed his cultivation just to disgust him. I'll let you stay here for a few more days. After sensing for a while, Gu Fei directly flew towards the place where the spiritual energy in the meteorite mountain range was gathered. The spiritual energy in the meteorite mountain range was too thin. There were only 2 or 3 places with barely enough spiritual energy. Of course, in Gu Fei's eyes, these places were also trash. Soon, he saw a towering mountain in front of him. The mountain was shrouded in mist, and it looked rather celestial. When he got closer, the scenery here was also not bad. This was actually a stronghold set up by a large sect in the meteorite mountain range. Of course, the people from that large sect had already evacuated. Then, this place was occupied by a sect called the Star Sect. The people from the Star Sect had never expected that their sect had already been targeted by a malefic existence. Chapter 50-40. The Star Sect was the strongest sect in the meteorite mountain range. The other forces were like little brothers in front of the Star Sect. Almost half of the mines in the meteorite mountain range were controlled by the Star Sect. Moreover, the Star Sect's mines were also the best mines in the meteorite mountain range. It was very peaceful on Star Mountain. There were pavilions on the mountain, and people could be seen walking on the mountain path from time to time. At the foot of the mountain was the entrance to Star Mountain. There was a tall, decorated archway here, and it was the only way to go up the mountain. Everyone who came to visit the mountain would enter the mountain from here. However, there were some people who did not take the usual path, and Gu Fei was one of them. However, taking the unusual path would often lead to bad luck. Gu Fei flew in the air, admiring the surrounding scenery along the way. Just as he was about to reach the mountain that he had his eyes on, he suddenly collided with an invisible force field in the void with a bang. F***CK. Gu Fei's entire body was stuck to the force field, and he slid down to the ground. If that girl from Ling Tian Palace saw this, she would definitely laugh until her stomach hurt. The arrogant Gu Fei actually had such a pathetic moment. I was careless. Careless? Gu Fei was extremely depressed. He did not expect that there would be a formation here at all. How could there be a mountain-protecting formation in this godforsaken place? He slid down from the sky and fell to the ground. He did not want to move at all. Who the F***CK has nothing better to do and came all the way here to set up a formation. Gu Fei was speechless. Who would lay down such a huge formation to envelop the entire mountain in such a desolate place? This was an extravagant effort and not something an ordinary person could do. Ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter that sounded like silver bells was heard. Gu Fei smelled a fragrant breeze, and a purple-clothed woman appeared beside him. She was holding her belly and laughing. What are you laughing at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Gu Fei shook his head and flung his messy hair to the back of his head. Then he stood up unhurriedly and sized up the woman in purple. You're a handsome man? Stop teasing me. The purple-clothed woman crossed her arms and looked at him in disdain. Who are you? It's not safe for a little girl to walk around alone. Didn't your parents teach you? Gu Fei curled his lips. Who am I? I won't tell you. Yes, it's not safe in the mountains, but for me, the Stellar Mountain is the safest place. The purple-clothed woman said proudly. She wasn't that old, and her face was covered, revealing a pair of large jet-black eyes that were filled with intelligence. At first glance, Gu Fei knew that this girl was a mischievous person, just like his newly accepted disciple, Princess Xiaozhou of the West Sea Dragon clan. Moreover, to Gu Fei's surprise, this purple-clothed girl turned out to be a divine realm expert. Such a young divine realm expert was very rare in the Meteorite Mountain range. The heaven and earthling chi here was simply too thin, far thinner than the heaven and earthling chi in the other regions of Middle Sky. Everyone knew that cultivators needed to absorb and refine the heaven and earthling chi in order to cultivate. Where the heaven and earthling chi was thin, there wouldn't be any powerful creatures at all. Oh, I didn't know that you've actually cultivated to the divine realm. Gu Fei looked at the purple-clothed woman from head to toe. What did you call me? Little girl? The purple-clothed woman was instantly annoyed. She put her hands on her waist and stared at Gu Fei fiercely. Isn't that so? You're just a silly little girl. Gu Fei said disdainfully. The purple-clothed woman was even more furious. All right, ask your parents to come out and talk to me. I want to go into the mountain, Gu Fei said impatiently. You want to go into the mountain? The purple-clothed woman's big eyes immediately revealed a sly look when she heard this. I've observed the entire Meteorite Mountain range, and the spirit chi here is not bad, so I want to cultivate here for a few days, Gu Fei said seriously. Haha, this is too funny. The purple-clothed woman laughed out loud. Is it really that funny? Gu Fei was speechless. Do you know what this place is? The purple-clothed woman laughed for a while before stopping and saying, What place? Gu Fei asked curiously. Prick up your ears and listen carefully. This is Star Mountain, the place where the Star Sect is located. The Star Sect is the strongest sect in the entire Meteorite Mountain range. The purple-clothed woman stared at Gu Fei and said seriously, if others knew that the purple-clothed woman dared to say such words to Gu Fei, their jaws would definitely drop. Gu Fei was the #1 god of killing in Nanman. Even the barbaric emperor died in his hands. He was also the only person in the entire Void realm who dared to fight with the Ling Tian Palace Master, and was not killed by him. In the eyes of the powerhouses in Nanman and the high and mighty upper echelons of Ling Tian Palace, Gu Fei was simply amazing. Star Sect. Gu Fei tilted his head and thought about it. Haha, are you afraid now? Are you Scared out of your wits? The purple-clothed woman said proudly. Never heard of it, Gouffet said. The proud, purple-clothed woman staggered and almost fell. What? You haven't even heard of the Star Sect? The purple-clothed woman looked at Gouffet as if he was a monster. Star Sect? There was actually someone in the Meteorite Mountain Range who hadn't heard of the Star Sect. How was that possible? Unless this guy wasn't from the Meteorite Mountain Range. You're not from the Meteorite Mountain Range? The purple-clothed woman exclaimed. You're not that stupid either. Gouffet gave the purple-clothed woman a thumbs up. Who exactly are you? The purple-clothed woman stared at Gouffet and said in a deep voice. She could do whatever she wanted in the Meteorite Mountain Range, but she couldn't after leaving the Meteorite Mountain Range. That was because the true rulers of Middle Heaven were the Buddhist ancestor and the Heavenly Clan, followed by the various top forces that were second only to the Buddhist ancestor and the Heavenly Clan. In the eyes of those top forces, the Star Sect was not worth mentioning at all. Who am I? I won't tell you either, Gouffet said proudly. How dare you? The purple-clothed girl immediately made her move. She threw a punch at Gouffet, and a ball of dazzling light appeared on her fist. Hee. Gouffet stretched out his right hand and pointed at the purple-clothed young man's fist. What? The purple-clothed girl was shocked. Her opponent had actually blocked her fist with just a single finger? How was that possible? Damn it! The purple-clothed woman retracted her fist. In the next moment, she leaped up from the ground and swept her right foot at Gouffet's head at lightning speed. Gouffet raised his right hand and placed his forearm in front of his head. Bam! A dull thud was heard. Gouffet was as still as a mountain, but the purple-clothed woman hugged her right leg and screamed. It was so painful that tears came out of her eyes. The purple-clothed woman felt as if she had kicked a piece of divine metal, and even her bones seemed to have been diagnosed. I'll stand right here. If you can make me move a step, you can do whatever you want. How about that? Gouffet said with a smile. What did you say? The purple-clothed woman's eyes lit up. Are you telling the truth? The purple-clothed woman stared at Gouffet and said, Of course, but what if you lose? Gouffet said proudly, I'll lose. If I lose, you can do whatever you want of me. The purple-clothed woman gritted her teeth. All right, it's a deal. Chapter 5041. Gouffet stood on the ground and allowed the purple-clothed girl to attack. He only used one hand to block all of her attacks. How is this possible? The purple-clothed girl was shocked and furious, and her attacks became even more ferocious. Whirlwind sweeping fallen leaves. The purple-clothed girl twisted her waist and started spinning. In the next moment, her legs swept towards Gouffet like a gust of wind. It was just a warm-up just now. Now, the purple-clothed girl had no choice but to get serious. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out from the forest. As a result, sand and rocks flew in the forest, and the sun and moon lost their light. Then, it inevitably alarmed the people from Star Sect because this place was not very far from the Star Sect's mountain gate. Soon, many figures appeared around them. These people were all watching from afar. Before they could see the situation clearly, they were all very careful. In the Meteorite Mountain Range, anything could happen. If one offended an existence that they couldn't afford to offend, the outcome would be tragic. Moreover, this was Star Sect's territory. At this moment, the purple-clothed girl's fierce attack was still unable to force Gouffet to move a single step. Instead, she was panting and sweating profusely. Humph! The purple-clothed girl shouted and leaped back, instantly widening the distance between her and Gouffet. What's wrong? Come on, let's continue. Gouffet said proudly as he hooked his finger at the purple-clothed girl. All right, let's continue. The purple-clothed girl suddenly smiled. Then she actually stopped attacking. Instead, she picked up a large bundle of withered branches and threw them around Gu Fei. "What are you trying to do?" Gu Fei was displeased. This girl was starting to cause trouble. "Anyway, as long as I force you to move your feet, you'll lose, right?" The purple-clothed girl smiled. Gu Fei pretended to be shocked and angry. Ha! Seeing Gu Fei being defeated, the purple-clothed girl laughed happily. "I'll give you a chance. Admit defeat." Ha ha! The purple-clothed girl was very proud. "You want me to admit defeat? Dream on." Gu Fei raised his middle finger at the purple-clothed girl. "Humph!" The purple-clothed girl sneered. She gritted her teeth and ignited the fire. Soon, the raging fire engulfed Gu Fei. Sigh! Just then, a sigh came from the sea of fire. Then, a cold aura burst out from the sea of fire. The raging flames were extinguished in an instant. Moreover, they were completely extinguished. Not even a spark or a wisp of smoke could be seen. That was because the burning firewood had been frozen in an instant. The purple-clothed girl was dumbfounded. "All right, I'll be my attendant for a few days." Gu Fei said proudly. "How dare you? You want our junior sister to be your follower? Are you courting death?" At this moment, a loud shout rang out, and a figure descended from the sky. A young man dressed in white landed on the ground and stared at Gu Fei viciously. "Why are you here? It's none of your business." The purple-clothed girl was displeased when she saw who it was. "Junior sister, what are you talking about? Big senior brother is your fiancé. How can he not care about your business?" Another figure descended from the sky and stood behind the young man in white. He then shouted at the purple-clothed girl. "Gao Rong, shut up." The purple-clothed girl was even more furious when she saw that person. When Gu Fei saw this, he immediately understood. There must be a story between these people. Could it be that one of them wanted to marry, but the other didn't? There was a high chance that Gu Fei would be implicated in this matter. As an outsider, he was destined to be used and treated as a sucker. "Hey, lass, what happened between the two of you has nothing to do with me. How about we call off our bet?" Gu Fei did not want to care about such trivial matters. He. The purple-clothed girl suddenly stared at Gu Fei with a sly look in her eyes. When Gu Fei saw the purple-clothed girl's expression, his heart skipped a beat. This girl is going to start causing trouble. What bet? When the young man in white heard that, he immediately looked at Gu Fei. He narrowed his eyes, and a glint flickered under his eyelids. He also saw that Gu Fei was actually surrounded by frozen firewood. This made him frown even more. Where did this guy come from? Why is he here? There's no bet. It's just that if I lose, I'll have to marry this guy. The purple-clothed girl said, casually. Gu Fei thought to himself, here it comes. This girl is really going to cause trouble. When the eldest senior brother heard that, his face immediately darkened. A cold killing intent erupted from his body as he directly wanted to kill Gu Fei. Little junior sister, aren't you messing around? The young man called Gao Rong sneered. You're the star sex little junior sister. Your every word and action represents the star sex face. Do you want to go to the back of the mountain to reflect on your mistakes? The eldest senior brother was almost going crazy. Humph, I've already said that I'll make the decision. I'll find my own husband. You want to marry me? And then become the sect master of the star sect. Dream on. The purple-clothed girl said coldly. What's going on? Gu Fei, on the other hand, was confused. Could it be that this little girl was actually the daughter of that star sex sect master? If this so-called eldest senior brother wanted to become the sect master, Then he had to marry the sect master's daughter. This was definitely a shortcut to becoming the next sect master. Hey, brat, stop daydreaming. I admit defeat. I'm yours now. Do as you see fit, the purple-clothed girl said to Gu Fei. When Gu Fei heard that, sweat broke out on his forehead. This girl is too despicable. I've never seen someone who attracts hatred like this. Now that she said that, wouldn't that eldest senior brother hate me to death? Sure enough, the two brothers opposite him glared at Gu Fei. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died countless times. Why don't you marry your eldest senior brother? Gu Fei said with a smile. What did you say? The purple-clothed girl immediately put her hands on her hips and glared at Gu Fei fiercely. At least you know what's good for you. When the eldest senior brother heard that, the murderous aura on his body weakened significantly. I'm just joking. Gu Fei said again. How dare you trick me? The eldest senior brother glared and flew into a rage. Why? Can I take it? Gu Fei said coldly. You're courting death. The young man called Gao Rong roared and walked out from behind the eldest senior brother. With a flip of his right hand, a black whip appeared in his hand. Pa! Gao Rong shook the long whip in his hand, and the air exploded with a sonic boom. Be careful! This senior brother of mine is famous for being ruthless. He'll strangle someone to death with a whip if he doesn't agree with him. The purple-clothed girl retreated behind Gu Fei. Is that so? Chapter 5042. The Star Sect was the strongest sect in the Falling Star Mountain Range. It was an overlord. In the past 100 years, no one had ever dared to cause trouble outside the Star Sect. There were many godly state powerhouses in the Star Sect. Sect Master Qijinshan was a half-step divine king, the strongest expert in the Falling Star Mountain Range. His daughter, Qi Fei, was also a God Realm expert. Moreover, Qijinshan had accepted 5 disciples. The eldest disciple, Mo Feng, was also at the divine realm, and the 3rd disciple, Gao Rong, was at the half-step divine realm. Among Qijinshan's 5 disciples, Wind Void was the closest to Gao Rong. When Gao Rong saw that Gu Fei dared to play around with his eldest senior brother, he immediately made his move. With a wave of the whip in his hand, the whip immediately coiled around Gu Fei's neck like a poisonous snake. Be careful! Qi Fei immediately dodged to the side. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the long whip wrapped around his arm. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless sharp crescent-shaped blades emerged from the yen whip. Break! Gao Rong exerted force with his right hand, wanting to tear off Gu Fei's right arm. However, he only felt his hand sink. The incomparably sharp blade on the whip had only cut the sleeve of this guy's arm. It could not hurt this guy at all. How is this possible? When Gao Rong saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. At this time, Gu Fei turned his hand and grabbed the whip that was wrapped around his arm. Then he pulled it out forcefully. Gao Rong felt a jolt in his hand, and the whip in his hand was pulled away by the other party. His palm felt hot. This when the eldest disciple of Star Sect saw that a gleam flashed through his eyes. You actually managed to cultivate the invincible Vajra body, Qi Fei exclaimed in shock. Invincible Vajra. When Wind Void heard this, she couldn't help but be slightly moved. Could it be that this fellow is also a deity realm expert? It seemed that he had underestimated this fellow. This whip is not bad. No wonder it can wrap around people's necks. Gu Fei fiddled with the whip. This thing was somewhat interesting. As long as he infused his essence into the whip, a crescent moon-shaped blade would appear on the whip. When he retracted his quintessential essence, the blade on the whip would shrink back. I don't think anyone who's been wrapped around by your whip will be able to live. Gu Fei stared coldly at the guy in front of him. Hearing this, Gao Rong was both shocked and furious. Swoosh! Gu Fei suddenly made his move. The whip was like a black bolt of lightning, instantly wrapping around Gao Rong's neck. What? Gao Rong's shock was no small matter. Say, do you think you can keep your head if I pull hard now? Gu Fei laughed as he tightened his grip on the whip. Gu Fei's actions scared Gao Rong out of his wits. Spare me, great hero, spare me! Gao Rong immediately knelt down. No one knew the power of the whip better than him. If he was wrapped around by the whip, even if he had 10 heads, he would still be dead. Can't you have some backbone? When Wind Void saw how cowardly Gao Rong was, she also felt ashamed. Eldest senior brother, you really don't feel any pain. Is your backbone more important than your life? Gao Rong only wanted to live because his life was in the hands of the other party. If the other party pulled hard, his head would be removed. He didn't want to die. Let him go. Wind Void stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "Humph, do you think I'll let him go just because you say so?" Gu Fei sneered. "If you don't want to die, do as I say." Wind Void's voice became even colder. "What if I want to die? Do you have the ability to kill me?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As Wind Void spoke, she took out a weapon. It was a rare weapon. It was a palm-sized silver ring. "Be careful. This guy's flying ring is very powerful." The purple-clothed girl reminded Gu Fei. "TSK, a man playing with a girl's things. Don't you feel ashamed?" Gu Fei said in disdain. "What did you say?" Wind Void was furious and was about to attack. "Do you really not care about your junior brother's life?" Gu Fei sneered. "Eldest senior brother, don't be rash." Gao Rong felt the whip around his neck tighten, and he almost peed his pants. "How about this? If you want to save your junior brother, kneel and kowtow to me, and I'll let him go. How about that?" Gu Fei said calmly. "What did you say? You want me to kneel and kowtow to you?" Wind Void grinned. He was the eldest senior brother of the Star Sect, and he had only kowtowed to his master in his life. "I say, hero, can you change the condition?" Gao Rong said to Gu Fei carefully, with a bitter smile. He did not think that Wind Void would kneel to Gu Fei to save him, because he knew very well that his eldest senior brother was such a proud person. How could he be threatened to kneel and kowtow? Even the purple-clothed girl, Chi Feier, looked at Wind Void curiously. She also wanted to know if Wind Void would kneel and kowtow to this guy for the sake of his fellow disciple. At this moment, many figures appeared nearby, and some people were watching from afar. "Junior brother, I'm sorry." Wind Void only fell silent for a while before he made his decision. "Don't, senior brother." Gao Rong was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. "Sai, I didn't expect your eldest senior brother to treat you like this. He doesn't care about your life at all." Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. Gao Rong's face was ashen. "Wind Void, how can you do this?" Chi Feier could not help but shout at Wind Void. "This guy really doesn't care about his fellow disciple's life. What right does he have to be the eldest senior brother of the Star Sect?" "Junior brother, if you die, I'll avenge you," Wind Void said coldly. "Wind Void, to think that I treated you like an elder brother. Is this how you treat me?" At this moment, Gao Rong hated Wind Void to the core. He was about to die, but he could not care less. He immediately started cursing at Wind Void. "Die, brat!" Wind Void said, as he waved his right hand. The flying hoop in his hand immediately turned into a silver ray of light that shot toward Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. "Ha ha!" Gu Fei stretched out his left hand and flicked his finger, sending the flying hoop flying. Bam! The silver flying hoop directly hit a tree next to Wind Void. The tree that was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around, it was directly broken. The the huge tree fell from the sky, and the forest was in chaos. What? The fact that Gu Fei had sent Wind Void's flying hoop flying shocked Wind Void. At this moment, Wind Void realized that he had severely underestimated this guy. Gu Fei did not kill Gao Rong. He shook his whip and threw Gao Rong away. Then, a black shadow wrapped around Wind Void like a venomous snake. Wind Void quickly dodged, and at the same time retrieved the flying hoop that Gu Fei had sent flying. The flying hoop vibrated and actually split into countless silver rays that protected Wind Void. The extremely agile whip in Gu Fei's hand was blocked by the silver light formed by the flying hoop. Interesting. Chapter 5043. The cultivation base of the people from Star Sect was not high, but they were very arrogant, especially the eldest senior brother of Star Sect. He was even more arrogant and proud. However, he did not expect that the young man in black before him was Gu Fei, who had single-handedly ignited the Southern Wilderness War. If he knew that the young man in black was Gu Fei, he would have probably wet his pants long ago. He would not dare to be arrogant in front of Gu Fei. However, it was precisely because the eldest senior brother of Star Sect, Mo Feng, did not know Gu Fei's identity that Gu Fei could have fun. To him, it was very interesting. Mo Feng's flying hoop was very good. The silver hoop turned into countless silver lights that enveloped his entire body, and his defense was impregnable. Gu Fei shook the whip in his hand. Pa! An explosion sounded in the air. In the next moment, the whip in Gu Fei's hand turned into countless black shadows that lashed at Mo Feng. However, all the whip shadows were blocked by Mo Feng's silver hoop. Humph, you're just a little stronger. How can you be a match for my Star Sect's divinity? Mo Feng sneered. Is that so? Gu Fei put away his whip, and the whip shadows that filled the sky immediately disappeared. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Mo Feng. Eat my punch. Gu Fei clenched his right fist and directly punched at the ball of light that Mo Feng's flying hoop had transformed into. Be careful, Chi Fei hurriedly reminded him. She knew the power of Mo Feng's flying hoop very well. Many people directly punched the silver ball of light that Mo Feng's flying hoop had transformed into like Gu Fei. Then, their right hands were cut off. I'll break your palm. Mo Feng's extremely arrogant voice was heard. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei's punch directly hit the silver ball of light around Mo Feng. It directly penetrated the silver ball of light and smashed into Mo Feng's chest. The dull sound of a crash was accompanied by a scream of pain. Wind Void was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch and crashed into the forest. This guy crashed into the forest all the way. Everywhere he passed, whether it was a towering tree or a small tree the size of a wrist, they were all directly broken. The forest was immediately thrown into chaos. How is this possible? Gao Rong, who was watching from the side, widened his eyes. His eyeballs were about to fall out. He might hate Wind Void to the core, but when he saw that Gu Fei had sent her flying, he did not feel any sense of schadenfreude. Gao Rong was shocked. He was shocked to the extreme. He and Mo Feng used to be brothers, so no one knew better than him how high Mo Feng's cultivation was and how strong his battle prowess was. Even Mo Feng couldn't take a punch from this black-robed youth. Could this guy be a divine king who pretended to be weak? However, there were no god kings in the Meteorite Mountain Range. If a god king appeared in the Meteorite Mountain Range, it would definitely shake up the entire Meteorite Mountain Range. However, there was no god king in the Meteorite Mountain Range. The strongest existence in the Meteorite Mountain Range was the sect master of the Star Sect, Qi Jinshan, who was a half-step god king. It was because of Qi Jinshan that the Star Sect was able to become the overlord of the Meteorite Mountain Range, occupy the most valuable mines, and obtain the most valuable cultivation resources. In fact, no matter where he went, the truth that the strong were revered would never change. At this moment, Chief Feier also covered her mouth in shock. Her eyes were fixed on Gu Fei, who was still in the posture of throwing a punch. "Why, am I handsome?" Gu Fei looked at Chief Feier and said proudly, "Handsome?" Chief Feier said, subconsciously, "Handsome I asterisk, SS." After regaining her senses, Chief Feier spoke up. Gu Fei retracted his fist and said unhappily, "What a hypocritical little girl." Little girl? Chief Feier almost went crazy. How dare this guy call me little girl? Roar. Just when Chief Feier was about to explode, an angry roar came from the forest. In the next moment, a figure rushed out of the forest. Go to hell. The person's clothes were tattered, and his chest was stained with blood. He had a ferocious expression on his face as he threw a punch at Gu Fei. This person was the first senior brother of the Star Sect, Mo Feng, who was sent flying into the forest by Gu Fei's punch earlier. His fist was like a meteorite as it smashed toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He casually stretched out his right hand and grabbed Mo Feng's fist. Mo Feng's shock was no small matter. Her opponent was like a mountain, and her punch could not even move his body in the slightest. Then, Mo Feng's entire body was sent flying. Gu Fei grabbed his fist and spun him around. Then, Gu Fei ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. Damn! The ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. A human-shaped pit immediately appeared on the ground. Chief Feier and Gao Rong were stunned when they saw this. It was as if they had turned into stone statues as they stared at the human-shaped pit on the ground with their mouths agape. Who are you? Gao Rong asked in a trembling voice as he looked at Gu Fei in horror after he regained his senses. Mo Feng was smashed to the ground by Gu Fei. Even if he did not die, he would probably be crippled. You don't have the right to know who I am, Gu Fei said proudly with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Gu Fei's image was incomparably lofty in Chief Feier's eyes. What? Gao Rong was even more shocked when he heard that. It seemed that this young man in black had a powerful background. The Void Realm's middle sky was the most prosperous area in the entire Void Realm. There was no lack of experts here. Could it be that they had hit the jackpot today? They actually encountered a legendary expert as the direct disciple of the Star Sect master. Gao Rong was naturally knowledgeable. "Hey, chick, hurry up and bring me into the mountain," Gu Fei said loudly to Chief Feier. Chief Feier did not expect Gu Fei to be so powerful that even her senior brother, Mo Feng, was beaten like a dog. "Aren't you going to lead the way?" Gu Fei glanced at Chief Feier. Chief Feier pondered for a moment before saying, "All right." She walked directly toward the Star Sect's mountain gate. Gu Fei followed behind her. Little junior sister, Gao Rong looked at this scene in disbelief. Is little junior sister really going to bring this malefic person into the Star Sect? At this moment, a series of screams came from the human-shaped pit. "Humph, I didn't expect you to have such a day." Gao Rong sneered. He ignored Mo Feng and chased after the direction where Gu Fei and the rest had disappeared. Right after Gao Ronggang left, a bloody hand suddenly stretched out from the human-shaped pit. At this moment, Chief Feier had already brought Gu Fei to the Star Sect's mountain gate. Not bad. Chapter 5044. The Star Sect's mountain gate was the most majestic mountain gate in the Meteorite Mountain range. It had a tall archway, stone beasts that stood like small mountains on both sides, and the disciples guarding the mountain gate all had arrogant expressions on their faces. It was no wonder that even the Star Sect's disciples were so arrogant. The Star Sect was the overlord of the Meteorite Mountain range. So what if their disciples were a little arrogant? It was normal, okay? Where did this fellow come from? Get lost. Outside the mountain gate, a star sect disciple walked toward Gu Fei and pointed at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei's face darkened. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and the disciple who was guarding the mountain gate immediately screamed and flew out. He crashed into a stone beast at the side and slid to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Upon seeing this sight, Qi Feier and Gao Rong, who were following behind Gu Fei, were shocked. How dare you? How dare you barge into our sect's mountain gate? Are you tired of living? At this moment, 7 to 8 figures rushed out of the mountain gate. The person in the lead was a white-haired, middle-aged man in white. Senior Brother Tong, what's wrong? A star sect disciple rushed toward the disciple who had fallen to the ground and helped him up. This person wants to barge into the mountain. Senior Brother Tong stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. Gu Fei did not kill him. Otherwise, this fellow would not have just been injured. Go! As soon as the middle-aged man gave the order, the other disciples immediately rushed forward and surrounded Gu Fei. Cold lights flashed as they pointed their weapons at Gu Fei. All of you, stand down! Just as the Star Sect disciples who were guarding the mountain gate were about to attack Gu Fei, a loud shout was heard. The Star Sect's guardian elder turned around and was shocked to see a figure rushing over. Who else could it be but Qi Feier, eldest young miss? The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw Qi Feier. Qi Feier was the Star Sect's little devil. Who in the Star Sect had not been fooled by this little devil before? Upon seeing that it was Qi Feier, the disciples guarding the mountain gate were so frightened that they nearly dropped their weapons and took a few steps back. You came just in time. Gu Fei glanced at Qi Feier with a smile. Although Qi Feier was the one who brought Gu Fei to the Star Sect's mountain gate, Qi Feier and Gao Rong stopped at a distance and watched from afar. However, when Qi Feier saw that Gu Fei was about to clash with the disciples guarding the mountain gate, she panicked. How could these disciples possibly be a match for Gu Fei? Therefore, she could only jump out to stop them. He's my friend. Qi Feier said to the guardian elder. Friend. The white-robed middle-aged man looked at Qi Fei, then at Gu Fei, bewildered. Wrong. I should say that I am your master. Gu Fei said indifferently with his hands behind his back. What? The middle-aged man and the other Star Sect's disciples were shocked to the extreme. What did this guy say? He's eldest young Mrs. Master? How preposterous. The people from the Star Sect glared at Gu Fei angrily. You, Qi Feier was shocked and furious. How dare this guy reveal this matter? Isn't he just making enemies for himself? Isn't that so? Gu Fei looked at Qi Feier and said with a smile. Qi Feier did not say anything when she heard that. She was the one who admitted defeat in the bet with Gu Fei previously, but that was because she wanted Mo Feng to fight with Gu Fei. However, Qi Feier did not expect Mo Feng to be so useless and be easily defeated by this guy. This made Qi Feier suffer in silence. Eldest young miss, seeing that Qi Feier did not say anything, the Star Sect's disciples were dumbfounded. Is what this guy said true? Little guy, if you continue to spout nonsense, I'll make sure you die. The elder guarding the mountain gate pointed his sword at Gu Fei and roared. TSK. Gu Fei did not take this guy's threat seriously at all. This guy's cultivation was only at the demigod stage, which was far inferior to the Star Sect's eldest senior brother. The Star Sect's eldest senior brother was at the godly state after all. Elder Xing, what are you doing? My friend was just joking. Did you take it seriously? Qi Feier glared at Gu Fei and said loudly, joking. The mountain guarding elder was doubtful when he heard this. How troublesome. Ask your sect master to come out and see me. Gu Fei was getting impatient. He could tell that the star-sex formation could not only defend against enemies, but it could also gather the heaven and earth spiritual energy within 10,000 miles of the Star Mountain. How could a half-step divine king set up such a formation? Could it be that something in the Star Mountain had attracted the attention of some big shots, and they had set up a backup plan? Gu Fei was a little curious. Who had set up this backup plan? The person who could set up such a formation had to be at least at the level of the Ling Tian Palace's old ancestor, Tian Hong. What did you say? The elder was dumbfounded. This guy wants to see our sect master? Ha, this guy must be crazy. Yes, he's crazy too. Does our sect master think he can just meet anyone? The Star Sect's disciples mocked Gu Fei one after another. You're really crazy. Chi Feier looked at Gu Fei as if he was a monster. Does this guy think he can look down on my father just because he defeated Mo Feng? It was not unreasonable for the Star Sect's disciples to mock Gu Fei. One must know that the Star sect master, Qi Jinshan, was a half-step divine king. He was recognized as the #1 powerhouse in the Meteorite Mountain range. No one thought that Gu Fei could challenge Qi Jinshan. Even Chi Feier did not think that Gu Fei could. Seeing the Star Sect's disciples mocking him, Gu Fei did not care. He suddenly threw a palm at the Star Sect's mountain gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the Star Sect's mountain gate was gone. It disappeared. The memorial archway and stone beasts were all destroyed by Gu Fei's palm. Then, everyone present was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground, and their eyes were bigger than a cow's. Then, everyone's forehead was covered in sweat. The elder guarding the Star Sect's mountain gate's voice trembled, and he could not even speak properly. Do I have the right to ask your sect master to come and see me now? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and collected. The Star Sect's disciples did not dare to speak. What happened? Outrageous. Who smashed the mountain gate? With a loud bang at the mountain gate, the Star Mountain immediately burst into an uproar. Chapter 5045. Gu Fei destroyed the Star Sect's mountain gate with a single palm strike. Everyone was stunned when they saw that. The Star Sect's mountain gate was protected by a formation. However, even with the protection of the formation, the Star Sect's mountain gate could not be destroyed so easily. However, Gu Fei blasted the Star Sect's mountain gate into smithereens with a single palm strike. Gu Fei's move stunned everyone. At this moment, powerful auras appeared on Star Mountain one after another. Then, these big shots of the Star Sect descended from the sky and appeared above the mountain gate, looking down at Gu Fei below. Are you the one who wants to see my sect master? Are you the one who destroyed my sect's mountain gate? A white-haired old man slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. He squinted at Gu Fei with his beady eyes. Granduncle Master. Chi Feier was shocked when she saw the old man. Why is this ancestor here? Greetings, Patriarch. The members of the Star Sect outside the mountain gate immediately knelt on the ground when they saw the old man. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the white-haired old man indifferently. Ha! You dare to barge into the mountain without even knowing who I am? The old man suddenly laughed out loud. TSK, since you're not the sect master of the Star Sect, get lost. Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? The old man instantly stopped smiling, and his expression became ferocious. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and call your sect master to see me. Gu Fei did not want to waste any more time. If he wanted to break the formation here would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, he did not want to break the formation because once it was broken, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that the formation had gathered for countless years would explode. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was definitely extremely powerful. Once it exploded, even Gu Fei might not be able to control it. Furthermore, Gu Fei was curious as to who it was that would be so extravagant as to set up such a formation in such a desolate place. What was that person's motive? Since he did not want to destroy the formation, Gu Fei could not attack it forcefully. "Little guy, you're courting death." The old man roared and stretched out his right hand to grab Gu Fei. The 5 fingers on his right hand were thin and long, and his nails were like sharp swords. If he was grabbed by him, there would definitely be 5 bloody holes on his body. However, if he was caught by the old man, Gu Fei would lose a lot of face. By then, Gu Fei's cultivation base had more or less recovered. Palace Master Ling Tian's seal could not seal Gu Fei's cultivation base for long. Gu Fei was too lazy to even move. Then, the old man's 5 fingers stopped a foot away from Gu Fei. His sharp fingernails were immediately broken. The old man felt as if he had grabbed an invisible piece of divine metal. The old man felt as if he had grabbed an invisible piece of godly metal. "Protective chi?" The old man exclaimed. "Ridiculous!" With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, the Star Sect's Granduncle Master screamed and disappeared in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Chi Feier. No one had expected that their Granduncle Master, who was feared by everyone in the Star Sect, would disappear with just a wave of his hand. Just as everyone was stunned, Gu Fei strode into the Star Sect's mountain gate and barged into the mountain. Then, a scene that had never happened before appeared on the Star Mountain. Gu Fei single-handedly fought his way up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. Everywhere he passed, there were injured people screaming in pain. All the Star Sect disciples who wanted to stop Gu Fei and chase Gu Fei down the mountain were knocked to the ground by him, and none of them could get up. However, Gu Fei did not kill them because their lives were not in danger. When Chi Feier and the rest rushed in, they were stunned again when they saw this scene. They had been stunned countless times. This place is very strange. Soon, Gu Fei reached the halfway point of the mountain. However, there were still countless Star Sect disciples rushing over from all directions to attack Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei sensed the aura of this world. There was actually no place on the Star Mountain with especially high heaven and earth spiritual energy. In other words, he did not know where the heaven and earth spiritual energy here had gone to. The formation of the Star Mountain could gather the heaven and earth spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles. For countless years, even a place like this in the middle of nowhere could gather heaven and earth spiritual energy. Where did the gathered heaven and earth spiritual energy go? Who exactly are you? At this moment, an extremely dignified voice sounded from the top of the mountain. "Sect Master. It's the Sect Master. The Sect Master has come out of seclusion. Ha! This guy is dead for sure." The Star Sect disciples were surprised and overjoyed. "I'm someone you can't afford to offend," Gu Fei said calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it spread throughout the entire Star Mountain. "Ha!" A figure appeared on the top of the mountain, and an extremely powerful pressure descended from the top of the mountain. All the Star Sect disciples on the Star Mountain felt their bodies sink as if a mountain had suddenly pressed on them. Father, Chi Feier was extremely excited when she saw the figure on the top of the mountain. Qi Jinshan had gone into seclusion to break through to the godly king realm. Now that he had come out, it meant that he had succeeded. No one knew better than Chi Feier what Qi Jinshan's breakthrough meant. Her father was the first godly king to appear in the Meteorite Mountain Range in countless years. A godly king was the #1 powerhouse in the Meteorite Mountain Range. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed. In the next moment, he continued to fight his way up the mountain. He did not take Qi Jinshan seriously at all. "You're very arrogant." The figure on the top of the mountain said, indifferently. Very soon, Gu Fei reached the top of the mountain and stood opposite Qi Jinshan. How can I take you in as my follower if I'm not arrogant? Gu Fei said with a smile. Qi Jinshan was speechless. At this moment, countless Star Sect disciples on the Star Mountain were looking at the two figures on the top of the mountain. He's also a godly king? Qi Fei could not help but be shocked when she saw this. That guy was already a godly king at such a young age. Did he start cultivating in his mother's womb? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to reach the godly king realm at such a young age. Did I hear wrongly? You want to take me in as your follower? Qi Jinshan said calmly. Can't I? It's your fortune to be my follower. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly. Ha! Chapter 5046. At the peak of the Star Mountain, Gu Fei actually said that he wanted to take the Star Sect master, Qi Jinshan, as his subordinate. This made all the disciples of the Star Sect angry, shocked, and disdainful. Who does this fellow think he is? He's too arrogant to want our sect master to be his subordinate. How dare he say such words? In the eyes of all the disciples of the Star Sect, this fellow was crazy. Are you crazy? Qi Fei roared at Gu Fei, who was on the mountain peak. Fei, don't be rude. Qi Jinshan waved his hand. Father, Qi Fei rushed up to the top of the mountain and stood beside Qi Jinshan. She raised her eyebrows and glared at Gu Fei. Gu Feiyun was calm, and the aura on his body wasn't strong. However, Qi Jinshan's aura was extremely strong. Although he had tried his best to control it, he still couldn't control it well. Qi Fei, who was standing beside Qi Jinshan, felt immense pressure. You've just broken through to the God King realm, right? Gu Fei suddenly smiled. How did you know? Qi Jinshan was shocked, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Gu Fei said disdainfully, Is there a need to ask how I know when I can tell with a glance? Qi Jinshan was shocked again. There was only one possibility for this fellow to be able to tell his cultivation level with a glance. This fellow's cultivation was far above his. At this thought, Qi Jinshan's forehead began to sweat. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm only here to borrow your place to cultivate for a few days. Gu Fei said calmly. What? Qi Jinshan was stunned. This fellow barged into the mountain from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Could it be that he really wanted to cultivate here for a few days? It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. From today onward, this peak belongs to me. Without my summons, no one is allowed to come up. Understand? Gu Fei looked around. The peak was not bad. There was a large hall surrounded by lush greenery. Standing at the peak, he could see the surrounding mountains. Hey, you're taking up our place, just like that? Qi Fei was indignant. Little girl, you're still too young. Didn't your father tell you that in this world, only the strong are respected? Gu Fei looked at Qi Fei with a faint smile. The strong are respected? Qi Fei muttered to herself. Senior, since you've taken a liking to this place, I'll send a message. From today onwards, no one from the Star Sect is allowed to go up the mountain. Qi Jinshan cautiously said to Gu Fei. At least you know your place. Gu Fei nodded. Just like that, Gu Fei settled down at the peak of Stellar Mountain. After that, the peak of the Star Sect Star Mountain became a forbidden area. No one dared to go up there. Even the sect master of the Star Sect did not dare to take half a step onto the peak. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of the Star Mountain, sensing the aura of this part of the world. His spiritual force instantly enveloped the entire Star Mountain, and he could sense all the subtle changes on the mountain. Everyone, every living being, was within his range of perception. There are really a lot of people on the mountain. Gu Fei could sense that there were many star sect disciples cultivating below the mountainside. Chi Fei, the purple-clothed girl, was also cultivating. Looks like this little girl has been provoked. Gu Fei sighed. Chi Fei had started to calm down. She stopped fooling around and started to work hard on her cultivation. Why are these guys gathered together? Gu Fei sensed that there were many people gathered in a courtyard on the mountainside. Even the sect master, Qi Jinshan, was present. This was a little strange. Sect master, did you gather us here to? Xin Yao, the inner sect elder of the star sect, said. Sect master, you have to think twice. The patriarch of the star sect said anxiously. He was scared out of his wits by Gu Fei. When Gu Fei barged into the mountain, he was sent flying more than 10 kilometers away with a casual wave of his hand outside the mountain gate. What kind of cultivation and battle prowess was that? If Gu Fei wanted to kill him, it would be even easier than crushing an ant. What was the sect master trying to do? Was he going to provoke the malefic existence on the top of the mountain? Wasn't he courting death? This uncle master of the star sect did not dare to face Gu Fei anymore. Uncle master, you disappoint me. Qi Jinshan looked at his uncle master and said coldly, Sect master, are you really going to? The expressions of the other elders of the star sect changed drastically. The existence on the top of the mountain had fought all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top that day. The elders, had also been beaten to the ground. In fact, everyone in the star sect had long been scared out of their wits by Gu Fei. No one dared to attack Gu Fei. What's there to be afraid of? As long as we release that thing. Do you think that guy on the top of the mountain will still be alive? Qi Jinshan sneered. What, sect master, you wanna? The elders were shocked when they heard that. The Star Mountain had a master for countless years. Although Qi Jinshan had founded the Star Sect and occupied the Star Mountain, there was a big secret on the Star Mountain. This secret was only known to the sect master and the elders. Interesting. Gu Fei was worried that he had no clue, so he wanted to see what these guys were up to. Every move of Qi Jinshan and the others was under Gu Fei's perception. Even their conversation was heard by Gu Fei without missing a single word. However, the upper echelons of the Star Sect could not sense the existence of Gu Fei's divine consciousness at all. Very soon, the sect master, Qi Jinshan, left the courtyard and headed straight for the back of the mountain. Roar! Very soon, an earth-shattering roar of a wild beast sounded, and the entire mountain shook under the impact of the sound wave. An extremely powerful and ruthless aura appeared between heaven and earth. Then, a gigantic beast shadow appeared at the back of the mountain. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire world instantly filled up. The endless heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered by the formation of Star Mountain erupted at this moment. In an instant, the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire area of Star Mountain rose rapidly. Roar! A wild beast that was even larger than a mountain stood up at the back of the mountain and roared at the sky. The terrifying sound wave spread out again, and everything within the range of the sound wave was shattered. It's actually at the peak of Star Mountain. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes. When he saw the wild beast that walked out of the back of the mountain with heavy footsteps, he could not help but be moved. It was a rare star-swallowing beast. This star-swallowing beast was extraordinary, and it was related to the legendary heaven-swallowing beast. Chapter 5047. Even Gu Fei found it hard to believe that there was actually an astral-swallowing beast hidden at the back of Star Mountain. Could it be that the person who set up the formation used the formation to gather the heaven and earth spirit energy from all directions to feed this astral-swallowing beast? This would prove why the heaven and earth spirit energy gathered by the formation on Star Mountain had disappeared. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy on Star Mountain was higher than ordinary places, it was not that high. However, Star Mountain was really the best place in the Meteorite Mountain range. What's that? Run! At this moment, the mountain was already in chaos. When had the disciples of Star Sect ever seen a wild beast as huge as a mountain? Some people's legs went limp, while others peed their pants. Everyone fled down the mountain in a panic. Roar! The savage beast roared furiously at the figure on the top of the mountain. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the sky to tremble once again. Sect Master, you, the upper echelons of Star Sect, were shocked to the extreme. No one expected the Sect Master to be so ruthless as to release that taboo existence. It was easy to release it, but it would be difficult to capture it again. The destructive power of this wild beast was absolutely unparalleled. The wild beast directly walked up the mountain, and the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. With every step it took, the entire mountain shook. It seemed like this wild beast had its eyes on Gu Fei at the top of the mountain. An extremely violent and ferocious aura erupted from the wild beast's body, causing the world to lose its color. This little guy is very fierce. Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the air above the mountaintop. Although this astral-swallowing beast was powerful, it was just a small beast in his eyes. Even if a real heaven-devouring beast appeared in front of him, it would not be a big deal, let alone this astral-swallowing beast that was related to the heaven-devouring beast by blood. Gu Fei thought to himself, Qi Jinshan is a ruthless person. He actually released this wild beast to deal with me. With the strength of Star Sect, they could not control this wild beast at all. Does Qi Jinshan want to perish together with me? The star-swallowing beast was simply too huge. As this fellow climbed up the mountain, the entire Star Mountain kept shaking as if it could collapse at any time. Countless pavilions on the mountain were collapsing. Some of the Star Sect disciples who could not dodge in time were buried in the pavilions. Seeing this scene, the upper echelons of the Star Sect really wanted to die. Under the ravaging of this wild beast, Star Mountain was going to be finished. Father, you're crazy. Qi Fei rushed out of her cultivation area, and upon seeing the sight before her, she was dumbfounded. Her father was really too vicious. He had really released the legendary divine beast. In the back mountain of the Stellar Mountain, there was a divine beast in deep slumber. It was unknown how long it had been in slumber. However, Qi Jinshan knew how to wake up the sleeping divine beast. It was also because of the existence of this divine beast that Qi Jinshan had the confidence to provoke Gu Fei. Haha, kid, you're dead this time. Qi Jinshan laughed. A mere star-devourer beast thinks it can deal with me? You're thinking too much. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the mountain peak, laughed. What did you say? Qi Jinshan said coldly, I said that you're a fool. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. Qi Jinshan was shocked and furious. At this moment, the mountain-like star-swallowing beast was about to climb to the top of the mountain. This wild beast climbed all the way to the top of the mountain, and wherever it passed, the rocks would shatter, and half of the mountain would be destroyed. Seeing this scene, Qi Jinshan's heart ached. However, he knew that if he did not kill this fellow today, the Star Sect would probably be destroyed by this fellow at any time. Qi Jinshan did not believe that Gu Fei would only come here to cultivate for a few days before leaving. In fact, no one would believe it. In Qi Jinshan's eyes, Gu Fei must have come here for a reason. It was definitely not a good thing for the Star Sect, so the genius took the risk. At this moment, not a single Star Sect disciple could be seen on Star Mountain. All the disciples of the Star Sect had already escaped the mountain gate. Who would dare to stay on Star Mountain? Once that peerless divine beast unleashed its might, the entire Star Mountain would probably be completely destroyed. Even Qi hid far away. Roar! Before the star-swallowing beast could climb to the top of the mountain, it leaped up and swallowed Gu Fei, who was in the sky. Enough! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed down gently. Then, the mountain-like star-swallowing beast seemed to have collided with an invisible wall and fell from the sky to the top of the mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire mountain was blasted apart by the star-swallowing beast. Countless rocks flew in all directions, and dust filled the air. It was chaos. Qi was stunned when he saw this. That guy only casually stretched out his hand and pressed down the divine beast from the sky. That was a legendary divine beast. The fact that there was a divine beast in slumber in the Star Sect was actually not a secret. Back then, this divine beast had woken up from its slumber once. That time, it was a disaster for all the forces in the Meteorite Mountain range. Fortunately, the divine beast only woke up for half a day. It only circled the Meteorite Mountain range once before returning to the back mountain of Star Mountain and continuing to sleep. However, that divine beast had caused great harm to the forces in the Meteorite Mountain range. However, this way, the back mountain of Star Mountain had become a forbidden area in the entire Meteorite Mountain range. It was an absolute forbidden area, and no one dared to alarm that divine beast. Now, this young man in black actually pressed down the divine beast with one hand. Gu Fei's move shocked everyone, including Qi. Rumble, the star-swallowing beast, who was pressed down by Gu Fei on the top of the mountain, was really doubting its life as a beast. I'm a divine beast, but I'm actually pressed down on the mountain by a human. I've lost all my face as a divine beast. Although divine beasts weren't humans, they also had pride. The star-swallowing beast struggled violently, but the more it struggled, the stronger the power that erupted from the other party's hand. After a period of rubbing, the star-swallowing beast even wanted to die. Countless mud and rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain, and the entire Star Mountain was reduced by a large chunk. Spare me, Exalted One. The star-swallowing beast immediately begged for mercy. That young man in black was simply too terrifying. Qi could not be more dumbfounded. This divine beast was actually begging for mercy from that young man in black. What was going on? I happen to lack a mount. From today onwards, you'll be my mount. As Gu Fei spoke, he formed a seal with his hand and directly shot a forbidden technique into the star-swallowing beast's body. Yes, Master. I'll definitely be Master's mount obediently. It's my blessing to be able to be Master's mount. The star-swallowing beast said carefully. Chapter 5048. At the peak of Star Mountain, Gu Fei suppressed the divine beast with one hand and subdued the legendary invincible divine beast in the Meteorite Mountain range under everyone's dumbfounded gaze. The Star Sect master, Qi, who had released the divine beast, was scared out of his wits. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect this seemingly young man in black to be so terrifying. Swoosh! Qi immediately turned into a divine light and soared into the sky, fleeing for his life. Still trying to escape? Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at the fleeing Qi. Qi felt his body tighten, and then he flew back toward Gu Fei involuntarily. At this moment, the star-swallowing beast quickly shrank and turned into a monkey-like fellow. Moreover, this fellow was only the size of a fist, furry and very cute. Gu Fei was a little speechless. The ferocious and terrifying star-swallowing beast that was as big as a mountain just now had actually become so small and cute. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed it? At this moment, Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly threw Qi Jinshan, who had been caught by him through the air, onto the mountain top. There was nothing at the peak of Star Mountain now because half of the entire mountain top had been destroyed by the star-swallowing beast. The original pavilions and halls on the mountain top had all been destroyed. Don't kill me. Qi Jinshan was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified because he had long been scared out of his wits by Gu Fei. This young man had even subdued the legendary divine beast. Don't kill my father. Qi Fei rushed over, and in her panic, her veil fell off, revealing her ravishing countenance. Qi Fei of the Star Sect was the most beautiful girl in the Meteorite Mountain range. However, ever since she wore a veil, no one could see her face. Ever since she reached the age of marriage, the threshold of the Star Sect had been trampled to pieces, and the elites of the various forces in the Meteorite Mountain range had come to propose marriage. However, the Star Sect was already the overlord of the Meteorite Mountain range. As the dignified daughter of the Star Sect's sect master, how could Qi Fei take a fancy to these guys in the Meteorite Mountain range? Qi Fei's gaze was no longer on the Meteorite Mountains. Don't kill my father. Qi Fei's face had already turned pale with fright. She stood in front of Qi Jinshan and blocked his way. When did I say I wanted to kill your father? Gu Fei teased the Star Devourer beast sitting on his shoulder. Little fellow, didn't you say you would be my mount? Why does it feel like I've become your mount? Master, startled by Gu Fei's words, the star-swallowing beast jumped off Gu Fei's shoulder and transformed into a black-scaled unicorn. This Star Devourer beast was proficient in transformation. It could transform into an adorable little fellow or a warhorse. That's more like it. That's more like a mount. Gu Fei gave the Star Devourer beast a thumbs up. Master, spare me. The warhorse that the Star Devourer beast had transformed into trembled as it spoke. What's wrong with you all? Do you all think that I'm going to kill you? Gu Fei glanced at Qi Fei and her daughter, as well as the Star Devourer beast, and said with some amusement, Qi Jinshan and his daughter, as well as the Star Devourer beast, didn't know what to say. You've already occupied Stellar Mountain. Are you here to have fun? All right, all of you, behave yourselves. Of course, if you insist on me killing you, I'll be more than happy to oblige. Gu Fei said. Don't, Master, please don't. I haven't lived enough yet. The Star Devourer beast was the first to cower. Qi Jinshan and the others naturally didn't want to die. Qi Jinshan directly lay on the ground and begged Gu Fei. His entire body was trembling, and it seemed like he was really scared out of his wits by Gu Fei. Qi Fei, on the other hand, looked at Gu Fei with a somewhat resentful expression. She was a young girl. Who didn't want a peerless hero to come to marry her on a 9-colored cloud? In Qi Fei's eyes, Gu Fei was that peerless hero in her heart, but this peerless hero didn't seem to like her at all. This made Qi Fei feel very depressed. All of you, retreat. Don't disturb my cultivation. Gu Fei waved his right hand and said calmly. Yes, Qi Jinshan and his daughter immediately turned around and ran away. The Star Devourer beast also disappeared in a flash. Roar. Very soon, an earth-shattering roar came from outside Stellar Mountain. Don't kill. When Gu Fei heard this roar, he immediately sent a voice transmission to the Star Devourer beast. The Star Devourer beast was definitely an invincible existence in the Meteorite Mountain range. Once this wild beast started a massacre outside, all the living beings in the entire Meteorite Mountain range would be in deep trouble. In the next moment, there was no movement outside Stellar Mountain. At this moment, the entire Star Sect was dumbfounded. The legendary divine beast had actually been subdued by that mysterious young man. How could the Star Sect endure this? One had to know that the Star Sect had been guarding this divine beast for countless years. Now, this mysterious young man had subdued the divine beast the moment he arrived and almost destroyed Stellar Mountain. Although everyone in the Star Sect hated Gu Fei to the core, no one dared to complain or be angry. This was because no one in the Star Sect, from the sect master Qi Jinshan to the ordinary Star Sect disciples, wanted to die. In this world, the strong were still respected. For several days, Gu Fei carefully sensed at the peak of Stellar Mountain. His powerful divine consciousness enveloped the entire Stellar Mountain. There was actually an earth vein deep under this Stellar Mountain. The formation of Stellar Mountain was connected to the earth vein, and could the earth vein be the territory of that peerless spirit treasure? Gu Fei opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's brows, and the divine light directly turned into an illusory figure. It was a divine consciousness avatar. Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar disappeared into the void and burrowed into the ground. The underground of the Star Sect was covered with formation patterns, but these formation patterns could not stop Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar at all. Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar directly passed through the layers of formation and entered the earth vein. The earth vein was not dark because there were many spirit crystals condensed here. These spirit crystals were glowing and illuminating the earth vein. Yes, at this moment, Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar suddenly sensed a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar directly rushed in the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuation. However, when he arrived at the place where the spiritual energy fluctuation was, the aura had already disappeared. Interesting. Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar smiled. It was the first time he had encountered such a cunning, peerless spirit treasure. It seemed that this spirit treasure's intelligence was not low. Just as Gu Fei was about to collect the peerless spirit treasure in the earth vein, Littleya, who was in the void realm, was suffering in Southern Wilderness. The situation in Southern Wilderness was even more turbulent. Moreover, the various feudal lords of Southern Wilderness were also restless and could not sit still anymore. Chapter 5049. Gu Fei's departure doubled the pressure on Xiaoya. One must know that the current Southern Wilderness was in a mess. The fierce Tiger King and the North Garrison King had joined forces to eliminate the Shaman King, Wu Zhao. However, when the other Shaman Kings saw that Wu Zhao could not withstand the combined forces of the fierce Tiger King and the North Garrison King, they finally could not sit still anymore. The other Shaman King, Wu Fong, had no choice but to lend a helping hand. As a result, the fierce Tiger King and the North Conquering King couldn't gain any advantage even if they worked together. The two sides were in a stalemate again, and no one could kill the other. However, the situation in the eastern part of southern barbaric land was extremely grim because the East King had invited the Myriad Transformations ancestor. 10,000 years ago, the Myriad Transformations Patriarch was already as famous as the Hong Sky Patriarch in the Array Dao. When the Myriad Transformations Patriarch attacked, he had nearly broken the Hong Sky Patriarch's Sky Scorpion Array. Patriarch Tianhong's Array Dao cultivation was truly impressive. Even Myriad Transformations Patriarch could not possibly break the Sky Scorpion Array in one go. Ancestor, you've been here for quite some time, right? The East King said to the Myriad Transformations ancestor in the main tent of the East King's army. What, you want to blame me for not doing my job well? Who was the Myriad Transformations ancestor? How could he not understand what Dongwang was implying? I don't dare. Dongwang smiled politely. The East King's trusted generals were also present. Advisor Su Qingyun sat to the left of the East King, while Mu Gaofeng sat to the right. The myriad transformations ancestor sat opposite the East King. If you can get your hands on the geocentric netherworld spring water, I will immediately break the formation, twist off Tianhong's head, and kick it like a ball. I will let you drive straight in and kill your way to the southern barbarian royal capital. The myriad transformations ancestor shouted. Geocentric Yellow Springs water. Dong Wang couldn't help but frown when he heard that. That was a supreme treasure of the world. Some people said that the little princess of the West Sea Dragon clan had once obtained such a supreme treasure. The little princess of the West Sea Dragon clan. Long Xiaozhou was the apple of the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor's eye. At the same time, she had also entered the Ling Tian Palace. Who would dare to touch her? I'll think of something. Dong Wang muttered. There might be geocentric yellow spring water in Ling Tian Palace. Really? The myriad transformations ancestor smiled and did not say anything. He already knew that the East King had the support of a great figure from the Ling Tian Palace. Otherwise, how could the East King dare to compete with Gu Fei? It was the same for the sorcerer tribe. If the sorcerer tribe did not have a shaman emperor holding down the fort, even if Wu Zhao was 10 times braver, he would not dare to attack the fierce Tiger King. Moreover, up until now, Gu Fei was still in closed-door cultivation. Actually, they didn't know that Gu Fei had already come out of seclusion. However, there was only one person who knew that Gu Fei had come out of seclusion, and that was Xiaoya. However, after Gu Fei exited seclusion, he had already left the Southern Man royal capital. Of course, besides Xiaoya, no one knew that Gu Fei had left Southern Man imperial capital. With Gu Fei's cultivation, no one was able to sense him leaving the Southern Man imperial capital. The Southern Man imperial capital was still bustling. The people in the city did what they had to do. The major city gates were still bustling with traffic. On both sides of the main road in the city, shops stood in great numbers. Experts from all over the world had gathered in the Southern Man imperial capital. At this time, countless forces in the entire Southern Man imperial capital had sent spies into the Southern Man imperial capital. Now, in the Southern Man imperial capital, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at the Southern Man imperial capital. They were all staring at Gu Fei. When will Master return? Xiaoya stood guard outside Gu Fei's place of seclusion. However, the place of seclusion was empty. However, she had no choice but to stand guard here because this way, everyone would think that Gu Fei was still in seclusion. This was also the fundamental reason why the Southern Man imperial capital was not in chaos. No one dared to cause trouble in the Southern Man imperial capital. It did not matter how chaotic it was outside. However, if anyone dared to cause trouble in the Southern Man imperial capital, they would definitely be courting death. One had to know that the current master of the imperial capital was Gu Fei. This Gu Fei was someone who dared to fight with the Ling Tian Palace master, who dared to cause trouble in his territory. The news of Gu Fei attacking the Ling Tian Palace did not spread. This was because this was simply too embarrassing for the people of the Ling Tian Palace. Since ancient times, no one had ever dared to attack the mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace and directly challenge the Ling Tian Palace master. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Ling Tian Palace issued a death order. If anyone dared to spread this matter, they would be killed without mercy. In this way, the disciples of the Ling Tian Palace would not dare to speak carelessly. Of course, it did not matter even if people knew that Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. In the entire Void Realm, other than the Ling Tian Palace master, there was no one else who could threaten Gu Fei. While Gu Fei was collecting the supreme spiritual treasure in the Meteorite Mountain Range, in the sky, Long Xiaozhou led a group of experts of the West Sea Dragon clan to hunt down the second son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yu, Wang Dojan of the battle sect, even offered a sky-high bounty for the heads of Man Yu, Mu Tianfeng, and Mr. Qiushui. At this time, Long Xiaozhou led the Black Dragon King and the others to guard outside the extreme devil cave, waiting for Man Yu to come. Your Highness, do you think Man Yu will not dare to appear? Two figures stood on top of a mountain outside the extreme devil cave. They were Long Xiaozhou and the Black Dragon King. The other experts of the West Sea Dragon clan were scattered around the extreme devil cave, occupying the best positions. Moreover, Long Xiaozhou also set up layers of arrays around the extreme devil cave. Unless Man Yu doesn't appear, once he does, he will definitely be discovered by Long Xiaozhou. Continue to guard. If Man Yu wants to obtain the power to challenge my cheap master, he will definitely come, unless he doesn't want to take revenge. Long Xiaozhou said indifferently. True. The Black Dragon King smiled. In a hidden valley a dozen li away from the mountain where Long Xiaozhou was Mu Tianfeng and Man Yu were hiding in a cave. Senior Mu, what should we do now? Man Yu whispered to Mu Tianfeng. Second Master, don't be impatient. Let's hide for a few days and let them relax their vigilance. Mu Tianfeng said, after thinking. All right. Although Man Yu was unwilling, he had no other choice. Long Xiaozhou was too hateful. He actually guarded the extreme devil cave. In this way, it would be somewhat difficult for him to enter the extreme devil cave. Long Xiaozhou had the advantage in numbers while they only had 2 people. One Black Dragon King was enough to give them a headache. Now, other than Long Xiaozhou and the experts of the West Sea, there was also Wang Dojan of the battle sect and the vice sect master Lei Ao of the battle sect. The disciples of the battle sect also set up layers of checkpoints around the extreme devil cave. It was already very amazing for them to be able to barge their way here. However, seeing that the extreme devil cave was right in front of them, but was blocked by someone, Man Yu was extremely depressed. He really wanted to tear Long Xiaozhou and the others into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 50-50. In the Void Realm, the center of the 5 great regions was still peaceful. The Buddhist clan and the Sky clan, these 2 superpowers, didn't make any moves. The Sky clan guarded the void beginning, while the Buddhist clan guarded the extreme devil cave. However, when Long Xiaozhou brought the experts of the Dragon clan near the extreme devil cave, the Buddhist clan ignored them and allowed Long Xiaozhou to set up the formation. The people of the Buddhist clan didn't show themselves easily, but once they did, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Actually, Long Xiaozhou didn't dare to be impudent in the extreme devil cave. However, her father was an old antique that had lived for countless years. He used to travel the world and knew many people. Even in the Buddhist clan, there were people who had some friendship with the West Sea Old Dragon. The Buddhist clan also received the news that someone wanted to enter the extreme devil cave and become a demon. How could they do that? The extreme devil cave was the origin of the devils in the Void Realm. For countless years, any living being that entered the extreme devil cave would turn into a terrifying devil. Some experts of the evil path even wanted to use the extreme devil cave to become a demon. After becoming a demon, human experts would lose all emotions and only know how to kill. Moreover, their battle prowess was shocking. Even the experts of the Buddhist clan couldn't suppress them. Such a tragedy had happened in the past. The Buddhist clan had lost many of their experts in the devil calamity. This way, with Long Xiaozhou and the battle gate in the open and the Buddhist ancestor watching in the dark, even someone as strong as Mu Tianfeng wouldn't dare to show his head at this time. The Buddhist clan wouldn't be lenient to these people who wanted to become a demon. That was because after they turned into demons, these fellas would turn into horrifying demons. At that time, they would wreak havoc in the world. Therefore, Even if it was the Buddha race who emphasized on being merciful, they would not be soft-hearted at this moment. Long Xiaozhou stood guard for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, she couldn't even see a shadow, let alone Manyu. The demonic energy in the extreme devil cave was vast and mighty. Even in the outskirts of the cave, one would be affected by the demonic energy. Those with weak cultivations would also have their inner demons triggered by the demonic nature if they stayed here for too long. They would also be in danger of becoming a demon. However, a person with a firm mind would be affected by the demonic energy and wouldn't easily become a demon. However, it was hard to say for those who wanted to become a demon. Even Manyu can endure it. Long Xiaozhou continued to climb up the mountain as usual, inspecting the formation he had set up. The Black Dragon King and the others had just hunted a ferocious beast in the mountains and roasted it to eat. Although they were from the dragon race, they did not reject delicacies. Compared to eating raw, roasted food was naturally more delicious. "Boss, how long do you think we have to stay here?" A Dragon Clan powerhouse glanced at the dragon boat on a distant mountain and said in a low voice, "You ask me, but who should I ask?" The Black Dragon King glanced at this guy and said, "That fellow man, you shouldn't dare to come." The other expert from the Dragon Clan flipped the roasted meat on the grill and continued to roast it. "It doesn't matter if he comes or not. We just have to stand guard." The Black Dragon King said expressionlessly, "Actually, there were still people from the Buddha race watching in the dark. Maybe Manyu was really terrified and didn't dare to come." Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the direction of the extreme devil cave, causing the earth to shake. The Black Dragon King and the others were shocked and hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw a black demonic chi rushing into the sky from the direction of the extreme devil cave, forming a huge mushroom cloud. In the next moment, the mushroom cloud spread out. The demonic chi covered the sky, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out. Even the Black Dragon King felt his heart palpitate. The eruption of devil chi formed a circle of black devil chi that was thousands of feet tall, sweeping out in all directions. Wherever it passed, mountain ridges were directly shattered. The formation that Long Xiaozhou had set up in the mountains was instantly destroyed. This, the Black Dragon King, and the others who had already rushed into the sky were all stunned when they saw this terrifying scene. "What are you all still standing there for? Why aren't you running? Are you waiting for death?" A loud shout woke the Black Dragon King and the other experts from the dragon race from their shock. "Run!" One of the experts from the dragon race roared and turned to flee. The other experts from the dragon race also turned to flee. What's going on? The Black Dragon King was stunned. Why did the extreme devil cave suddenly explode? Very quickly, 9 rays of Buddha light rushed out from the mountains around the extreme devil cave. A huge Buddha seal appeared in the sky above the extreme devil cave and directly pressed down on it. Waves of demonic roars came from the extreme devil cave. Within the demonic chi, there seemed to be a group of demons dancing. "Ha ha! You want to trap me? Dream on!" An angry roar came from the extreme devil cave. A figure rushed out from the monstrous demonic chi. This person had disheveled hair and a pair of blood-red eyes. On his forehead, there was a demonic mark that emitted a demonic light that caused one's heart to palpitate. "Manyu, how is this possible?" When the Black Dragon King saw that person, he instantly screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He was extremely shocked. They had been guarding the extreme devil cave with their lives. How did this man, you enter the extreme devil cave? Moreover, it seemed like this fellow had already turned into a devil. A peaceful Buddha voice rang out. The demonic chi that filled every inch of the void was immediately reduced by half. The Buddha voice contained supreme Buddha power. It was the nemesis of the demonic Tao. When this daddy meets the Buddha, I will kill, kill, kill. Man, you was incomparably crazy. Rays of demonic light rushed out from his body and revolved around him. The demonic might was shocking. Who can tell me what happened? Long Xiaozhou was furious. He had put up so many defenses, but he still couldn't defend against Man Yu. This fellow actually entered the extreme devil cave and successfully turned into a devil. This, the Black Dragon King, and the others didn't know what happened. No one thought that Man Yu actually had such great abilities. He actually sneaked into the extreme devil cave without anyone noticing. How did he do it? Let alone the Black Dragon King and the others. Even Long Xiaozhou was very curious. At that moment, the ancestral Buddha finally made his move. 9 beams of Buddhist light shot out from the 9 mountain peaks. The immense Buddhist power was like a terrifying wave of demonic aura that was spreading out to block the attack. At the peak of each mountain, there was an old monk sitting cross-legged. The 9 old monks were like Buddhas descending to the mortal world. They chanted, and their bodies shone with Buddha light. They were refining the demonic energy that erupted from the extreme devil cave. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collision shook the heavens and earth. Man Yu, who had turned into a devil, started to attack the formation of the Buddhist sect. He was incomparably crazy. The demonic energy erupted from his body and was extremely powerful. The rarest thing was that this fellow could still maintain a certain level of clarity and didn't completely fall into madness. Chapter 5051. No one would have thought that Man Yu would enter the extreme devil cave without anyone noticing and successfully become a devil. This Man Yu actually directly detonated the extreme devil cave. Extremely violent demonic chi erupted and spread out in all directions. But at this moment, 9 huge Buddha lights shot out from the 9 mountains outside the extreme devil cave. The 9 Buddha lights formed an incomparably huge Buddha seal in the sky above the extreme devil cave. Buddhist power erupted, suppressing the extreme devil cave. Auspicious Buddha chants resounded between heaven and earth like a supreme Buddha chanting sutras. The Buddha chants dispersed the devil chi between heaven and earth. The huge Buddha sect formation blocked the devil chi that erupted from the extreme devil cave. Rumble, the entire Buddhist formation was shaking, and countless Buddhist devil-subduing Buddhist seals appeared in the void. No matter how strong and fierce the demonic power that erupted from Devil Cave was, it could not break through the Buddhist formation. At this moment, one powerful figure after another appeared in the surroundings of the extreme demon cave. Every single one of them emitted a towering Buddhist glow. Buddha and devil have always been mortal enemies since ancient times. Things have gotten out of hand. Seeing this, Long Xiaozhou could only bring her subordinates and escape first. Man Yu became a devil and became extremely powerful. Moreover, his devil chi was constantly increasing. The devil rune on his forehead emitted a dazzling devil light. The heaven and earth spiritual chi and devil chi crazily gathered between Man Yu's eyebrows. He directly absorbed them and turned them into his own energy. Roar. In the Buddha sect formation, above the extreme devil cave, Man Yu crazily drew the power of the extreme devil cave and broke through the shackles of his cultivation. Streams of devil chi that looked like devil dragons rushed out from the depths of the extreme devil cave and instantly entered Man Yu's body. Man Yu screamed in pain. The next moment, his clothes were torn apart. There were actually small snake-like things swimming around on his skin. Yeah, Man Yu's body trembled. He raised his head and roared. A dazzling devil light rushed out from between his eyebrows, transforming into an ancient devil seal that fiercely slammed against the Buddha seal in the sky. Boom! A loud explosion shook the heaven and earth. The demon seal and the Buddha seal collided. Two powerful forces exploded. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. It was incomparably terrifying. After the Buddha seal in the sky was hit by the Buddha seal that rushed out of Manyu's forehead, the Buddha seal in the sky dimmed. Manyu waved his right hand towards the depths of Extreme Devil Cave. A beam of demonic light shot out from the depths of Extreme Devil Cave and was caught by him. The demonic light dissipated, and a demonic halberd appeared in Manyu's hand. A demonic dragon appeared on the halberd, giving off a terrifying demonic aura. It's the devil dragon halberd. The devil dragon halberd actually recognized him as his master. An old voice rang out. This little guy's demonic affinity is not bad. Another old voice sounded. Demon fate my ass. Before this demon becomes a demon lord, we should get rid of him as soon as possible. A rough voice came from afar. The angry Buddha Supreme is here. An old voice sounded. Fury Buddha Supreme? Long Xiaozhou, who had already escaped far away, couldn't help but be shocked. The angry Buddha Supreme was an expert of the Buddha clan. He was also a Buddhist lord who specialized in subduing demons. The angry Buddha Supreme wasn't like the other Buddhist lords. He had a bad temper and only had one word when facing demons, which was kill. It was unknown how many demons had died under the angry Buddha Supreme's Vajra exorcism wand. Even a peerless demon who had turned into a demon had his soul scattered by the angry Buddha Supreme's exorcism wand. Heavenly Buddha, open the Buddha formation. Let me go in and exterminate the demon. The angry Buddha Supreme shouted at a figure sitting cross-legged on the top of a mountain. In the Buddha clan, there were 3 Buddhist lords: heaven, earth, and human. They were in charge of all the affairs of the Buddha clan. In the Buddha clan, the one with the highest status was the Heaven Buddha Supreme, followed by the Earth Buddha Supreme, and finally the Human Buddha Supreme. The other Buddhist lords had to listen to the 3 Buddhist lords. Anger Buddha, don't you dare act recklessly. The Earth Buddha Supreme, who was sitting cross-legged on another mountain, said, could it be that I can't exterminate this little demon? The angry Buddha Supreme glared at the Earth Buddha Supreme. Don't act rashly. The Human Buddha Supreme also said. The angry Buddha Supreme was speechless when he saw that the 3 Buddhist lords didn't allow him to kill his way into the Extreme Devil Cave. However, no matter how fiery his temper was, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. He didn't dare to openly challenge the authority of the Heaven, Earth, and Human Buddha Supreme. At this moment, the 9 Buddhist lords controlling the Buddha formation used their full power and raised the Buddha formation's power to the limit. Manyu roared and crazily swung the devil dragon, halberd in his hand, to attack the Buddha formation. However, the power of the Buddha formation was too strong. Manyu couldn't break it in a short time and leave the Extreme Devil Cave. Little fellow, let me lend you a helping hand. At this moment, an old voice came from the depths of the Extreme Devil Cave. What? He's not dead? The angry Buddha Supreme was shocked when he heard the voice from the Extreme Devil Cave. This was an old rival of his that was beaten out of the Extreme Devil Cave by him 1,000 years ago. He originally thought that this demon was dead for sure. Who would have thought that he would hear this fella's voice again today? In the next moment, the Extreme Devil Cave suddenly shook violently. An unimaginably powerful demonic light rushed out of the Extreme Devil Cave and soared into the sky. Boom! Following a loud sound, the demonic light actually made a fist-sized hole in the Buddha seal that was sealing the sky above the Extreme Devil Cave. Swish! Manyu turned into a demonic light and directly rushed out of the hole in the Buddha's seal. Ha ha! I'm out! This world belongs to me. Manyu held the devil dragon halberd and laughed heartily. Kill. The moment Man Yu rushed out, a Buddhist light rushed over from afar and directly collided with him. Kill. The incomparably ferocious Man Yu directly swung the devil halberd towards the Buddhist light. Boom. The devil dragon halberd in Man Yu's hand fiercely smashed against the Buddhist light. Following a loud sound, he was directly blown away. He continuously coughed out blood. It was black demonic blood. His hands that were holding the devil dragon halberd were drenched in blood, but he still tightly held onto the devil dragon halberd. Humph! Man Yu sneered and directly turned into a demonic light that soared into the sky, instantly disappearing into the void. His speed was extremely fast. Where do you think you're going? The angry Buddha Supreme roared and extended his right hand. The Vajra exorcism wand flew back into his hand. In the next moment, he turned into a Buddhist light and chased after Man Yu. The angry Buddha Supreme's speed was not slower than Man Yu's at all. At this moment, a faint and illusory demonic figure appeared outside of the Buddhist sex formation. Gu Fei, your time of death has come. Chapter 51:13. Under the moonlight, Gu Fei used an eagle claw to defeat an eagle claw, capturing the Eagle King in one move. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? City Lord. The godly kings that the red-browed Eagle King brought were all dumbfounded. How were they supposed to continue? Even the city lord had been captured in one move. How were they supposed to continue? Furthermore, Gu Fei had killed countless members of the Sky Eagle army with one strike. The two most elite troops under the red-browed Eagle King had been crippled by Gu Fei just like that. This made the red-browed Eagle King's heart bleed. One had to know that the red-browed Eagle King had put in a lot of effort to build and train these two troops. Boom. At this moment, the red-browed Eagle King, whose throat was gripped by Gu Fei, suddenly exploded with a resplendent divine light. Gu Fei was shocked. In the next moment, he felt an extremely powerful yuan qi explode from the red-browed Eagle King's body, directly sending him flying several feet away. What's going on? Gu Fei stared at the red-browed Eagle King, who was surrounded by divine light, and couldn't help but frown. A formation plate rushed out from the red-browed Eagle King's body and floated in front of Gu Fei. Rays of divine light transformed into ancient runes that circled around the formation plate. This was something that Gu Fei was very familiar with. The power of a super array. Gu Fei stared at the hovering array disk and couldn't help but frown. An array disk was very useful. It could draw the power of a large array for one's own use. It was the master of the array. Little guy, go and die. The red-browed Eagle King was enraged to the extreme. His eyes were bloodshot as he desperately activated the array disk. An even more powerful and terrifying power exploded from his body. The red-browed Eagle King waved his hands. Rays of cold light instantly turned into extremely sharp sword qi that pierced towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, he rushed into the sky and dodged the piercing sword qi. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and punched towards the red-browed Eagle King. A violent fist force erupted from his fist, causing the void to tremble. Boundless flames erupted from his body, illuminating the entire world. Fire spiritual energy. The red-browed Eagle King was both shocked and furious. At this time, he was the ruler of the super great formation, drawing over an incomparably powerful force. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the red-browed Eagle King's body, directly facing Gu Fei's fist energy. Boom! With a loud sound, the two powers instantly collided. The huge dragon image dissipated, and Gu Fei was actually pushed back by the superpower of the red-browed Eagle King. This was the first time since Gu Fei came to this world that he had been suppressed in terms of strength. "Ha ha, little fellow, you're dead meat." The red-eyebrowed Eagle King laughed out loud as he attacked once again. The power of the super great array gathered towards him at a crazy rate. "City Lord, you're amazing." This is the power of the super great array. The subordinates of the red-eyebrowed Eagle King were all shocked. They had thought that with Gu Fei's power, they would definitely be dead meat. Who would have thought that their city lord was so powerful that even Gu Fei was pushed back? Moreover, the red-eyebrowed Eagle King's power was still increasing. This super great array had been running for an unknown period of time, gathering the spiritual energy of the entire region. The power of this super great array was absolutely terrifying. Even the red-eyebrowed Eagle King could not withstand this power. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King did not dare to draw all the power of the super great array over because he did not want to die. What's going on? At this time, in the Black Fog City, the city lord was originally sitting cross-legged in a secret room with his eyes closed, but he suddenly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy of the entire world was changing. Who drew the power of the super great array? The city lord was extremely curious. Was it the red-eyebrowed Eagle King of the Heavenly Eagle City, or the Thousand Beast King of the Thousand Beast City? At this time, about 60 miles away from Gu Fei's camp, the Thousand Beast King was stunned by the endless flames in the sky. Then, he sensed the changes in this part of the world. Who used the array plate? The Thousand Beast King was also extremely shocked. "Big brother, this." The desolate tiger stood behind the Thousand Beast King. "You stay here, I'll go take a look," the Thousand Beast King said, and leaped into the sky, rushing towards the place where the flames were soaring. The desolate tiger was shocked. He wanted to stop his big brother, but the Thousand Beast King was already far away. At this time, in the sky above Gu Fei's camp, two figures were moving at high speed. Dull sounds of collision rang in the sky, shaking the earth. Gu Fei's body was covered in mighty divine fire, and he directly struck out with the fire element fist. Every time he struck out, a monstrous divine fire erupted from his fist, burning the void and distorting it. Even when facing the red-eyebrowed Eagle King, who had drawn the power of the super great array, not only did he not show any fear, but his fighting spirit was even stronger. "This guy is a lunatic." At this time, the red-eyebrowed Eagle King was extremely depressed. He had drawn the power of the super great array to keep blasting this guy away, but the other party kept coming back to kill him again and again. And this guy was getting more and more courageous as he fought. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King found that he could not really hurt this guy at all. "This is big trouble." The red-eyebrowed Eagle King groaned inwardly. If this continued, it would definitely be disadvantageous to him. In fact, the red-eyebrowed Eagle King did not know that Gu Fei was constantly devouring the power of the super great array. The power was just too strong. Gu Fei knew that if he could completely devour this power, his cultivation would improve again. It's that old guy red-eyebrowed. The Thousand Beast City Lord, the Thousand Beast King, came to take a look and was immediately shocked. At this time, on the ground, in the military camp, Gu Fei's army and the rest of the red-eyebrowed Eagle King's army were engaged in a fierce battle. "Why aren't you two taking action? What are you waiting for?" The red-eyebrowed Eagle King roared. He could not hold on any longer. Even though he was a divine king, he was unable to do so. It was not easy to draw the power of the super great array. That old guy red-eyebrowed. The Thousand Beast King had no choice but to take action. This Gu Fei was many times stronger than he had imagined. "Roar!" The Thousand Beast King roared, as if he had turned into a golden lion. He threw a punch at Gu Fei, his long hair dancing wildly. "Humph!" Gu Fei grabbed the Thousand Beast King's right fist with the back of his hand. In the next moment, Gu Fei swung the Thousand Beast King and threw him at the red-eyebrowed Eagle King. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King, was dumbfounded. At the same time, a cold light suddenly appeared and struck at Gu Fei's head at lightning speed. What? Chapter 5160. The guy who made the bet with him was actually Gu Fei. Long Xiaozhou was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. Was this guy pretending to be weak? How preposterous! Long Xiaozhou was infuriated. In the next moment, the sky thunder formation immediately changed. Countless dazzling lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, like silver snakes swimming in the thunderclouds. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction burst out from the thunderclouds. Even the West Sea Dragon Clan army, that had retreated more than 10 li away, was terrified. The souls of all living beings trembled in fear. The people inside West Gorge City were in an even worse state. All of them hid and trembled in fear. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning struck the layer of divine light above West Gorge City. Countless formation runes appeared on the divine light and devoured most of the lightning energy. Long Xiaozhou finally realized that something was wrong. His opponent's formation could devour the energy of his sky lightning formation. Bolt after bolt of terrifying lightning struck the divine light that protected West Gorge City, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the divine light. However, Gu Fei's formation was unbreakable. Even if Long Xiaozhou was exhausted to the point of vomiting blood, he still wouldn't be able to break through the formation. However, Long Xiaozhou didn't realize this. He continued to activate the sky lightning formation. The earth-shattering thunder was deafening. The formation-breaking arrows hidden in the sky lightning formation were finally going to unleash their power. Each arrow was releasing its strongest energy. As the formation-breaking arrows exploded in the sky above West Gorge City, Gu Fei's great array was finally shaken, slightly shaking. Explode! Long Xiaozhou roared. He made up his mind and detonated the entire sky lightning formation. An unprecedented amount of destructive energy exploded, causing the void to crack. The earth-shattering scene stunned everyone. Even the Black Dragon King, a half-step Emperor realm cultivator, was flabbergasted. He didn't know that a formation could be this powerful. Long Xiaozhou's cultivation base was only at the Divine King realm. However, the might of the heavenly lightning formation could easily eliminate a half-step martial monarch. Oh my God! Is this the power of a formation? Prime Minister Turtle murmured. The array Dao of the Void Realm had never been valued. Who would have thought that the power of this array would be so astonishing? After today, the Dao of arrays will definitely be valued by the world. At this time, in the sky above West Gorge City, a huge ball of lightning exploded. The mountain ridges around West Gorge City shook, and huge cracks appeared on the mountain. Countless rocks tumbled down from the mountains. The mountains near Western Gorge City were in chaos. The big shots who were watching the battle had no choice but to retreat into the distance. The exploding lightning turned into countless lightning bolts that shot out in all directions. Some unlucky fellows were directly struck by the lightning bolts, their bodies emitting black smoke as they fell from the sky. Even if those unlucky fellows were not struck to death by the lightning, they would still be half dead from the fall. The heaven-battering Heavenly King was an unlucky guy. He was directly hit by a bolt of lightning and instantly turned into a broom. His face was pitch black, and his straight hair was still smoking. This, beside the heaven-battering king, Wu Ying, the north-vanquishing king, and the 10,000 elephant king were scared out of their wits. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. They didn't want to be struck by lightning like the heaven-battering king. You guys, seeing that these fellows had no sense of loyalty, the heaven-battering king was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His injuries weren't light. Seeing the lightning bolts flying around him, he couldn't care less and fled as well. A bolt of lightning flashed across the void and directly struck a mountain ridge a dozen miles away. The next moment, with a loud boom, the entire mountain ridge exploded. Dust rose into the sky, and rocks flew everywhere. As the huge thunderball exploded, many lightning bolts directly struck the West Sea Dragon Tribe's array formation a dozen miles away. The speed of the lightning bolts was extremely fast. The army of the West Sea Dragon Tribe had no time to dodge. Roar! The Black Dragon King roared angrily and rushed forward. With a punch, he dispersed a bolt of lightning. Then he took out the Black Dragon Shield and blocked the rest of the lightning bolts. However, the power of the lightning was so strong that the Black Dragon King's entire right arm was numb. What a powerful lightning bolt! The Black Dragon King was extremely shocked. At this moment, West Gorge City, which bore the brunt of the attack, was as still as a mountain. A ball of divine light enveloped West Gorge City. The sky thunder array exploded, and an unprecedented power of lightning erupted. However, the ball of divine light that enveloped West Gorge City only shook a few times. On top of the city wall, Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were also dumbfounded by the scene in the sky. They couldn't speak for a long time. Only Gu Fei was sitting on a chair, eating immortal fruits, and drinking immortal wine, feeling extremely satisfied. He didn't even spare a glance at the terrifying scene in the sky that was about to destroy the world. Outside the array formation, Long Xiaozhou's face flushed when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and the destructive power began to weaken. The endless lightning bolts dissipated in the void. The Sky Thunder Array was finished. After a full hour, the thunder clouds in the sky dissipated completely, and the world returned to peace. At this moment, Long Xiaozhou was in an extremely sorry state. He was also very weak. "I'll come again tomorrow," Long Xiaozhou said as he turned around and left. "Okay, I will wait for you." Gu Fei smiled. This guy, Long Xiaozhou, was both shocked and angry. The opponent's array cultivation shocked her. He gave her a feeling that he was unfathomable. She had only felt this feeling from her master before. How is this possible? Long Xiaozhou simply didn't believe that this guy named Gu Fei's array cultivation could compare to her master. One should know that her master was known as the #1 array cultivator in the Void Realm. How could the master of the little princess of the West Sea Dragon race be an ordinary person? "Master, are we going to let this little girl go just like that?" Xiaoya asked in confusion. Right now, Long Xiaozhou was at her weakest. If he didn't take her down now, when would he take her down? There's no fun in taking her down. Gu Fei smiled. It wasn't easy for him to meet an interesting person. Naturally, he wanted to have some fun. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were speechless when they heard this. The West Sea Dragon Race army came in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. This greatly affected the morale of the West Sea Dragon Race army. After continuous losses, the West Sea Dragon Race army was filled with a pessimistic mood. While Gu Fei was blocking the West Sea Dragon Race army, the Sorcerer race was also mobilizing their troops. The situation seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, a piece of news spread and shook the entire South China. Chapter 5211. Gu Fei learned from the Sky Star sect's disciple, Feng Chen, that this was the Middle Sky domain, and the Sky Star sect was just a small sect in the Meteorite Mountain Range. Legend had it that the Meteorite Mountain Range was formed by a meteorite that fell here. There were meteorites here, so the various sects in Middle Sky used to mine here. Meteorite iron mines could be seen everywhere here. However, 1,000 years ago, the meteorite iron mines here were all dug out, so the various sects in Middle Sky naturally withdrew. After the major forces retreated, all the meteorite iron mines were abandoned. Then, the meteorite mountain range was occupied by countless small sections. The abandoned mines that the various sects in Middle Sky looked down upon were delicious cakes in the eyes of these small sections. The Sky Star sect was also one of the countless small sects in the meteorite mountain range. Moreover, the Sky Star sect controlled a total of 3 mines, and they were all considered good mines among the abandoned mines. Gu Fei had just arrived at the Sky Star sect and was about to eat and drink with Feng Chen and the others, but at this moment, a battle cry came from outside the mountain gate of the Sky Star sect. He saw black figures rushing into the mountain gate of the Sky Star sect, and these black figures killed their way into the Sky Star sect. Obviously, these people took advantage of the dark night to attack the Sky Star sect. The Sky Star sect was caught unprepared, and they retreated in defeat. Soon, the group of black figures had already killed their way to the waist of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, many Sky Star sect members appeared. Under the leadership of the Sky Star sect's leader, the Sky Star sect members killed their way down the mountain. Wang Tianqing, come out and die! A loud shout reverberated through the mountains. A black shadow suddenly soared into the sky and rushed toward the heavenly starry sect master, who was rushing down from the mountain. Suzhen, it's you? The Sky Star sect's leader, Wang Tianqing, was shocked and angry when she saw that person. The person who came was Suzhen from the Sky Shaking sect. This guy actually dared to bring people to sneak attack me. Kill! Suzhen directly punched towards Wang Tianqing below. All of you get out of the way! Wang Tianqing roared. In the next moment, she also punched upwards, and the powerful fist force went against the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 fist forces collided, and the entire mountain seemed to shake. The people around Wang Tianqing, who could not dodge in time, were directly sent flying by the explosion of power. Divine Realm, Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this scene. Since when could a God-state cultivator establish a sect? These bastards from the heaven-shaking sect. Feng Chen and the others were shocked and angry at the same time. They grabbed their weapons and rushed down the mountain. Gu Fei still didn't move. He had just opened a jar of good wine. Feng Chen and the other 2 guys had gone to fight with the people from the Shaking Heaven sect. There was good wine and good meat here. If he didn't eat it, it would be too much of a waste. Gu Fei sat beside the bonfire, then took out a small knife, cut a piece of roasted beast meat, and threw it into his mouth. Not bad, not bad. Gu Fei took a bite. The roasted meat was very tender, and juice flowed from the corner of his mouth. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, Gu Fei grabbed the jar of wine and drank a big mouthful. At this time, the people from the Sky Star sect and the Heaven Shaking sect had already started fighting. Suddenly, there was a flash of sword light, and blood splattered everywhere. People kept falling. The smell of blood permeated the air. Hey, senior brother, there's a fool here. At this time, 3 black figures suddenly rushed out of the forest. The leader of the 3 black figures was a young man in black with a long sword in his hand. Everyone else is fighting with their lives, but he is here drinking wine and eating meat. The other cultivator looked around vigilantly. Kill! The leader of the group slashed his sword at Gu Fei, who was sitting beside the bonfire. When the sword light was about to fall on Gu Fei's head, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to catch the sword light. When the black-clothed young man saw this, he was really shocked. This guy actually used 2 fingers to clamp his sword. One had to know that the speed of a slash was not slow. To be able to catch a fast-moving sword was not an easy task. The two cultivators beside the young man in black were also shocked by this scene. The black-clothed youth wanted to pull back his sword, but it was as if his sword was a part of Gu Fei's hand. Even if he used all his strength, the sword still wouldn't budge. "Who are you?" The young man in black was sweating profusely, and his voice was trembling. Gu Fei did not care about this guy. He grabbed the jar of wine beside him and took another big mouthful. "You are not from the Sky Star sect, right? Could it be that you are an expert invited by the Sky Star sect?" The young man in black grabbed the sword hilt with his right hand, but his left hand could not help but wipe the cold sweat. "The Sky Star sect is not qualified to invite me," Gu Fei said indifferently. When the young man in black heard this, his expression changed. This time, he was afraid that he had really kicked an iron plate. "Since you are not from the Sky Star sect, then it is just a misunderstanding between us. We will leave now," the young man in black said, as he let go of the sword in his hand. He did not even want the sword and was about to turn around and leave. His two junior brothers wished that they could just run away. "Get lost," Gu Fei said as he waved his right hand. The sword that he had caught was directly inserted into the ground in front of the young man in black. The entire sword was inserted into the ground. The young man in black did not dare to stay there any longer. He immediately rushed into the forest and escaped down the mountain. "How dare the three of you run away? Damn it!" A loud shout was heard. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in the forest, and a few screams were heard. The three disciples from the heaven-shaking sect were immediately given a box of food. "Young man, can you buy me a drink?" A tall and fierce-looking middle-aged man with two axes in his hands walked out of the forest. Godly state. Gu Fei immediately sensed this guy's cultivation. This guy was also a godly state expert. The heaven-shaking sect had produced two godly state experts. This might be the reason why the heaven-shaking sect was so confident. "You are not qualified to drink with me," Gu Fei said indifferently. He reached out and cut a piece of roasted meat from the grill and threw it into his mouth. "What did you say?" When the middle-aged man heard this, two rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. "I, the deputy leader of the heaven-shaking sect, Suba, am not qualified to drink with you?" The middle-aged man roared angrily. He was a hot-tempered person. "You are not qualified. Get lost," Gu Fei said coldly. "How dare you ask me to get lost? You are courting death." Suba roared angrily and swung his axe at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand again and directly grabbed the giant axe that was chopping down. Suba's shock was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand and crushed Suba's axe. How is this possible? Chapter 52:17. The Star Sect was the strongest sect in the Falling Star Mountain Range. It was an overlord. In the past 100 years, no one had ever dared to cause trouble outside the Star Sect. There were many godly state powerhouses in the Star Sect. Sect Master Qi Jinshan was a half-step divine king, the strongest expert in the Falling Star Mountain Range. His daughter, Qi Fei, was also a God Realm expert. Moreover, Qi Jinshan had accepted 5 disciples. The eldest disciple, Mo Feng, was also at the divine realm, and the third disciple, Gao Rong, was at the half-step divine realm. Among Qi Jinshan's 5 disciples, Wind Void was the closest to Gao Rong. When Gao Rong saw that Gu Fei dared to play around with his eldest senior brother, he immediately made his move. With a wave of the whip in his hand, the whip immediately coiled around Gu Fei's neck like a poisonous snake. "Be careful!" Qi Fei immediately dodged to the side. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the long whip wrapped around his arm. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless sharp crescent-shaped blades emerged from the yen whip. Break! Gao Rong exerted force with his right hand, wanting to tear off Gu Fei's right arm. However, he only felt his hand sink. The incomparably sharp blade on the whip had only cut the sleeve of this guy's arm. It could not hurt this guy at all. How is this possible? When Gao Rong saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. At this time, Gu Fei turned his hand and grabbed the whip that was wrapped around his arm. Then he pulled it out forcefully. Gao Rong felt a jolt in his hand, and the whip in his hand was pulled away by the other party. His palm felt hot. This, when the eldest disciple of Star Sect saw that a gleam flashed through his eyes. You actually managed to cultivate the invincible Vajra body. Chi Feier exclaimed in shock. Invincible Vajra? When Wind Void heard this, she couldn't help but be slightly moved. Could it be that this fellow is also a deity realm expert? It seemed that he had underestimated this fellow. This whip is not bad. No wonder it can wrap around people's necks. Gu Fei fiddled with the whip. This thing was somewhat interesting. As long as he infused his essence into the whip, a crescent-shaped blade would appear on the whip's body. When he retracted his quintessential essence, the blade would shrink back. I don't think anyone who's been wrapped around by your whip will be able to live. Gu Fei looked coldly at the guy in front of him. Hearing this, Gao Rong was both shocked and furious. Swoosh! Gu Fei suddenly made his move. The whip was like a black bolt of lightning, instantly wrapping around Gao Rong's neck. What? Gao Rong's shock was no small matter. Say, do you think you can keep your head if I pull hard now? Gu Fei laughed as he tightened his grip on the whip. Gu Fei's actions scared Gao Rong out of his wits. Spare me, great hero, spare me! Gao Rong immediately knelt down. No one knew the power of the whip better than him. If he was wrapped around by the whip, even if he had 10 heads, he would still be dead. Can't you have some backbone? When Wind Void saw how cowardly Gao Rong was, she also felt ashamed. Eldest senior brother, you really don't feel any pain. Is your backbone more important than your life? Gao Rong only wanted to live because his life was in the hands of the other party. If the other party pulled hard, his head would be removed. He didn't want to die. Let him go. Wind Void stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "Humph, do you think I'll let him go just because you say so?" Gu Fei sneered. "If you don't want to die, do as I say." Wind Void's voice became even colder. "What if I want to die? Do you have the ability to kill me?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As Wind Void spoke, she took out a weapon. It was a rare weapon. It was a palm-sized silver ring. Be careful. This guy's flying ring is very powerful. The purple-clothed girl reminded Gu Fei. TSK, a man playing with a girl's things. Don't you feel ashamed? Gu Fei said in disdain. What did you say? Wind Void was furious and was about to attack. Do you really not care about your junior brother's life? Gu Fei sneered. Eldest senior brother, don't be rash. Gao Rong felt the whip around his neck tighten, and he almost peed his pants. How about this? If you want to save your junior brother, kneel and kowtow to me, and I'll let him go. How about that? Gu Fei said calmly. What did you say? You want me to kneel and kowtow to you? Wind Void grinned. He was the eldest senior brother of the Star Sect, and he had only kowtowed to his master in his life. I say, hero, can you change the condition? Gao Rong said to Gu Fei carefully with a bitter smile. He did not think that Wind Void would kneel to Gu Fei to save him, because he knew very well that his eldest senior brother was such a proud person. How could he be threatened to kneel and kowtow? Even the purple-clothed girl, Chi Feier, looked at Wind Void curiously. She also wanted to know if Wind Void would kneel and kowtow to this guy for the sake of his fellow disciple. At this moment, many figures appeared nearby, and some people were watching from afar. "Junior brother, I'm sorry." Wind Void only fell silent for a while before he made his decision. "Don't, senior brother." Gao Rong was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. "Sai, I didn't expect your eldest senior brother to treat you like this. He doesn't care about your life at all." Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. Gao Rong's face was ashen. "Wind Void, how can you do this?" Chi Feier could not help but shout at Wind Void. "This guy really doesn't care about his fellow disciple's life. What right does he have to be the eldest senior brother of the Star Sect? Junior brother, if you die, I will avenge you." Wind Void said coldly. "Wind Void, I treated you like an elder brother, and this is how you treat me?" At that moment, Gao Rong hated Mo Feng to the core. He was about to die, but he couldn't care less. He started cursing at Mo Feng. "Brat, die." After saying that, Mo Feng swung her right hand, and the flying hoop in her hand transformed into a beam of silver light that shot towards Gu Fei at extreme speed. "Ha ha!" Gu Fei stretched out his left hand and flicked his finger, sending the flying hoop flying. Bam! The silver flying hoop hit a tree next to Mo Feng. The tree, which was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it, was broken. The huge tree fell from the sky, and the forest was thrown into chaos. The fact that Gu Fei had sent Wind Void's flying hoop flying shocked Wind Void. At that moment, Wind Void realized that she had severely underestimated this guy. Gu Fei did not kill Gao Rong. He shook his whip and flung Gao Rong away. Then a black shadow wrapped around Wind Void like a venomous snake. Wind Void dodged immediately and retrieved the flying hoop that Gu Fei had sent flying. Buzz! The flying hoop vibrated and split into countless beams of silver light that protected Wind Void. The agile whip in Gu Fei's hand was blocked by the silver light formed by the flying hoop. Interesting. Chapter 52:27. In order to take revenge on Gu Fei, Man Yu didn't hesitate to enter the extreme demon cave. He paid the price of becoming a demon to increase his cultivation. One had to say that becoming a demon was definitely a shortcut to increase one's cultivation. Moreover, it was a shortcut to quickly increase one's cultivation. However, there were serious repercussions. What repercussions? That was becoming a demon. One would lose their humanity and become cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. The most serious case was that one's demonic nature would erupt and all their memories would disappear. This was the price of becoming a demon. In the end, those who became a demon would become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. At this moment, Man Yu successfully escaped from the Buddha formation with the help of the mysterious demon. However, even though his cultivation and battle prowess had increased, he still wasn't a match for the Fury Buddha Supreme. Man Yu could only run for his life. "You want to kill him? Have you asked me?" A demonic shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Fury Buddha and blocked the Fury Buddha, who was chasing after Man Yu. "Night Demon, you are courting death. I'll fulfill your wish." The Fury Buddha's eyes widened in anger as he smashed the Vajra exorcism staff in his hand towards the demonic shadow. Countless Buddhist runes appeared on the exorcism staff as a powerful Buddhist force erupted from it. The demonic shadow instantly disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was already above the Fury Buddha Supreme's head. "I'll trample you to death, you big baldy." The demon, called Night Demon, laughed sinisterly and stepped on the Fury Buddha's big baldy. The devil chi was vast and mighty. A huge foot that was condensed from devil chi directly stepped on the Fury Buddha Supreme. Ripples of space appeared in the void and spread outwards. "You The Fury Buddha was furious and smashed the Vajra demon-subduing wand upwards. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge foot condensed from demonic chi was smashed into pieces by the Fury Buddha's Vajra exorcism staff. All the erupting devil chi was dispersed by the auspicious Buddhist light emitted from the exorcism wand. This was a battle between Buddha and demon. Over the countless years, there were very few battles between Buddhists and devils. This was because Buddha Ancestor was guarding Extreme Devil Cave. No one could easily enter Extreme Devil Cave and become a devil. Manu was truly amazing. He was the only one to enter Extreme Devil Cave in the past 3,000 years. He was also the only one to successfully become a devil. At this time, a terrifying demonic roar came from the depths of Extreme Devil Cave. It was as though countless devils were about to rush out of the cave. Heaven, earth, and man were incomparably nervous. They were repairing the Buddha formation. Just now, in order to help Manu escape from Extreme Devil Cave, Night Devil didn't hesitate to consume his vital chi to break a hole in the Buddha formation. This was something that had the Buddhist lords of the Buddha race feeling extremely nervous. The two silhouettes moved quickly in the void, and the dull sounds of collision rang out continuously. It was extremely shocking. At this moment, Man Yu had already vanished without a trace. Let's kill him while he's down. When Long Xiaozhou saw this from afar, she ordered the Black Dragon King. She had personally seen Man Yu being injured by the Fury Buddha. The experts of Dragon Clan immediately chased after Man Yu. Long Xiaozhou's Tao protector, that mysterious and unfathomable black shark, had already disappeared. The little princess of the Dragon Clan also personally chased after Man Yu. She had the Emperor Execution Blade in her hand, so she wasn't afraid of Man Yu, who had become a devil. As for the Buddhist lords of the Buddha clan, they didn't have time to care about Man Yu. Because of the eruption of the devil chi in Extreme Devil Cave, the people of the Buddha clan had to use all their strength to activate the Buddha formation to suppress Extreme Devil Cave. Otherwise, if the devil chi in Extreme Devil Cave was allowed to erupt, not only would the Buddha clan be finished, the entire central sky would also be affected. Countless living beings would suffer. Naturally, the Buddha clan wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, the entire Extreme Devil Cave was enveloped by Buddha light. Countless Buddha runes interweaved in the void. The 9 Buddhist lords of the Buddha clan were chanting Buddhist scriptures, releasing supreme Buddhist sounds. The devil chi that erupted from the Extreme Devil Cave was blocked. Within the devil chi that was darker than ink, terrifying devil sounds could be heard. One could vaguely see strange devil shadows appearing within the devil chi. The Fury Buddha and Night Demon fought endlessly. Night Demon had been hiding in Extreme Devil Cave, but he didn't have a devil body. In other words, he was only in the state of a devil soul. This way, he wouldn't be a match for the Fury Buddha. Actually, Night Demon didn't really want to fight to the death with the Fury Buddha. He hadn't lived long enough. Even if he was only left with a devil soul, he didn't want to die. You dare to provoke me like this? You are courting death. The Fury Buddha kept his Vajra devil-subduing wand. In the next moment, he formed a devil-subduing seal with both hands. Countless Buddha seals smashed towards Night Demon. Night Demon cried out in pain. The devil chi on his body was dissipated by the Buddha seals. His devil soul received a huge impact, like it could dissipate at any moment. I am undying, you can't kill me. Night Demon roared savagely. You abandoned your devil body and actually merged with the taboo of Extreme Devil Cave? The Fury Buddha came to his senses when he heard this. Thanks to you in the past, I will definitely find you to take revenge. As soon as Night Demon finished his sentence, he was dispersed by the Fury Buddha, Supreme's Buddha seal, disappearing into the void completely without a trace. However, The Fury Buddha Supreme couldn't feel happy at all because this guy was really in an immortal state. This was just a devil soul of his. As long as the taboo item wasn't destroyed, this demon wouldn't die. Fury Buddha, hurry up and enlighten that escaped little devil. The Fury Buddha ordered. Okay. The Fury Buddha turned around and turned into a golden Buddha light, instantly disappearing into the horizon. His speed was extremely fast. Over the past 3,000 years, no demons had appeared in Extreme Devil Cave. Who would have thought that even the Buddha race would be conned by Manu today? This was a resounding slap to the Buddha race. Subduing demons was the responsibility of the Buddha race. The Fury Buddha really wanted to send Manu to the 18 levels of hell and never reincarnate. Everyone was curious as to how Manu managed to enter the Extreme Devil Cave. This was definitely a mystery. Although Manu escaped from Extreme Devil Cave, he wasn't able to avoid the battle gate at the outermost area. Manu died. A furious roar rang out from a mountain in the distance. In the next moment, 3 cold lights shot towards Man. You like shooting stars. Humph. Manu laughed coldly. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the 3 cold lights. They were 3 god arrows, and they were covered in runes. Manu circulated his demonic technique and actually directly devoured the power contained in the 3 divine arrows in his hand. What? The expert who shot the 3 divine arrows was startled. Man, you didn't have time to care about that person, and fled. Chapter 52:28. Man, you detonated the Extreme Devil Cave, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Devil energy and Buddhist light filled the air. Such a commotion alerted countless experts in Middle Sky. Even in Meteorite Mountain Range, where the heaven and earth spirit energy was extremely thin, Gu Fei could still sense it. Devil energy is Extreme Devil Cave. Gu Fei had been in the Void Realm for a long time. He already knew the ins and outs of the Void Realm. Among the 5 great regions, there were 2 forbidden areas in Middle Sky that he couldn't go to. One was the Void Beginning, and the other was Extreme Devil Cave. Naturally, something had happened to the Extreme Devil Cave. However, Gu Fei didn't know that the Extreme Devil Cave's mishap was largely caused by him, because Manu wanted to find Gu Fei for revenge. If he wanted to increase his cultivation in a short time, there was only one way. That was to enter Extreme Devil Cave and become a devil. If Manu succeeded in becoming a devil, his cultivation would naturally increase greatly. The risk of becoming a devil was great. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 could succeed. Manu was undoubtedly lucky. He succeeded, and his cultivation increased by a lot. However, he still wasn't a match for the Fury Buddha. Actually, the Fury Buddha was an experienced Emperor Realm expert. Even if Manu became a devil, he still wouldn't be a match for the Fury Buddha, because he only became a devil for a short period of time. In time, he would refine the devil energy in his body, and his martial body would turn into a devil body. At that time, his battle prowess would increase to the limit. At that time, Manu would become a true devil. I'll collect the Supreme Spirit treasure first. Gu Fei was still sitting in the air. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the divine sense incarnation deep in the earth vein. At this time, Gu Fei's divine sense incarnation was moving quickly in the earth vein. He was chasing after a ball of divine light. No one would have thought that the Supreme Spirit treasure in Meteorite Mountain Range was a piece of 9th heaven profound gold. Moreover, it had nurtured its own consciousness. It became a psychic 9th heaven profound gold. The psychic 9 heaven profound gold transformed into a palm-sized purple gold pony. The pony's forehooves moved as it galloped very quickly. "Ha! Where can you run to now that you've met me?" Gu Fei's divine sense incarnation chased after Little Horse like a streak of light. The pony formed by the psychic nine heavens, Xian Gold, was being chased around by Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. Otherwise, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation would have caught the pony long ago. Most importantly, the spiritual nine heavens mysterious gold pony was extremely familiar with the environment of the earth vein. With a flash, the pony dived into a black hole at the side. This black hole was too small, and it was impossible for a person to enter it. However, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was not a real person. Swoosh! Gu Fei's divine will incarnation transformed into a beam of divine light and directly rushed into the black hole. You're still chasing after me? The pony formed by the psychic nine heavens, Xian Gold pony, was on the verge of collapsing. Very quickly, the pony rushed into a huge cave. Spiritual chi gathered here, and there were spirit crystals formed by the condensation of spirit chi everywhere. In the middle of this cave, there was actually a figure sitting in a lotus position. What Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was shocked when it saw that figure. It did not expect that someone would appear in this vein. A stone man? When Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation saw the figure clearly, it was shocked again. This figure was not a real person, but a stone man. Moreover, this stone man was different. It was formed naturally. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation really did not expect to see such an existence in this place. However, although this stone man had already taken form, it had not developed spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to instinctively swallow the surrounding spirit chi. However, with the density of the spiritual chi in the vein, it was impossible for the golem to develop intelligence. Even if the golem devoured all the spiritual chi in the vein, it would still be difficult for it to develop intelligence. At this moment, the pony formed by the psychic nine heavens, Xian Gold, charged directly towards the stone man and instantly entered its body. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was stunned when it saw this scene. In the next moment, the empty eye sockets of the stone man that was sitting in a lotus position on the ground emitted a bright spiritual light. Then, the stone man began to move. An extremely powerful wave of yuan chi erupted from the stone man's body. The entire cave was shaken by the impact of the yuan chi. Oh, you still want to resist? Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation laughed. It seemed that this psychic nine heavens Xian Gold pony had a high intelligence. In that case, he would play with this little fellow. Whoosh! The stone man stood up from the ground and threw a punch at Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation also threw a punch. Bam! The two fists collided instantly. In the next moment, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was sent flying. The stone man was incomparably powerful. After being possessed by the pony, it displayed its godly prowess. Whoosh! The stone man chased after it and threw another punch at Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation flashed and dodged the stone man's punch. Boom! When the golem's fist landed on the stone wall, stone chips flew everywhere, and a huge pit was formed in the stone wall. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation fought with the stone man. Because the stone man was incomparably powerful, he was just a spiritual will incarnation. If Gu Fei's real body was here, he would be able to blast the stone man into pieces with a single move. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was far inferior to his real body. The stone man that was possessed by the pony was incomparably ferocious. Every punch it threw would produce an earth-shattering sound. The stone man's combat strength was already comparable to an ordinary god king. However, the stone man's attacks were very primitive and could not touch Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation at all. Moreover, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation did not have a body of flesh and blood. It could be separated and combined at will. An existence like the spiritual will incarnation required special methods to severely injure it. This stone man wanted to rely on its pair of fists to severely injure Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. Wasn't this a joke? The nine-heaven, mysterious metal did not know how to fight. This made Gu Fei's spiritual sense embodiment, who had originally wanted to play with it, lose interest. All right, I'm done playing. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation sighed. Then it instantly turned into a phantom and charged at the stone man. The stone man's punch punched at Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. His fist passed through Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation as though it was hitting air. Chapter 52:29. Gu Fei's divine will avatar chased after the pony formed by the psychic nine-heaven metal in the earth veins deep underground. When he chased it to a cave, there was actually a stone golem in the cave. It was a natural stone golem. He originally wanted to play with the psychic nine-heaven metal, but who would have thought that it only knew some extremely shallow attack techniques? This way, Gu Fei was very bored. He lost interest and directly crashed into the natural stone golem that was possessed by the pony. The divine will avatar was an existence that was intangible to begin with. It could gather and disperse. Gu Fei's divine will avatar directly crashed into the natural stone golem's body, knocking the pony that was attached to the natural stone golem's body out. The pony formed by the psychic nine heaven metal was extremely terrified and was about to escape. At that moment, a ball of divine light wrapped around the pony. The pony's forehooves flew, but it could not escape. At the same time, Gu Fei's divine will avatar directly entered the natural stone golem's body. In the next moment, the stone golem transformed into Gu Fei's appearance. This body is not bad. Gu Fei's divine will avatar inspected the body and nodded in satisfaction. Little fellow, why aren't you running anymore? Gu Fei's divine will avatar walked proudly to the pony that was enveloped by the divine light. He carefully sized up the pony in front of him and saw that it was extremely lifelike. It was like a real purple gold divine horse, but it was too small. It was only the size of a palm. At that moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged at the peak of Star Mountain, was already impatient. With a thought, a figure broke through the ground and rushed out. That figure directly rushed to the peak of Star Mountain and appeared at the top of the mountain. How can there be two people who look exactly alike? The star-devouring beast that had been paying attention to Gu Fei was stunned when it sensed that scene. The Star sect master, Qi Jinshan, was also dumbfounded. One young man in black had already given him a headache. Now that two had appeared, what could he do? It seemed like it would be difficult for the Star sect to make a comeback in the future. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, extended his right hand. In the next moment, a ball of divine light flew out from Gu Fei's clone's hand. Within the divine light, a purplish gold pony dashed left and right, trying to escape. You still want to escape at a time like this? Gu Fei waved his right hand and put away the natural stone clone. It would be quite a pity for such a divine item to be refined into a Tao tool. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Little Horse. Looks like I'll have to look for divine objects again. Gu Fei shook his head. In the next moment, he stood up in the void, opened his mouth, and inhaled. In an instant, he sucked in all the spiritual energy of the Star Mountain. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, the entire world suddenly shook. Countless runes appeared in the void. Gu Fei looked around. The entire mountain guarding formation was actually activated, and a torrential, murderous aura appeared in the world. Little fellow, it's good enough that you took away the divine item, but you actually snatched my natural stone clone? An old voice came down from the sky. As expected, Gu Fei smiled and stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and collected. In the next moment, a figure flashed on the top of the mountain, and a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. This person was a white-robed, white-haired, white-browed old man. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the old man's body. It had to be said that the old man had the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. However, the old man's high and mighty attitude, which was like a god looking down at an ant on the ground, made Gu Fei very unhappy. "Who are you?" Gu Fei looked at the old man indifferently. "This overlord? Ha ha! Even if I told you, you wouldn't know that when this overlord was roaming the world, your ancestors were still playing in the mud somewhere." The old man laughed out loud. What a big tone! Gu Fei laughed in disdain. "Humph, little fellow, hand over the divine item and the natural stone clone, and this overlord will spare your life. Otherwise," the old man said as he stared at Gu Fei fiercely. "Aya, how dare you threaten me?" Gu Fei was elated. Ever since he made his debut, all those who threatened him had been killed by him. To think that this guy would dare to threaten him. Who gave him the courage to do so? "Little fellow, you really don't know your place. Hurry up and hand over the item." The old man was getting impatient. "Come and snatch it if you can." Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently. "Don't say that this overlord didn't give you a chance. Since you're courting death, don't blame me." As the old man spoke, he stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. On the 5 fingers of the old man's right hand, earth energy gushed out, and a powerful wave of origin chi erupted from his hand. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten. There was a powerful suction force coming from the other party's hand, trying to pull him over. However, Gu Fei's feet seemed to have grown roots in the ground, not moving at all. What? The old man's right hand instantly grabbed the front of Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei smiled and stretched out his right hand as well. In the next moment, he grabbed the old man's right hand. Then, the old man was unlucky. The sound of bones shattering rang out. The old man was in so much pain that his vision turned black, and he broke out in cold sweat. "Who the hell are you?" The old man, who was high and mighty, instantly cowered. "What do you think?" Gu Fei smiled. Spare my life." The old man had no choice but to beg for mercy. The extremely arrogant expert had turned into a coward. "Tell me about your background," Gu Fei said indifferently. I am. The old man had no choice but to reveal his background. It turned out that this guy was really a hidden expert. Moreover, this guy was also an array emperor. This guy was even the senior of Towering Heaven Palace's ancestor, Tian Hong, and Myriad Transformations' ancestor. These 2 ancestors were both experts in array Dao. However, these 2 ancestors were juniors in front of this old man. This old man's cultivation was extremely powerful. He was the legendary array emperor who had disappeared for 3,000 years, Huang Fuzun. It turned out that when this guy passed by the meteorite mountains 3,000 years ago, he found a natural stone golem in the mountains below the meteorite mountains. Therefore, he set up a super large array in the area where the meteorite mountains were located. This large array could gather the surrounding origin chi to nourish the natural stone golem. However, 3,000 years had passed, and the natural stone golem still did not develop intelligence. What made Huang Fuzun mad was that the peerless spiritual item that he had guarded for 3,000 years had been taken away by someone else. How could this be? Therefore, he directly went to the meteorite mountains to settle the score with Gu Fei. Chapter 52:30. Gu Fei's cultivation had recovered to the eternal realm. In the void realm, the eternal realm had another name, the Transcendent Emperor Realm. The Transcendent Emperor Realm was above the Emperor realm. This was absolute. However, for countless years, the strongest existence in the Void realm was the Emperor realm. The Transcendent Emperor realm was only a legendary existence. However, some people believed that the mysterious palace master of Ling Tian Palace was a supreme existence in the Transcendent Emperor realm. However, the Ling Tian Palace master was mysterious and unfathomable. No one had ever seen her in action until Gu Fei appeared. Only then did the mysterious Ling Tian Palace master appear in front of everyone. As for Gu Fei, when he fought with the palace master of Ling Tian Palace, he was not a Transcendent Emperor realm expert. Huang Fuzun was the Array Emperor, the Emperor of Array Dao. In the Void realm, Huang Fuzun was the strongest in Array Dao. However, Huang Fuzun had not appeared in the world for 3,000 years. The world only recognized ancestor Tian Hong of Ling Tian Palace as the strongest expert in Array Dao. Now, the myriad transformations ancestor had appeared and fought with the ancestor Tian Hong in the Sky Scorpion Mountain Range. This attracted the attention of countless people. This was a battle of Array Dao. In the distant past, the ancestor Tian Hong and the myriad transformations ancestor were sworn enemies. However, the Array Emperor, Huang Fuzun, who was even more ancient than the ancestor Tian Hong and the myriad transformations ancestor, was defeated by Gu Fei in one move. If this news got out, it would definitely shock the world. At this moment, the Array Emperor, Huang Fuzun, was as obedient as a child in front of Gu Fei. He was respectful and cautious, not daring to be presumptuous. Gu Fei directly struck a restriction technique into Huang Fuzun's body. Huang Fuzun was shocked and angry, but he did not dare to show his anger. "Your life and death are in my hands." Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "What?" Huang Fuzun was dumbfounded. At this moment, he even wanted to die. He was the high and mighty Array Emperor, the Emperor of Array Dao. Even the emperors of the 5 regions had to be polite to him. To think that he, a dignified Array Emperor, would actually become the slave of this black-robed youth in front of him. Huang Fuzun was filled with regret. He shouldn't have messed with this devil. Now, he had to become someone else's slave. Gu Fei didn't care about Huang Fuzun's feelings. In his opinion, this guy was good enough to be his slave. One should know that the current southern barbarian was in a mess, and he needed someone to manage the southern barbarian capital. "All right, let's go." Gu Fei didn't say anything more. He directly rushed into the sky and flew into the sky. Roar! With a roar, a huge wild beast pounced directly at Gu Fei. This divine beast was the star-swallowing beast that Gu Fei had subdued previously. Huang Fuzun was speechless. He had placed the star-swallowing beast in the back mountain of the Star Mountain, with the star-swallowing beast guarding it, who could break his formation. However, it was originally his pet, but now it had become Gu Fei's pet. Huang Fuzun was depressed. At this moment, the star-swallowing beast had already transformed into a warhorse. Gu Feiyue hopped onto the back of the horse and disappeared into the void. The warhorse that the star-swallowing beast had transformed into was really not bad. Its 4 hooves were galloping, and its speed was extremely fast. The Array Emperor, Huang Fuzun, also chased after it. Just 2 hours after Gu Fei and the others left, the people of the Star Sect only found out that the devil, Gu Fei, had left. Very soon, the Star Mountain was decorated with lanterns and streamers. They were actually celebrating Gu Fei's departure. On the Star Mountain, there was one person who couldn't be happy no matter what. That person was Qi Feier. She was interested in Gu Fei, but unfortunately, she was unrequited. Gu Fei left with Huang Fuzun and directly left the Meteorite Mountain Range. Since he was already in Zhongtian, he would go to the void, beginning to take a look. What he didn't know was that a good show was going on in the extreme Devil Mountain range, where the extreme Devil Cave was located. Manyu had succeeded in becoming a demon, and he detonated the energy of the Devil Tao that had been condensed for countless years in the extreme Devil Cave. Buddhist light and demonic light were intertwining in the sky above the extreme Devil Cave, colliding and canceling each other out. The grand formation of the Buddhist sect circulated madly, and it enveloped the entire extreme Devil Cave. The 9 Buddhist supremes attacked and successfully suppressed the Devil Tao that had erupted from the extreme Devil Cave. Meanwhile, Long Xiaozhou and the Black Dragon King were chasing after Manyu after he'd become a demon, and they didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. However, Manyu was extremely cunning, and he'd slipped away many times. This caused Long Xiaozhou to be both shocked and furious, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Manyu into pieces. At this moment, Long Xiaozhou and the others were searching in a primitive forest in the extreme Devil Mountain range. The members of the Sect of Battle were searching the mountain under the lead of the sect master, Wang Dozhan. Manyu could be considered to have gone mad. He'd actually used the surroundings to constantly launch sneak attacks on the disciples of the Sect of Battle. Manyu was like a ghost, silently moving through the primitive forest in the extreme Devil Mountain range, and he'd occasionally kill the disciples of the Sect of Battle. Those people that were killed by Manyu all had a common characteristic, and that was that all of them had turned into dried corpses. Suddenly, a scream came from the depths of the primitive forest. Long Xiaozhou and the Black Dragon King immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound. Yes, he ran away. When Long Xiaozhou and the Black Dragon King arrived, they saw a figure hanging under a tree. Long Xiaozhou took a closer look and immediately frowned. The figure hanging under the tree was a dried-up corpse. All of its essence, qi, and spirit had been devoured. Preposterous. Long Xiaozhou was furious, and he smashed the tea table with a palm. "Your Highness, that fellow is nearby. He might be hiding at the side and watching the show." The Black Dragon King muttered, "All right, seal this place." Long Xiaozhou gritted his teeth. Very soon, the primitive forest was sealed, and even the people of the Buddha clan came. However, they searched the entire forest inside out, but they didn't find anything. Manyu had escaped again. Long Xiaozhou was very clear that Manyu was devouring the cultivation of other cultivators to increase his own cultivation. The more he devoured, the stronger he would become. So they had to capture Manyu as soon as possible. Otherwise, Manyu would become stronger and stronger. At that time, none of them would be a match for Manyu. What's going on? What method did that fellow use to escape? Long Xiaozhou whispered to her protector, "It's a little troublesome." Long Xiaozhou's protector muttered, "Could it be that even you can't tell?" Hearing his protector say that, he felt helpless. Wanting to capture Manyu in the extreme Devil Mountain range was undoubtedly like finding a needle in the sea. Chapter 52:31. There were 5 great regions in the Void Realm: East Barren, South Barren, West Sea, North Ruins, and Middle Sky. Each of these 5 regions had a terrifying forbidden ground. However, the extreme Demon Cave was the most dangerous and forbidden land in the Void Realm's 5 regions. Because the extreme Devil Cave was the origin of the devil in the Void Realm. All the devils in the Void Realm came from the extreme Devil Cave. Moreover, one of the 2 super powerful clans in Middle Sky, the Buddha clan, was guarding the extreme Devil Cave. The demonic nature of the extreme Devil Cave didn't just affect humans. It affected all living creatures. Any living creature, even if it was a bird or a centipede, after entering the extreme Devil Cave, would likely be possessed by the devil and become a terrifying devil, let alone humans. The extreme devil cave was a place that no one in the void realm was willing to step into. Even if someone wanted to enter the extreme devil cave, it wouldn't be an easy task. One should know that one of the two super powerful clans in Middle Sky, the Buddha clan, guarded the extreme devil cave. No one dared to enter the extreme devil cave. For 1,000 years, the extreme devil mountain range had been very peaceful. Occasionally, one or two devil beasts would appear, but these devil beasts were quickly dealt with by the experts of the extreme devil cave. But now, someone had managed to sneak past the Buddha clan's hidden sentries in the extreme demon mountain range and barge into the extreme demon cave. This was simply a slap to the Buddha clan's face. It was too shameful. Therefore, the Buddha clan was furious. They swore to drag Manu out and teach him a lesson. If he didn't want to be a human, he would be courting death by becoming a devil. In the extreme devil mountain range, one could see the Buddha light flying across the sky from time to time. This time around, the Buddha race was getting serious. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He brought the star-swallowing beast and formation emperor Huang Fuzun to the land of void beginning. Long Xiaozhou continued to lead his subordinates to chase the devil Manu. In addition to the Buddha clan and Wang Dozhan's battle sect, there were many people chasing Manu in the extreme devil mountain range. While Long Xiaozhou and the others were chasing Manu, the situation in South Baron became even more tense. In the entire South Baron, only the South Baron royal capital was calm. The people in the royal capital did what they should do. It was like a paradise. Even Mu Tianfeng and Mr. Qiu Shui were the same, hiding themselves. At this moment, Man Yu, Mu Tianfeng, and Mr. Qiu Shui didn't dare to show themselves. If they did, they would be killed. In the eyes of the experts of the Buddha race, Man Yu and the others were all evil. Subduing demons was the bounden duty and responsibility of the Buddhist clan. The entire extreme Devil Mountain range was sealed by the Buddha race. Man, you must still be in the extreme Devil Mountain range. However, the extreme Devil Mountain range was simply too vast. They still couldn't find Manu. In the extreme Devil Mountain range, Buddha arrays were activated one after another. These Buddha arrays had been sealed for thousands of years. Who would have thought that they would be activated again today? Lumps of Buddhist light appeared in the extreme Devil Mountain range. The heaven and earth spiritual chi of the entire world was immediately drawn by the Buddhist formation, and the Buddhist light emitted by the Buddhist formation became even stronger. Countless Buddhist formations linked together, and Buddhist light enveloped the entire region, sealing off the extreme Devil Mountain range. At this moment, even a small bird wouldn't be able to fly out. How extravagant! Long Xiaozhou couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme when she saw this scene. Ever since she became the disciple of Gu Fei, her true formation Dao cultivation had improved by a huge margin. Her vision had also changed. The Buddhist formation of the Buddha race actually sealed the entire extreme Devil Mountain range. There was actually such a powerful formation Dao expert in this world. Long Xiaozhou couldn't believe it. She stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the boundless Buddhist light. Her state of mind was surprisingly calm. This is a good place. Long Xiaozhou sighed. Your Highness, what did you say? The Black Dragon King, who was standing behind Long Xiaozhou, was startled. This was the origin of the devil in the void realm. All the devils in the void realm came from here. Princess Long Xiaozhou actually said that this was a good place. This directly stunned the Black Dragon King. Nothing much. Is there any news from Wang Dozhan's side? Long Xiaozhou asked. This time, the battle sect brought many people here. All the elites of the sect had rushed to the extreme Devil Mountain range. However, this was the territory of the Buddha race after all. The people of the battle sect had to be careful. If they offended the Buddha race, then the battle sect could forget about staying in Zhongtian. Your Highness, there is no movement from Wang Dozhan's side. The Black Dragon King said, "Humph, man, you doesn't have any other abilities, but he is quite good at hiding." Long Xiaozhou laughed coldly. "He is just a rat. If I catch him, I will send him on his way." The Black Dragon King said fiercely. Just at this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the extreme Devil Mountain range. "Finally found him." Long Xiaozhou was instantly overjoyed. She immediately soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of the sound. Her speed was extremely fast. The Black Dragon King hurriedly chased after her. However, when Long Xiaozhou and the others arrived, they found a few dried corpses lying on the ground. Where was Man Yu's figure? The people who were killed are from the Battle Sect. When the Black Dragon King saw this, he was speechless. The cultivation of the people from the Battle Sect wasn't that great. As for Man Yu, he specially chose to attack the people from the Battle Sect, because Man Yu could instantly kill the people from the Battle Sect and then directly escape. He wouldn't be entangled. If he attacked the experts from the Buddha race or the West Sea, then he would be in danger of being entangled. Once Man Yu was entangled, then he would be finished. The Fury Buddha was still holding on to his Vajra exorcism wand and was searching for Man Yu in the extreme Devil Mountain range. He wished that he could dig up the entire extreme Devil Mountain range and drag that devil out. The Fury Buddha heard the commotion and came over. When he saw the corpses on the ground, he was infuriated. That little devil actually dared to commit murder under his eyes. He simply didn't put the Buddha race in his eyes. It had been a long time since he met such an arrogant devil. Very good, very good. The Fury Buddha ignored Long Xiaozhou and the others. He turned into a ray of Buddha light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The West Sea Old Dragon Emperor had roamed the world for countless years. He had some friendship with an ancestor-level existence in the Buddha race. It was also because of this relationship that Long Xiaozhou and the others could bring people into the extreme Devil Mountain range. If it was someone else, they would have been chased away by the people from the Buddha race. Just when Long Xiaozhou and the others were thinking about how to capture Man Yu, Gu Fei had already arrived at another forbidden area in Middle Sky, near the Land of Void beginning. This was the territory of one of the two super powerful races in Middle Sky, the Heaven Race. Chapter 52:32. The mysterious Land of Void beginning was the strangest and most unimaginable place in the entire Void realm. Here, there was a clan that had been guarding this place for generations. This clan was one of the two super clans in Middle Sky, the Sky Clan. They called themselves the Sons of Heaven and guarded this place for generations. Since ancient times, countless people who wanted to enter the Land of Void beginning had been stopped by the Sky Clan. Some stubborn fellows were directly killed by the experts of the Sky Clan. There was nothing they could do if they wanted to die. Of course, the people of the Sky Clan were not people who liked to kill, but those who refused to retreat could only be killed. The Land of Void beginning was related to the safety of the entire Void realm, so they could not be careless. At the peak of the mountain wind howled, but Gu Fei's clothes did not even flutter. The fierce mountain wind could not even get close to him. Gu Fei used his martial path Heavenly Eye. Under his martial path Heavenly Eye, the scene of the Land of Void beginning changed. He saw that the mountains in front of him and the void were filled with formation patterns. The densely packed formation patterns connected the sky and the earth, completely covering the huge area in front of him. There were simply too many array patterns. Gu Fei had already seen through 19 layers of array patterns. However, there were still many more layers of array patterns beyond that. Even his martial path, Heavenly, I could not see through these formation patterns. Who set up this formation? That's just too sick. Gu Fei was speechless. The person who set up these formations was really too bored. One should know that one layer of formation patterns was a formation. So what was the point of setting up so many? At least these formations could not stop him. This is the place that even Palace Master Ling Tian could not enter. Gu Fei pondered. Master, what are you doing here? Huang Fuzun, the Array Emperor, asked curiously. Do you know the situation in the Land of Void beginning? Gu Fei asked. I really do not know. Huang Fuzun shook his head. The Land of Void beginning was the most mysterious place in the entire Void realm. Perhaps only the Sky Clan knew the secret of the Land of Void beginning. Even you do not know. Gu Fei was surprised. The Array Emperor was a super antique in the Void realm. He had made his debut much earlier than the Great Sky Ancestor and the Myriad Transformations Ancestor. The Sky Clan has guarded this place for generations. Outsiders cannot enter at all. Huang Fuzun sighed. With the Sky Clan guarding this place, even Palace Master Ling Tian could not enter. Back then, Ling Tian Palace Masters might shook the world, and he was invincible. In the end, this Palace Master found the Tian Clan and wanted to enter the Land of Void beginning. The Tian Clan's people were naturally not this Lord Palace Master's match. Even the Tian Clan's old clan master was defeated by Palace Master Ling Tian. However, when the people of the Tian Clan saw that they couldn't stop Palace Master Ling Tian, they all went into the defensive formation of the Void beginning and didn't come out. Palace Master Ling Tian wanted to rely on his invincible cultivation and battle prowess to forcefully break the formation. Who would have thought that the defensive formation of the Land of False Beginning would be so powerful? It actually caused Palace Master Ling Tian, who was trying to break through the formation, to have to retreat in the end. This matter had shaken the world back then. Later on, the Ling Tian Palace produced an Array Dao Grandmaster. This Array Dao Grandmaster was Patriarch Tian Hong. Ancestor Tian Hong had once tried to break through the protective formation of the Land of Empty Beginning. However, even though he was a formation Grandmaster, he still could not break through the protective formation of the Land of Empty Beginning and returned in failure. In this way, no one in the world would dare to barge into the formation. Even the formation Emperor Huang Fuzun didn't dare to mess around in the Void Beginning land. If that's the case, then go and capture a Tian Clan member to ask. Gu Fei said. What? Huang Fuzun was startled. What was his master going to do? He actually wanted him to capture the people of the Tian Clan. Provoking the Tian Clan was no joke. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei glanced at Huang Fuzun and said, Yes, Huang Fuzun was extremely unwilling because he knew the consequences of provoking the Tian Clan. However, his life was in the hands of Gu Fei now. If Gu Fei wanted to kill him, all it would take was a single thought for him to be killed. Soon, Huang Fuzun brought back a person. It was a little girl who looked around 8 or 9 years old. This made Gu Fei speechless. What do you want me to say? Gu Fei sighed. Master, the people of the Tian Clan usually don't go out. It's already good enough that we managed to capture this little girl. Huang Fuzun felt wronged. The little girl who was captured by Huang Fuzun was very calm. Little girl, do you know the secret of the Land of Empty Beginning? Gu Fei asked the little girl with a smile. The little girl stared at Gu Fei with her eyes wide open. She didn't speak, but her big black eyes were full of intelligence. Are you mute? My master is asking you a question. Huang Fuzun said to the little girl fiercely. Humph. The little girl sneered. She crossed her arms and turned around, ignoring Gu Fei and the others. Interesting. How about this? If you tell me the situation in the Land of Empty Beginning, I will spare the Tian Clan. Gu Fei said indifferently. Ha! After hearing Gu Fei's words, the little girl finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's so funny? My master is invincible. Your Tian clan is nothing. Huang Fuzun sneered. The little girl still didn't speak, but she stopped smiling. Her face was full of disdain. There are people who claim to be invincible these days. At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the sky. Huang Fuzun suddenly raised his head and saw many powerful figures appearing in the sky. The one in the lead was a middle-aged warrior wearing armor and holding a halberd. He looked majestic. They came so fast. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at those fellows in the sky, without any expression on his face. This Huang Fuzun, on the other hand, was terrified. He had just brought the little girl to his master's place, and the enemy's men had already caught up with them. It was too fast. How dare you kidnap someone from my Tian clan? If you know what's good for you, let her go, then break one of your arms and get lost. Otherwise, I will kill you. The middle-aged warrior's majestic voice came down. Master, this... Huang Fuzun was terrified. These guys from the Tian clan were not to be trifled with. The middle-aged warrior was a combat emperor. The Tian clan in Zhongtian was extremely powerful. Huang Fuzun could feel at least 3 emperor auras nearby. The Tian clan really lived up to their name. What are you afraid of? It's just the Tian clan, Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Huang Fuzun was speechless. The Tian clan was the 2 most powerful forces in Zhongtian. How could his master not take them seriously? Could it be that his master's cultivation had reached a level where he could ignore the Tian clan? Chapter 52:33. On a mountain outside the land of void beginning, Gu Fei had asked Huang Fuzun to capture a member of the Tian clan for questioning. Who would have thought that this guy would bring back a little girl from the Tian clan? This made Gu Fei speechless. And what made Gu Fei the most crazy was that this guy didn't even know that he was being followed and actually alerted the Tian clan. Then, the Tian clan sent out the heavenly army and surrounded them. The army of the Tian clan was not bad. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the army in Gu Fei's hands, but it was definitely the strongest army in the Void Realm. The Tian clan had some confidence. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, the Tian clan was just SOSO. Hand over the girl, cut off your own arm, and get the hell out of here. The middle-aged leader of the army stared at Gu Fei and Huang Fuzun and said coldly he was not angry, and the aura of a king was released from his body. However, his aura of a king was not enough to scare Gu Fei and Huang Fuzun. After all, Gu Fei and Huang Fuzun were both kings. Why would they be afraid of the king of the Tian clan? Even the star-swallowing beast that Gu Fei had subdued was not afraid of the king in the sky. You told us to cut off our own arm, so we have to do that. On the mountain peak, Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even in the face of the army of the Tian clan, he was still calm. Then go to hell. The combat emperor in the sky roared and was about to attack. Stop. At this time, a figure rushed over from the direction of the land of void beginning and shouted, "Yu Hao, what are you doing here?" The combat emperor was displeased when he saw the newcomer. "You Changtian, don't you see that our people are in their hands? You still want to attack. Don't tell me you don't care about the lives of my people." The middle-aged man in white called you, Hao said coldly. "What do you mean?" Battle Emperor Yu Changtian's face turned even uglier. "You know very well what I mean." Yu Hao sneered. Then he said to Gu Fei on the mountain peak, "Hand him over, and you can leave." "Huang Fuzun, what do you think?" Gu Fei glanced at Huang Fuzun next to him and said with a faint smile, "You are Huang Fuzun, Array Emperor Huang Fuzun." The white-clothed middle-aged man called Yu Hao immediately cried out in alarm. What? That's the legendary Formation Emperor? When the leader of the Tian clan heard this, he was immediately shocked. He stared at the mountain peak, at the old man standing beside Gu Fei. How is this possible? The Formation Emperor, Huang Fuzun, has been missing for thousands of years. How could he be here? That's right. I heard that Huang Fuzun died a long time ago. The Tian clan generals behind the war emperor said. Humph, you want to scare us with Huang Fuzun's name? Even if you really are Huang Fuzun, you are still an ant in front of the Tian clan. We can easily crush you to death. The battle general sneered. What did you say? Huang Fuzun was enraged. I have been dominating the world for countless years. My Formation Tao is invincible. How dare you look down on me like this? In the next moment, an astonishing imperial aura burst out from Huang Fuzun's body. At this moment, he instantly transformed from an old man in ragged clothes into a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds, enough to make people look up to him. Moreover, in the void around Huang Fuzun, countless formation patterns appeared and interweaved into ancient and mysterious formation diagrams. Oh my God, this guy is really Huang Fuzun. At this moment, the Tian clan members were dumbfounded. It should be noted that there had only been one Array Emperor in the Void Realm for countless years. This Array Emperor was Huang Fuzun. He was the only one who had truly become an emperor through Formation Tao. Tian Hong ancestor, myriad transformation ancestor. And the others were not even worthy of carrying Huang Fuzun's shoes. In terms of Formation Tao, the imperial aura on Huang Fuzun was not fake. Yu Hao and Yu Chang Tian, the two emperors of the Tian clan, stared at Huang Fuzun on the mountain peak in shock. This guy had been missing for thousands of years. How could he suddenly appear here? I have cultivated Formation Tao all my life, but I have never seen the Tian clan's Formation Tao. Today, I will experience the power of the Tian clan's Formation Tao. Huang Fuzun flipped his right hand, and an array plate appeared in his right hand. You think I'm afraid of you? Yu Changtian sneered. He held the divine halberd and charged at Huang Fuzun from the sky. Array, rise! Huang Fuzun shouted. The next moment, countless formation patterns rushed out of the array plate in his hand. These formation patterns interweaved in the void and turned into countless swords that slashed at Yu Changtian. This was the power of Formation Tao. The power of Formation Tao could evolve into all kinds of attacks. What Yu Changtian was taken aback. He stopped in the air and waved the divine halberd in his hand. The divine halberd turned into a shield in front of him. All the swords and sabers that came at him were blocked. The swords and sabers formed by the power of Formation Tao slashed at the shield of Yu Changtian's divine halberd, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. It was as if real swords and sabers were slashing at the divine halberd. This guy, everyone from the Tian clan, was frightened by this scene. Although they had the advantage in numbers, sometimes having more people was not necessarily a good thing. Even if they had more people, they might not necessarily win. Die! Yu Changtian moved. A ball of divine light burst from his body, shaking the void and shattering all the swords and sabers that came at him. Whoosh! Yu Changtian swung the divine halberd at Huang Fuzun. The divine light on the divine halberd seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Dance of Dragons! Huang Fuzun shook the array plate in his hand. The next moment, a series of dragon roars sounded in the void. Then, all the spiritual chi in the world was mobilized. Huge figures emerged from the void, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws at Yu Changtian, who was descending from the sky. Gu Fei's eyes lit up at this scene. So Formation Tao could be played like this. Interesting. At this time, Yu Changtian's divine halberd slashed at one of the dragon shadows, cutting it in half and dissipating in the void. But at this time, countless dragon shadows appeared in the sky above the mountain peak. This scene was truly a dance of dragons, shocking to the extreme. The Tian clan members were stunned as well. This formation, Emperor Huang Fuzun, really lived up to his name. Yu Changtian roared again and again. He was trapped in the midst of the dragons, fighting with all his might against the dragon shadows in the void. This, Chapter 52:34. High up in the sky, the dragons danced wildly. All the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the world was attracted by Huang Fuzun's 9th heavenly dragon formation, converging towards it. The power unleashed by the violent 9 heavens dragon array, which had condensed endless spiritual energy of the world, was even more shocking. At this time, Yu Changtian was trapped in the 9th heavenly dragon formation. He dashed left and right, brandishing the halberd in his hand, fighting desperately against the dragons that were coming at him from all directions. Although the dragons were formed by the power of the 9 heavens raging dragon formation, in Yu Changtian's eyes, they were much stronger and more terrifying than a real flood dragon. Roar. The roars of the dragons reverberated throughout the void. Everyone who witnessed this scene, except for Gu Fei, was shocked to the core. The legendary array king Huang Fuzun truly lived up to his name. His ability to form a formation out of nothing was unimaginable. Yu Changtian might be one of the 3 battle emperors of the Tian clan, but he was no match for a super antique like Huang Fuzun. Before long, Yu Changtian's forehead was covered in sweat, looking a little embarrassed. Yu Changtian was well aware of the consequences of not being able to break out of the 9th heavenly dragon formation. He would either die in battle or be captured. As the battle emperor of the Tian clan, he would rather die in battle than be captured. Hee, you little brat. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? When I was dominating the world, your grandfather's grandfather was still playing in the mud. Huang Fuzun stared at Yu Changtian, who was trapped in the 9th heavenly dragon formation, and sneered. Yu Changtian was both shocked and angered. Carelessly, he was hit by one of the dragons and sent flying. At the same time, another dragon swung its tail at Yu Changtian, sending him flying. The golden crown on Yu Changtian's head was nowhere to be seen, and his hair was disheveled, making him look extremely wretched. Elder Yu Hao, are you going to watch him die? Yu Changkong, the deputy general of the Tian clan, shouted at Yu Hao anxiously. At this moment, everyone could see that Huang Fuzun's 9 heavens raging dragon formation was extremely powerful. Even if Yu Changkong led the army behind him to attack, they would all die amongst the people present. Only Yu Hao, who was also an emperor realm expert, was qualified to make a move. Yu Hao's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out a killing weapon. The killing weapon shot up into the sky from his hand and instantly grew to the size of a mountain. It smashed down on the 9 heavens raging dragon formation below. It was a huge seal. The golden seal shone with endless golden light, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. Heaven-shaking seal. Yu Changkong was shocked. He didn't expect Yu Hao to have the heaven-shaking seal on him. It had to be known that it was one of the heavenly race's supreme treasures. The heaven-shaking seal pressed down from the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. It was as if the world was about to collapse. Huang Fuzun's 9 heavens raging dragon formation immediately suffered a great impact. Countless dragon shadows in the sky kept collapsing and disappearing into thin air. The heaven-shaking seal was like a terrifying golden divine mountain smashing down from the sky. Its power was earth-shattering. This Huang Fuzun was extremely shocked. He desperately operated the nine heavens raging dragon formation. Huge dragon shadows appeared in the void and collided with the heaven-shaking seal that was pressing down from the sky. The Array Emperor, Huang Fuzun, was going to use the power of his Array Dao to fight against the supreme treasure of the heavenly race. The array plate in Huang Fuzun's hand emitted a dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, countless array patterns shot up into the sky, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. Huang Fuzun also operated his Yuan Qi with all his might. At this moment, the power of his Array Dao soared to the limit. Every inch of the void on the entire mountain was filled with array patterns. They were all ancient array diagrams. Of course, that was except for the area of 100 feet around Gu Fei and the girl from the heavenly race. The girl from the heavenly race looked at Gu Fei in shock. The Array Emperor had attacked with all his might, but this person could actually block the power of the Array Emperor from 100 feet away. This cultivation level was extremely terrifying. Could he be an invincible existence, like the Lingtian Palace Master? The Lingtian Palace Master was recognized as the strongest person in the Void Realm. Moreover, the Lingtian Palace Master had made her debut very early, so early that almost no one knew when she had achieved the Tao. The history of the Lingtian Palace could be traced back to the ancient times of the Void Realm or even the Primeval Age. Although the heavenly race had guarded the land of void beginning for generations and would not leave easily, they had also heard of the name of the Lingtian Palace. In the distant past, they had also fought with the Lingtian Palace Master. Even the invincible Lingtian Palace Master could not attack the land of void beginning, let alone others. However, if the people of the heavenly race left the range of the protective array of the land of void beginning, they would be directly beaten up by the Lingtian Palace. They would not be a match at all. If this black-robed youth was really in existence comparable to the Lingtian Palace Master, then no one from the heavenly race present would be a match for him. The girl from the heavenly race could not help but sweat at this thought. Roar! At this time, the golden seal pressed down from the sky. Huang Fuzun roared again and again, his body full of Yuan Qi. He desperately urged the array disc in his hand, sweating profusely and extremely nervous. Countless dragon phantoms appeared in the void, crazily colliding with the golden seal that was pressing down from the sky. The sky quake seal's speed of descent slowed down, but it was still pressing down slowly. The countless dragon shadows collided with the seal and directly exploded, dissipating in the void. Gu Fei sat calmly on a big rock, not planning to make a move. Aren't you worried that the Array Emperor will be smashed into meat paste by the Skyquake seal? The girl from the heavenly race finally could not help but ask. If you didn't speak, I would have thought you were mute. Gu Fei glanced at the little girl from the Sky Clan and smiled. He would not use the girl from the heavenly race to threaten the people of the heavenly race. It would be too embarrassing. As a warrior, he really could not afford to lose face like this. The reason why Gu Fei asked Huang Fuzun to capture a member of the heavenly race was actually very simple. He wanted to know the situation of the land of void beginning. He did not want to fight with the heavenly race, but now it seemed that he had no choice. Humph, your subordinate is about to die. The girl from the heavenly race curled her lips. Just now, when she heard Huang Fuzun call the black-robed youth master, she was really scared. Huang Fuzun's master was too terrifying. You deserve to be beaten to death because of your lack of skill, Gu Fei said indifferently. The girl from the heavenly race was speechless.